Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
It is the final day of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, hosted from Upset City in Copenhagen, and we have 4 teams ready to grab that final spot, 1 in EU and 1 in the Americas. The others will fall. They would have failed at the last hurdle on a grueling event, but it has been exciting from start to finish, and the favorites don't always win here, Maniac.
Well, I mean, that's a strange way to introduce the EU bracket, because I do feel like the favorites are here, at least Cloud9. We're definitely the favorites.
Cloud9, yes.
They are now 1 game away from being in Washington. We have Big as well. you would argue that from the bottom of that bracket, they were definitely a strong candidate. They and Fnatic. I think it's more the Americas that went to hell.
Yeah, they went in a really bad spot, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, we started the tournament with Furia. I think Liquid also turned up at some point and played a couple of games. Unfortunately, neither of the two teams could make it to the final because they weren't good enough, and that is indeed an upset city. I think everyone came into the NA bracket thinking to themselves, it's either going to be Liquid or Furia. Well, guess what? It's going to be neither of the two.
Oh, no, it's not. But let's have a look at our season overall and how everyone is getting here. The groups happened early on in the year, the first event to start off the new season. Now we are at the showdown, and then it goes into the spring final, which is what these teams are looking forward to getting their shot at, where some of the names we already have there are looking damn fantastic.
It's an excellent list of teams, quite honestly. And if you judge by the result, it feels like Astralis is picking up a little bit of steam. Some reasons are getting better. And here we have the rest of the teams, of the eliminated teams from the Americas and our two finalists.
Oh, yes, paiN and Imperial.
It's two teams who both are playing better than anyone would have expected. I think same could somewhat be said for Cloud9 and Big. At least Big have performed better than I thought they would, and Cloud9 had delivered exactly what we expected. So yes, we have the 4 best teams ready for the 2 finals games, and we have to find 2 places, 2 spots, and 2 teams that goes all the way to Washington.
And we've had a crazy set of events. We've had a crazy set of results. If we have a look at yesterday as an example of that, because Liquid, the one you spoke about, Maniac, they had a great chance of doing some huge work, some big damage coming in. But what went wrong?
Oh, am I supposed to tell you exactly what went wrong? That's quite a tricky question. Look,
You need an hour.
It was very strange, mostly how that game ended. I think this is where all my hopes and doubts went down the drain for Liquid. You could really see paiN was in control, and Liquid ran out of steam. A couple of strange decisions as well. The whole game just ends up on a crazy clutch that should never really happening. It's a 1v4 that actually sends Liquid home, or rather back home, because we were playing online. But a very disturbing turn of affair.
Definitely disturbing, but this is not disturbing. This is the setup. This is what we've witnessed over the last few days, and this is why we've got the games we have now. Pimp, what would you say was the biggest surprise, the biggest upset from the whole tournament, either side, EU or Americas?
Without a doubt, the bottom right. EG taking down Furia 2-1 in that game. I don't think anyone, as in absolutely no one, would have expected that to transpire. Sure, Furia came in as one of the favorites. We know that they have been struggling a little bit finding their footing, but against EG, who, theoretically speaking, was sending the B team, the EG black version of the team coming into this tournament, the fact that they were able to beat Furia in that first round, that is probably one of the biggest upsets of all time in Blast history.
Well, we've set the scene, but we should also have a look back to yesterday just one more time and take a look at some of our CS Money play of the days.
Absolutely, and we'll have our third candidate here. It's Faven with 3 beautiful Deagle shots on overpass. That was against 9, and it was a beautiful action.
One of the biggest individual surprises in this tournament is the man on your screen right here, Junior.
Yes.
This time around with the dual elites, but he was on fire with the AWP as well. He's just mowing down all of his opponents. 4 kills in the span of no time, and a little bit of a cool reaction as well.
You'd speak about dual elite. I bring you dual elite, because he is going to be the winner of our CS Money, and I take that one home with the Deagle as well. 1 versus 3 in 2 seconds, 3 bullets again. That was beautiful from Elise.
Fantastic stuff from Elise, and he will be our winner, and no doubt why, because that was spectacular. But it still wasn't enough to save Liquid despite his greatest efforts, despite his greatest chances.
They won that map. Let's put it this way. They won that map. They lost later down the road.
Let's find out in the talent team who's going to be potentially the winner today. We're going to have a look at our unicorn predictions, and look at that. Pimp's face not so sad. Maniac's looking very happy, because look who is on top right now. Manny Bang all the way.
Yeah, listen, I'm not really good at maths. You guys at home can tweet at me if I'm wrong, but I think the worst that could happen to me is share my crown with one of the peasants. Is that what would happen?
That's not bad, really, is it?
I
You
should
have to
share the love. I can share the love. I don't think anybody can push me off from the throne, but, you know, we'd like to share.
Do you think Maui's just got insane, or is just desperate to beat you?
No, I think that's just a power play to take me down. Because, I'll just put it out there, Maui didn't trust Big to win against 9. So now you tell me he's going to flip-flop like this? No, he's just making a move for the throne.
He's pandering, and if you saw Crimbo's tweet, he was also getting slapped around a little bit.
Your entire prediction game is based on you picking Imperial against Complexity, where you knew something we didn't, with Halser coming in with 120 ping. So you know what, Matthew? I have 0 respect for you or this game.
It's called intuition.
Wow. 0 respect shown. There was 0 respect on the server between these 2 next opponents as well. Ooh. It's Cloud9 taking on Big. Now, when it comes to it, we've got to look at how we got here. And like we said, some of the teams we expected to maybe do better didn't make it as far as they should have. These are the EU teams we had in here. And if you look at names like Big, Cloud9, Nip, Fnatic, even OG, despite them not playing with their full roster, these are names you expect to have gone really far, but they didn't quite make it as easy as we thought, some of them. Fnatic.
Well, there is a reason why. Because we can actually look at a positive surprise. Although not being in the grand final, 9 took everybody by storm. Everybody thought that Fnatic would be good enough to beat them. That wasn't the case. And then 9 made a huge competition out of that game against Big. If you want to watch that game later down the road, it's going to be a couple of key rounds towards the very end, a full USP eco won by Big. And you could argue that maybe the lack of experience, maybe a little bit too eager towards the very end, feeling that the victory was right here, that they were going to be one game away from Washington. They allowed their guard down and they let Big go through, but this was still a very honorable effort from 9.
It's a team that is making waves, let's put it that way. Not only qualifying for the RMR, but also being in contention in some of the other online qualifiers, qualifying for this tournament, and then coming into it, as you said, Matthew, they were very, very close to be a team that we had to watch play today. I would argue that against a team like Cloud9, there's a long way to go for 9, let's be completely honest. But against opponents like Fnatic, whom they beat, and against Big, they're getting close right now. They're closing that gap, and it's a team we have to take serious and a team we have to look out for. Hate is the man on the screen right here, had a great tournament, has had a good period since he was removed from ENCE as well. So if you want to find positives and you want to find something positive from the Polish Counter-Strike scene as well, I think you got to look at 9.
Yeah, finally, a Polish team to be excited about for sure. 9 have put themselves on the board, but in the other direction, we've got Fnatic, which we were kind of disappointed with.
Yeah, we definitely were disappointed. That's the least way to say it, and mostly because of how things ended, right? That 16-12 loss on Nuke from Fnatic against 9, which we just discussed, was a little bit lackluster. It was a bit flavorless. It looked like Fnatic were running out of ID. Their T side had no real identity. We see here a couple of frustrating mimics coming out of the Fnatic camp, and we can understand that. It is a team that, after all, came in here with the reputation of potential grand final contender. That's where they were supposed to go. They were supposed to fight it out against Big, maybe push it through the finish line, and then go up against a Cloud9 who would have been obviously the favorite. But still, no one expected them to drop at the first hurdle, and this is a little problematic.
The problem for me is that it's a boring story to some point, in the sense that they've stagnated a little bit. I think we all agree that this version, this iteration of Fnatic has a lot of potential. They're exciting to follow. The major run they had in Rio was interesting as well. Some of the results they've been able to produce, also interesting, but it does feel like it's stagnated. It does feel like we are here where they are top 10, 11, 12 team in the world. They're beating the teams below them, but they're not beating anyone above them. And I don't know about you guys, but when a team stagnates like that, I lose interest.
We might actually get into that territory where roster change should be discussed. I think this is where we are with Fnatic. On one hand, I think Fasher is probably on the ejectable seat, because you can only be that comfortable when you're in the supportive element, when your team is doing great. Unfortunately, we know how human beings just act in general. You know, a team is losing, we click stat, then we put it in order, we go to the red, you are eliminated, bye. And unfortunately, Fasher is having that role, which is a little bit selfless, of course. But I have to say, like, Nikodos has completely missed the mark in that game versus Live. Bottom line, bottom stats, and from this excitement and hype that he had built in Copenhagen Flames back in the days, right? Where we thought, holy hell, like, should this guy just go to Astralis right now? Like, should Astralis try to get him? That would fix everything. I feel like it's failing to deliver on the next level.
Yeah, it has slowed down for sure. But NIP, we were giving them this chance of, okay, you've had more time with Config. You've had Hedrick that obviously came into the beginning of the roster of the year, and you gave him a bit of a caveat because of the whole hamper situation, but now we still got many questions about, well, we've not seen improvement.
Well, in comparison with Fnatic, I think NIP is doing even worse. I think they have the budget, I think they have the potential, I think they have the player material to be performing at a much, much higher level. Brolang, Config, you name it. Those players are good players, they're quality players, and they're players that are supposed to produce results. Fact of the matter is, for NIP, it's been very, very poor as of late. The Katowice was not good, the Pro League wasn't good. Today, they exited the Dallas qualifier. Yesterday, they exited this tournament. It's just a very, very rough time right now for NIP. It's a team that, budget-wise, player-wise, material-wise, expectations, I think we all consider them to be a contender for top 10 at least. And right now, nowhere close.
Yeah, far away from that, actually. Was it top 20 on the HLTV ranking currently? That is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the lowest ranking that the NIP name has had since 2017. They have never been solo since 2017, at least the name NIP in the ranking. So you can imagine that, yes, indeed, it is a complicated period.
It is a very complicated period for them, for sure. But that is it for our teams that have made it this far. That is a bit of a wrap-up and a summary of what we've seen so far here in Europe. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, it's time to dive into everything that is Cloud9 taking on Big. We'll see you in a few. This is it, the final European showdown between Big and C9. And this one is one where C9 may be the favorites, but Big, they have this ability to be able to keep going forward, despite what we said about them, despite what these players have been able to offer. There's some up and downs in recent times for Big, but right now they need to show us why they got this far.
The least we can say is that they have shown resilience throughout this showdown, because it hasn't been easy, it hasn't been comfortable, they haven't coasted. I swear to hell, some of these cam reactions from Gubby's camera against 9 was absolutely gold. That was gold. You could see how he probably aged 10 years in the entire series because of the rounds they were losing. Don't say he's old, man. He's the prime of age. 30 is the new 20. That's where we're at right now. But they've been really sweating. They've been in the good, they've been in the bad, but they've steered the course. They've maintained calm. And I have been impressed by how they handled the carnage against 9.
And it was real carnage, but one guy we have to point out is Hyped. He's living up to his name, he's playing to his name, and he is the one that has bailed them out so much here, Pimp.
There has been a few positive stories surrounding Big throughout this tournament. Resilience being one of them, you know, staying competitive is another, and then Hyped, especially on the CT side. So you see it right here in front of you. The T side against 9 was abysmal. By all means, he played a lot of T rounds, only got 18 kills. So he's not finding his footing on the T sides, but the CT side performance from Hyped, the way that he's able to dictate the game, he's able to help build winning some of these rounds is very, very good. He's still young. He's still inexperienced. He still has to groom into his role and figure out what Tier 1 Counter-Strike is like, but he's showing an awful lot of potential. So I'm not really that worried about the T-side performance. That can be built up over time, but the fact that his potential is so big on the CT side, that bounds well for Hype and it bounds well for Big for the future.
He is not a finished product. And that is the baseline. He is not a finished product quite yet. And I'm sure that Gobby, I'm sure the staff at Big and tabseN as well for that matter, are working with him to help him kind of grow into this T-side role and find a way to have impact. But the eye test is not lying. The eye test doesn't lie. You see the way Hype is playing, some of the risks he's taking, the timing of these risks, and the responsibility on some of these moves. That to me is what I call a playmaker, is a difference maker. And that is very, very valuable to have a player that knows, you know what, screw this. The only way we're going to win this round is if I cross that smoke. It doesn't make any sense. It might be a little stupid, but if there's 10% for me to win this round, it is through this bunny jump through the smoke, and he will do it. And that is a great sign for Big.
And he's definitely not been scared at all as well. But a man that's also always been scary on the server, maybe not so much as recent, is tabseN, and he was talking to Heccu before the game.
I also would want to know a bit more about another teammate of yours, that being Kiro. So far, his results, it started going all over the places. What do you think might be the cause?
I believe it's also a little bit self-confidence. It's missing a little bit right now. He doesn't feel so well at the moment, but he's still a very important part. He's also micromanaging a lot on the T side. He's taking a lot of responsibility on that side, not only calling-wise, but also positioning-wise, that he's playing his positions well. So I believe also his mentality is, he's thinking a lot. And if someone thinks a lot, he's not focusing on the crosses so much at the moment. I think that's the part at this time, but he will bounce back for sure. And I mean, we are still in the grand final and everything's open.
And you can see that he's progressing in the right direction right now?
Yeah, 100%. I think everyone on the team is progressing in the right direction. Even though we had really, I would say, a downgrade results-wise, we believe especially me, we believe that we're on the right path. And at the moment we have a little bit, shit on the shoe. And if you clean it up, then at some point there will be a better time.
Okay.
Clean that shoe, but also we need to see this confidence. That's what tabseN spoke about specifically around this man, Keto, and we have not seen it yet.
We haven't seen it individually speaking from Keto, no, and his story is quite interesting within Big, right? Because he was a big part of the core. He was part of the core that once, took Big to be the best team in the world online, at least, and played some decent Counter-Strike. We haven't seen that level from Keto in a very long time. Even had a short stint in Big Academy where he was put on the bench, then he was put back into the lineup. And as you said about Fasher within Fnatic, I think the same applies to Keto right now. When you're playing the position he is, and when you're not performing neither individually or as a team, you are in the spotlight for potentially being replaced. Right now, I think Keto should be happy there's not a lot of German talents out there, and that's probably the main reason why he's still active.
And I like what tabseN was explaining about, sorry, the lack of confidence of Keto. He was talking about how he's second-guessing himself, he's not in a great place. What he described is the exact opposite of flow state. If flow state is, I'm just playing my game and I don't even have to think about it too much because I know intuitively what I have to do. I know when I have to take my duel and know when I have to play safe. That's when Simple is in Stockholm and has 1.5 rating and nothing can touch him because he's right in there. I think Keto is at the polar opposite of that situation right now, where every move, I know I just had to say Simple because you're next time.
Thank you, mate.
Keto has to think through all of what he is doing, and that takes off any sort of intuition that hinders you, makes you guess or second guess yourself. And it can be complicated. I think he's in a little bit of a vicious cycle right now.
He is, and he's better when he's showing right now. I think we have to highlight that as well. Keto has been playing better Counter-Strike than we're seeing right now. The potential is definitely there. He's an experienced player and a player that needs to lead by example within Big, so he can do much better than he is right now.
Well, one thing we need to understand is this map pool in the video, because we've got Big that wants to play 7 maps. We've got Cloud9 that look they should dominate in every way. So let's find out what the coach is for.
Can you please guide me through the process of the video from your perspective?
Yeah, right now, most of the time we're banning the strongest map of the opponent and try to pick the weakest one. In this matter, it was also about stylistic points for the maps. Like we would like to play their particular style on a different map. So yeah, we came up with a good plan, and yeah, the veto could have gone a little bit either way. We were not sure exactly which path we wanted to take, and yeah, so after the game yesterday, we were having a conversation and like brainstormed a little bit and came up with the good idea, I think.
And today you're
On
gonna
the
play against Big, and right now they are trying to play 7 maps. Do you think that's maybe like a mistake that they're making?
No, you are not mistaken. Yes, BIG, they're playing the whole map cycle, so they can play any map. But when you play 7 maps, in my opinion, you have minimum 3 maps which you can play really good, because you have to play +1 map, so it's not easy to be really good at all 7 maps. But it's a little bit an advantage during the map veto, for sure.
And do you think they'll be able to get advantage against you?
Yes and no. I don't want to explain why, but yes, it's a little bit advantage in the map veto, but in the game, it's not a huge advantage.
I love that.
Yes
so
and no.
much. Yes and no. And let's just look at this, right? So many teams have tried to play 7 Maniac, and it has always bit them in the behind eventually.
Yeah, there's been very few teams that have been able to pull the 7 map pull trick and do it successfully. We have Big's map pull here, and I just want to point the viewers towards the following fact. I don't believe there is a map that is given to Big over Cloud9. I think the very good maps of Bigs are extremely good for Cloud9. You're talking about your Overpass, you're talking about your Vertigo, you're talking about your Mirage. All of these maps are great win weight for Cloud9. There is one name in that little list, and that's Anubis. And I don't know if they're going to pull a little Anubis out of the rabbit hole or magician hat or whatever the hell. You pull stuff out, the big hat, whatever. Do pull whatever you want out of whatever you want. That's not my thing. That's yours. But maybe Anubis. Maybe Anubis. We'll see. What do you think?
Well, let's see if we can get something, which I'm sure is going to be very positive, from Mr. Danny over in the Mahone zone.
Well, that's where you're wrong, James. I actually got something very negative, apparently. But what I got here today is actually Cloud9. So they played Overpass against NIP recently, and they actually lost. And I want to break down this one round. It kind of shows that they're not exactly in the sharpest form. So let's take a look at this round first before I go through and break it down. So first thing you'll see here is that Axel gets the bomb carrier on res. Shiro somehow dies in the back to config at long. And then Nafni, as he's rotating in towards his jump up position, he also dies as well. And that puts Axel in a tough position where he has to try to fight for Banana. This leaves Buster and Hobbit in a spot where they basically can't retake. So what exactly went wrong here, and what could have been better? So first thing you're going to see here is that Axel, as he comes in, he takes down res, and he actually spots the bomb being dropped here. Now, typically, whenever the bomb drops here towards this long A position, normally you can expect that there's probably more of an A side lean. You should expect more of an A side lean. And what that also means is that the long A position is very likely going to be pressured. But take a look at Shiro's positioning right here. With Shiro towards this bathroom's position, you can see that he looks rather uncertain. He kind of goes into the bathrooms, then he decides to go back towards the site, and then he kind of goes back again, and then he ultimately settles on the banana angle. But the problem here is that with him being in this spot, Axel is already watching this angle. They're both watching the same spot, ultimately leaving Config to just come out long alone and find him in the back. So as you'll see Config just crouches out, takes down Shiro, and just like that, they're able to get the kill. But what Shiro needed to do here instead was he actually could have gone into the bathroom position here instead, set up a crossfire with both him and Axel where they can lock down the bathroom's position. That's what could have happened here instead. But because that didn't happen, it forces Nafni in this spot where he comes up towards this jump up spot. He has to take this fight. But even then, Nafni's positioning here, he had a decision that he could have made when he was coming up and rotating towards the A site. He either could have went up towards the jump up spot like he did, or he actually could have went towards bank. If he decided to go towards bank, what that would do is open up a rotation for Hobbit to then take up the jump spot position instead. What you would see here instead is this type of effect where you have Hobbit here behind the smoke, you have Nafni here towards the bank side, and then what that does is it opens up the map for Cloud9 where now you have Axel and Shiro over here towards bathrooms. They lock down this side of the map. Hobbit and Nafni, they hold down this side on the left side. And really what that does is it locks down NIP to just the site. They don't really have any map control. And when you're trying to play a post mine, it's very difficult to try to win the round when you have no map control. Lastly, you'll see that Buster, as he comes up towards this connector position, he would be in a spot where he would group up with these three, or these two rather, and they would pinch the site. The main push would come here from this bathroom side. Hobbit and Nafny would hold the line and try to punish, and then you'd get this pinching effect towards the site. And that is what Cloud9 would have done if they had played it more properly. But because they aren't looking exactly the sharpest, we'll have to see if Big can actually punish these type of mistakes.
Thank you very much, Danny. Excellent work. And you gave me something negative. We finally got it out of the way. But Cloud9 in general have been incredibly positive to look at. And one man I want to look at straight away is Hobbit. He's been putting up huge numbers, which is when you've got the likes of Shiro, you've got the likes of Exile. Hobbit's always been the third string, but he's on another level.
It's a great development for Hobbit right now. You look at his 23 stats so far in the year and then compare them to how well he's been playing at this tournament. You can even take into the fact that he was also doing very, very well at Pro League, being one of the main fraggers coming out of Cloud9. As you said, James, we always talk about Shiro, we always talk about Exile, but when Hobbit is on fire, you had that third string, and that makes Cloud9 very, very competitive.
I know. The closest comparison would be his debut to Electronic and Simple. That's how I view Hobbit. When Hobbit shows up, then suddenly you have a trio that is almost unstoppable. We have the bans coming over. It's an Inferno pick coming from Big.
Okay.
That surprises me.
Okay.
I have seen Cloud9 suffer on the defense on Inferno. I have seen that in the past. It's not a map that's at the very top for them, but still, going for Inferno, well, obviously that means Cloud9 removes Anubis towards the end, and we still have Vertigo and Mirage for Cloud9, which are extremely strong maps. But okay, and I don't know how I feel about this Inferno pick.
It's an interesting pick for Big. I think it's a sign of them, having no other option, nowhere to go. What should you do against a team like Cloud9 when, as you said, Cloud9 is better on every single map? It looks rough for Big, but they have 3 good maps they can play, so let's see if they can make it competitive.
Let's see if they can make it competitive. Let's see how it's going to go down. We're going to a break, but when we come back, it's time to see which of our teams will pick up the opening map between Cloud9 and Big.
It's the final day, and we've got a big game that's coming up. It's in fact with Big and Cloud9, and I think it's going to be exciting. We get someone to the actual finals of the spring season here. We've got Cloud9 with a heavy odds advantage over Unicorn. You can see there, almost a 1-4 type situation. That's pretty wild. I guess it does reflect some kind of reality. Cloud9, they're looking hot right now. And also, you should head over to @BlastPremier on Twitter and vote for the MVP. That's the Mask MVP. You get a say in it, which is pretty cool. There's probably quite a few people you could. Would you?
Do I get a say?
You get a say too.
I'm gonna change the vote right now. I'm gonna rock the vote.
Influence.
I just think that the desk already talked about him. Hobbit has been playing exceptionally well here at the Showdown. We always want to see 3 people come up for Cloud9. We want to see Shiro play well. We want to see Axile play well. And then it's always been this kind of grab bag of, is it going to be Hobbit? Is it sometimes going to be Nafany? Is Buster that answer? But I think they have outlined clearly that it is, in fact, Hobbit. When this team was coming up in the space, it was Hobbit who was one of their better players. He was neck and neck with Axile, back and forth. But Axile has clearly overtaken him in terms of world ranking, in terms of what you expect from him in the server day to day. But Hobbit's back, baby. And I think Cloud9 should be the favorites, as the Unicorn odds have outlined because of that.
Any way that Hyped could take that place if they somehow win this game? Can you get that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a chance. There is definitely a chance. Hyped has been sensational thus far for Big. He has been an X factor for them. And if Big want any chance here to make it to Washington, he's going to have to deliver in spades.
It's been real fun to watch. This Big lineup is looking a little bit more interesting. I'm more excited about it. And we are headed into the opening map. We're on Inferno with Big on the T side and Cloud9 on the CT side. And I'm seeing already a smoke and a kit and a Molotov as well on Shiro. And a lone defender in Hobbit, I think, over at the B bomb side, that's kind of rough if they show up, but it's also not an uncommon stack to be pulling off here. People do this in pistol rounds.
Oh, yeah, but he doesn't even have armor. This is very concerning. No utility either. If they actually decide to simply confront him, he would be tasked with defending that with the weakest buy in the server. But, okay, Cloud9, they're actually going to prod towards middle. Buster wants to head on down. Favin, he's holding the line, spots the barrel. That's an easy frag for Big to kick this series off.
Yeah, they were super expecting it. Well played on Big. Hype is going to get a kill there. Still a 3-on-3, but that little flash that they put into top of Banana, you could see Big was well aware that there could be a peek coming in from behind that, and there was. Crimbo with the double in the middle. Nafany and Shiro get blown up. Nobody was expecting that push from Boiler, and it leaves Hobbit, like you said, the weakest buy in the server. He's got absolutely nothing but the USP. Out fighting in the open. Eventually lands that headshot, and Hype is very low on health. They got to be careful. Look at it. Hobbit, he's just charging the bomb site. He wants one more headshot, but the flashbang will be his doom at the end. And the pistol round, it goes to Big.
That was very close, actually. Yeah, Hobbit really had an opportunity there to isolate those duels, but Big with the flash, with the double swing, are going to make sure that it goes in their favor. First round, their way. Just 31 more rounds. That's all they need to get to Washington.
That's the count has begun.
Yes.
Doesn't sound that bad when you say that. It's like, all right.
Yeah, just one at a time. That's all it takes. But great stuff from Crimbo. The swing there from Boiler Room. He's also been a standout player for Big in the last handful of months. In terms of his rating at the Showdown, he is at the top for the team. And we'll see if he's able to find some impact here. But Height already at the half wall with the MAC-10. Some utility from Big to dissuade Cloud9 from contesting at this corner. And it looks like it should be a relatively easy path to the site where Hobbit once again waits.
With the CSET 75, he's got some backup. I think that's just going to be a flash and a Molotov maybe. Thrown from a little bit further on back. I think Nafany's holding that basically in CT spawn. Smoke goes up. There's the flash to take a peek. It's a little bit early, but he still does an enormous amount of damage. Keto almost drops behind, and that CC is still pretty effective if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Pretty good rotation here for Cloud9. They threw another smoke towards Banana, but it has a huge gap. Yeah, Hobbit, he thought that was a little bit better, a little bit more flush with the angles. Would have actually blocked him off, but not the case. And despite the fact that Nafany has lodged himself deep into B, it doesn't seem like there's much more support utility in tow for Cloud9. They do have that one more smoke. And so that'll be up to Buster to see how he deploys that, actually passing it on to Shiro now. But 30 seconds left. This could get very interesting if Shiro decides to drop that now.
Yeah, kind of a little bit concerning, isn't it? It's interesting that Big have never once, when they've been waiting out here, thought about going somewhere else. They have to run through. There's no choice. There's so little time left, and this is going to be a slaughter, surely. They're walking through that smoke. Here comes the swing from Shiro. A massive double. We're down to 9 seconds. If Buster could find something through the smoke here, they're going to be done. He's trying, and it's close as well, but the bomb gets planted in the last seconds of the round. And now it's a 2-1-2. You could see Keto's out. He is very low on health. If he'd caught one deagle bullet through there, I think it would have been the end of the round, and there would have been no recovering it for Big. This is a really tense moment. And look at the patience here. Jump out, but God, it's caught in the air. I can't believe it. They might lose the round anyway. Cloud9, they've done everything perfectly in this round, but still, it's Big that walk away with the win.
It did feel like Cloud9 did everything they could have. Smokes found the right timings. They were blocking Big off. They found the multi-frag on that initial push from Big right through the smoke. We'll see some of it back right here. Yeah, they were just gray screen trying to get through this. There was actually a gap on the side, which may have made things a little bit easier for Keto and Crimbo at the tail end of that push. But at the same time, Cloud9, they had their players in the right position. They had a crossfire set up. Everything was looking good, but Big fought right through it. And once again, it's Crimbo in the late round connecting. Haka had a great stat on Twitter today that actually in Tier 1 CS, Crimbo has the most clutches of any single player in all of Tier 1.
That's kind of ridiculous. I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, for 2023,
Sorry, Crimbo.
He's just been a late round master.
That's really worth keeping an eye on. Okay. Some positives favoring Big potentially. They did invest quite a bit, Cloud9 last round, and in this round they still invest the FAMAS.
Yeah, that's really weird, honestly. It looks like they have a play for it at least, so not going to just be going into this trying to find a 50-50 duel. At least they're setting it up with this awkward off-angle boost. So maybe you can find one, but I think as soon as Big recognize this, they should probably back up.
I distrust the FAMAS so much. He also has no head armor, so even the Mac 10 that's coming in could just blow his head up. He's going to take a stand up. Will catch the one. It's a pretty good lineup. Honestly, that's better than I was expecting. It's still going to lose on the bomb side, but yeah, I could see a world maybe in which you get one more there, and it kind of all pans out. Don't think they're going to be able to do much here. They have a flashbang on Axile, so obviously you might as well go for it. Hope that it is the best flashbang of all time, especially now the bomb has been planted. Ooh, Keto. Yeah, good bodyguarding there, stopping Hobbit and Buster from coming through. And now it's just a formality to get rid of Axile.
Things have settled down. Big are well in control here. The FAMAS was able to find a quick double kill, and that's more or less as good as you could hope if you're Cloud9. And on top of that, it is Shiro that finds the kills, and that's the guy that you would want to put the money on. Nice shot from Axile. Not going to really be able to do too much beyond that. Almost, but yeah, those kills are nice. They keep the economy modest for the side of Big.
I'm just really perplexed, confused about the FAMAS buy still. I feel like it doesn't... I don't think it's ever going to be worth it, but I guess they've probably tried it. They've probably theory crafted it to no end and probably feel like there is a way that it's going to be a good idea.
It is a little bit hard to justify because now we see Nafany with an MP9 in this round, and you expect that he's going to be going for an early banana duel. That's how he's positioned already. We'll see if this weapon works out for him. And, you know, it is affording him some space, but we'll see if this actually comes back to bite him when Big likely go for the retake of this position.
He's playing to the strength of the weapon anyway, right? He's pushing towards the bottom of banana. If they make a mistake and they come flashing through and they don't check that tree angle, then there is always a way. Still has a Molotov, but no smoke. And this is a position that could get Molotoved out. If Big are feeling really cautious about it, they could check it that way. Otherwise, it's a pretty common defense. Banana and 3 on the A-bomb side. And Big have not that much map control at the moment, but they're trying to reclaim that, I think, at top mid right now.
Yeah, they'll be finding that. With a minute left, it looks like they'll have the bracket space afforded to them. Nobody from Cloud9 is even here for a simple contest. But the question becomes, what does Big do with this space? They haven't actually even tried prodding towards Banana, where Nafany is still holding on with that MP9. And finally, Keto is looking for something. That'll be a little bit of damage, but more or less a tickle for Nafany. Just 11 in total from 2 grenades. And yeah, they back on up. Nafany's holding onto that ground very well. I have to commend his effort there because this is still keeping a 3-man defense towards this A side.
Shiro in front of the smoke. He knew that was going down behind him, and he uses it as an escape mechanism instead. They're trying to wrap on the A-bomb site. Tabson's going to get blown up as well. That's Nafany with the kill, but with that one from Keto, there is at least potentially a way into the site, although they've lost the bomb back here, so I take that back. I thought they were further up on the other side, but I guess they got slowed down. Crimbo and Keto, yeah, no chance at all, obviously, with the clock running out, but also just kind of weird. It looked like they had a path to that A-bomb site in spite of running into Shiro. But good defense. You've got to give it to Cloud9. That was well done.
The fact that Nafany pushed to flank so quickly along with Hobbit gave them all the information that they needed. They were able to crunch onto the Big attack, and even though Big were setting up that split rather well, smoke in Arch side, smoke in Library, it was Cloud9 that were finding a way to take them out. Couple AKs still on the side of Big from that save. But yeah, actually the money is playing a part in this round. It's looking pretty good. Nafany already there with the initial headshot. That's one of the premium rifles already gone for Big.
Yeah, good upgrade for him over the MP9, right? So pick up the AK, and he's going to steal one back, saying, you know what? Nobody should be able to come pick this up. And that's smart, because you can tell there are 3 pistols on the side of Big right now. So more than anything, they would love to retain that AK-47, but he's made it impossible. So good quick thinking. But this should be a much easier round at the moment for Cloud9 to cement, which is going to mean they're going to be back in this first half pretty early. Probably earlier than Big would have wanted them to. Oh, wow. That looked like a 2-for-1 almost. I'd love to see the replay. They must have walked right on top of each other. They only have pistols, but still always fun to see that. Axel continues for a third one before he's finally taken down Crimbo now. All a question of how much damage he could do. It's going to be nothing at all. Shiro just aggressively taking that angle. And Cloud9 looked really warmed up. Some games where even the favorites will come into a little bit slow, but they really seem like they're ready.
Yeah, Cloud9 are looking pretty sharp in this one. I want to see this spray from Axel. Just a simple 9-shot burst and finding 2 kills that quickly. Yeah, that's good stuff from him. Buy from Big, but it's just a half buy. A few upgraded pistols. We'll see what they're able to accomplish with this, but things are really looking bright for Cloud9 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I think plenty of things to be tested on the Big side. This, a little bit of a change of pace. Some grenades down to slow them, and another huge grenade on top. Ouch. Big themselves are no strangers to the power of utility, so they're not going to be enjoying, I think, the irony of it, though. 6th round here, and 4 of them are tagged up before they even really see any enemies. They're going to try and see if they can hit the timing, though. Very, very tricky. Shiro back here, and Nafany up close. Even Hobbit with the smoke. He couldn't see what he was shooting at, but it doesn't really matter. Going to get the kill anyway. Now it's just a question, again, I think, more or less, of how much damage could be done. They are going to get chewed up on this bomb site. Bomb plant would be really nice, but Barvin actually kind of fakes it out.
I think that might have been his only opportunity to plant. Yeah, smoke's fading now, and he's tucking in at the back of the site. I'm not sure how they're going to get anything done from this position. Doesn't seem likely, and Crimbo taken down, and Cloud9 even up the score. This is a pretty tough situation to find yourself in for Big. Just a remark on the veto here, Big picking Inferno. This is a map that they were actually perma-banning throughout much of 2020, a lot of 2021, even 2022. They kind of flirted with the idea of making this their permaban, but they were kind of between this and Ancient. They were dancing between those maps for what is our worst map. But when talking in the pregame interview, one of the Big members revealed to Heccu that they kind of actually just picked to find a weakness for Cloud9. And that's sort of the underdog mentality that you see Big are coming into this matchup with, that they're seeing themselves as a team that needs to find a way to upset Cloud9. So they're not going to necessarily play to Big's own strengths. They want to play to Cloud9's weaknesses.
Yeah, hoping they find one, which... that is a roll of the dice, right? You don't necessarily know what you're going to get when you do that. And when that happens, you could also easily be stumbling to some of your own weaknesses in the middle of that process. So I guess we'll see. We're going to find out. So far, it is looking pretty impressive for Cloud9. Some of these victories are really one-sided. Big have used all of their money in this round to put together a reasonable buy. They have hyped on the AWP, and that's on the T side of Inferno. It can be very hard to put that to good use. But I kind of feel like we have to give him the benefit of the doubt. In terms of what he's been showing us so far, he could be the kind of AWPer that could find something. He's shown an enormous amount of confidence.
As an aggressive AWPer, he's one that is constantly stealing our breath. He's been doing such a great job at finding action and delivering once he is in the fray of things. So, Molly there. This is a bit of retake utility for the top of Banana from Cloud9, and the flash as well. Nafany doesn't commit to it. Very nice. Just goes for the jiggle, and he's able to find the first kill. A second kill. Third! Nafany already doing what is probably enough to secure this round for C9.
Yeah, surely got to be. They weren't expecting Shiro. Oh my god. He keeps pushing forward. And they are absolutely fired up right now. That re-aggress with the AWP for the second one is always hard to catch when you're the T coming around the corner. You're just, I mean, intuitively you're thinking he's got to be pushing back, you know. And obviously Nafany, the start of the round 2. Big, yeah, they probably do need a timeout. This is getting off track a little bit too soon.
Whatever the secondary plan is of Big, they need to enact it, because it seems like already in these first 7 rounds, they've had this pretty strong Banana focus. They had that one round where they tried crunching A, but more or less, it seemed like they did want to pick on Nafany. They wanted to go B in so many of these rounds that with Nafany popping off in the way that he is, I think Gobby has to say, all right, that first plan that we had might not be as effective anymore, because this guy's multi-fragging us every time we walk into it.
Yeah, that's really tough. And I feel like I'm seeing more and more teams these days on the CT side of Inferno that just don't fight for Banana that much. So I'm kind of excited to see Cloud9 do it, because I feel like they're just giving up so much by not at least trying. They're fighting really hard for it, but a lot of the top teams, they just stay inside of the B bomb site for a long time.
Yeah, it's just a bit risky. That's how a lot of them perceive it. The risk assessment is that your guy that you're sending down Banana rather quickly has maybe 50% chance, even less sometimes, against the Ts. So a few teams, Vitality is another one, like to play the corner, as Cloud9 have been exhibiting here. And Keto, okay, wow, just really wanted to push through that volley, but a little bit too obvious for Hobbit. Now, a couple trades, Big, they find one, but yeah, this is not looking too good for them. Even though they're finding some advanced positionings, a minute left on the clock, and Cloud9 seem to have corralled them. They know what's going on.
Right. Shiro is definitely looking confident as well. That's a very wide swing, and even if the flashbang was set up for him, he can't really know. They could have all 3 been out there and maybe only one of them is flashed, so he doesn't care. Trusting him win that fight. A lot of damage on the Hobbit at the start of the round, but I don't think they're going to be able to find him now, unfortunately. Farvan's out here with the M4, waiting. And he's not going to be able to take down even Axile here. It's a good dink, but it's not enough. Cloud9 continue. It's only 1 casualty in this round. There's nothing really we could ask for more for Cloud9 right now. Everything is gone according to plan for them.
After the first 3 rounds, it's been looking really sharp for the C9 defense. Axile there exhibiting some mechanics. I just love the way that he sprays. Feels like he's always killing somebody within 4 or 5 bullets, even if he misses the first bullet. Sometimes it takes people a little bit of time to reset their aim mid-spray. It takes them maybe 9 total, 10 total, but Axile's just so clean with it.
Yeah, he really such a strong rifle. Ridiculous. Preemptive smoke. They see the Molotov coming from the other side, but they still really don't want to try and play around it. So a little bit of a different look this time for the defense of Cloud9. A little bit more forward in the middle. Looks like they're going to set up almost, what, a 4-way crossfire up there, which is going to be very hard for Big to deal with. Even if they smoke it off, presumably 1 or 2 of them is playing at the elevation on the other side, which means you probably can't throw enough smokes in here. It's going to be tricky.
Shiro just threw some retake nades for top Banana, but I'm not sure if the smoke missed or it was supposed to go bottom Banana, but Big actually have some good space towards B. I'm not sure if they know that, because they really want this bracket, and they go 1 for 1 on it. Crimbo, another 1 for 1. So 3v3, this is where tabseN has to put something together. This is actually a pretty favorable position for the T side here. They are going to the weak side defense in Shiro. Early nade takes him down to 70, backing off the angle. He has no counter utility to work with. It has to be the shots for Shiro here.
So far, he's playing like he could, and he's going to take down Keto now. It makes sense to relocate, and they need to push on forward before the back shows up. He actually hit that shot on tabseN, but not enough to take him down. The bomb, oh, right to the smoke. It's Hobbit to stop that bomb plant, and now Hype's in trouble. He's going to have to go for it while that smoke is still up. When it fades, he's locked in here behind the fountain, and they're not even going to get him a chance to get the AWP back out again. Great end of the round for Hobbit.
You almost wish the smoke just stayed up for a couple more seconds, so Hyped could have found a little bit of space at the back of the bomb site. Just set himself up, give him a chance in that 1v2, but Hobbit just relentless there. As soon as it's fading, he knows he can go for the swing. And Cloud9 are able to find a 6th round.
I mean, I think that was a good job in the middle, like you said. The 3v3 actually makes a lot of sense for Big, and given how many people were there for Cloud9, it's great to be trading evenly like that. They just couldn't make it past Shiro. Even if he just got the 1 in the leg shot, he slows it down. There's no just running him down right now. He's 12-4, so you can just tell already that he is off to a very, very nice start at the moment. I've noticed that Big have not yet at all tested the A apps. They went boiler, I think, once, and that's it, but there's been no real test towards the pit walking through that way, so maybe that's something that's still to come, but yeah, kind of running out of space to try those kind of strategies with at the moment.
Yeah, not much more runway. Big on the half by here. Trying to make something a little bit random happen. They've got some good utility to set themselves up, good positions, and okay, actually, this might be the best setup that we've seen thus far. Smoke and Library, Smoke and Arch. They should have a nice path onto this A bomb site, but Hobbit, it doesn't even matter if there's a smoke in front of him. He's able to find a kill. Buster in the site now, has to do a lot, and tabseN takes him down. Axel getting caught jumping out of the balcony, but he finds the double. That should be enough. Cloud9 have somehow weathered the storm, and despite Big's positions, it's just Crimbo.
Oh, let's see, one more headshot. He was trying to line it up. It would have been so cool. The first one was crisp, but in spite of a very advanced position. Yeah, that looked like Big were really far away from winning that round, but I kind of agree. Once you clear the corner of that library and you're actually on the bomb site, typically you can find some really good openings, and they almost did. But it's just not enough. Cloud9 are winning heavily right now. They lost the pistol in a couple of rounds, and then they never looked back. 7-3 in their favor. Man. I feel like it's not just the scoreline, but it's how comprehensive it's been. It's not like there's a lot of rounds we could look back and say, ooh, but that could have been very, very different. I feel like Cloud9 looked so well in control of these rounds.
It's rarely come down to a last-second clutch or 1v1. That's where Cloud9 have looked confident, and Hobbit, we've been talking about him already, but I think it's got to be very frustrating to be playing against this guy when every time you're throwing a smoke, taking away his sightline, he still is able to nail you right through it.
Nobody likes that.
How can you even trust your strategies when this guy's got such great hearing, apparently?
Echo location. Ooh. Well, Hobbit might be ignoring the smokes, but Keto's ignoring the flashbangs, and that'll give him a kill.
Very defensive Molotov from Keto. It seems like he expected the re-aggress. Just wants to maintain the man advantage. It's a pretty wise play. Just let tabseN go to work now and try to find the weak side bomb site. Cloud9, they're set up in a 2-2 defense, and Buster's pretty close at this short side. Favin seems to be holding the angle, but right when... Okay, actually. He's unable to find the kill, which just leaves Axile. This guy has a chance to be the rifler of the year, but he's going to need a huge round once again if he wants to make this happen, but Keto just too sharp in this one.
Oh, Buster's going to hate himself for continuing that strafe to the left there. I mean, not that he could have necessarily known, but if he had just held the right side of the pillar instead, it's probably a free kill as they walk through the smoke in the middle. So a little bit unfortunate in the timing, but that'll happen. So Big with a 4th round final. This is unbelievably important. They really need this. T-side Inferno, 3 rounds not going to cut it. 4 rounds probably not going to cut it. They need to build a little bit more here, and they're not going to have many chances to do it. There's a lot of money still on the Cloud9 side, especially if they could save these 2 weapons here. But a good job. Keto with the double.
Just to set expectations for anybody who might be a slightly newer viewer. I mean, Inferno, just one of the most balanced maps in the pool. It's had phases of being CT-sided, T-sided. I think in the current iteration, current meta, at ESL Pro League, the most recent long-form tournament, it was barely CT-sided. and but it was practically 50-50. So you're just trying to get anything you can on either half, set yourself up to give yourself a cushion in case something bad happens. Say you lose a pistol, first gun round, still have a little bit of room to breathe to get your plan enacted.
Okay, well, finally losing around Cloud9. So after winning 7 in a row, by the way. So let's see if it inspires a change in them. You gotta feel like maybe they don't need to, but it will. Look at this. Exile just charging the middle. And Flash is set up. They know that someone is coming in. Hype is going to be able to contain him. Super important kill right there, but that strategy almost worked, and he's ready for more. The nades, they land on Hype, but he is still alive. Pushing forward while scoped up and expecting maybe a jump for information there on Hobbit, but not going to get it. 3 versus 4, at least barely so.
That was great recognition from Hype. There was a smoke right in his face. He was walking through a gray screen, but he knew he had just enough space to get through it and then go for the peek. So a favorable duel, in fact, against Nafany. And once again, Big, they find themselves with that man advantage. Puts a lot of pressure on Buster. Last time around, they came A. He wasn't able to do too much. In fact, he's not having much of a game right now. 2 and 8. He's going to have to probably double that frag total if C9 want any chance in this round.
You hold this bomb site on your own. I mean, a Molotov is a good start, but they're all waiting for him. He could have been dead right then and there. Tries to flash it out. He just wants to buy a little bit of time. He's got an HE, but throwing that is probably instant death, so he's going to wait around. Shiro gets caught in transition, and now there's no backup coming. It's either Buster getting the 4K, or they're going to lose the round. Peeks out right into Hype, who is somehow still alive in the round. 4th kill for him. He won this round almost on his own.
We were questioning the op on the T side. It's so difficult to get that weapon involved, but Hype is doing a great job with it. Aggressive opping. Basically single-handedly winning this round for Big. You want to see this guy on the sniper rifle.
Yeah, it is so exciting. And we noticed last time we saw them play, even when he had a quiet half, he was able to come back and still play really effectively in the second half. He doesn't seem to be as affected by having a bad start as maybe, especially some flashy AWP players could have. It can be very hard to maintain confidence if you lose a very expensive weapon. You just keep on dying with it. It kind of almost forces you to be a little bit more conservative, but sometimes that has like a spiraling effect. All right, they do lose Hype at the end of it, but after he got 4 kills, so it's all good. Nobody cares.
Yeah, you're going to take a 4-1 KD.
Yeah.
You're all right with that. Yeah, here we see it. Yeah, that smoke. Still was able to center himself, go for the swing. All looking pretty sharp. Yeah, all these kills.
Really is.
Gabi, gotta give him the...
He's so happy. You could tell he's just ready and waiting. Please, can I shake your hand, sir?
It's an honor to meet you.
Okay, this is... what a nice change for Big. I was getting really worried. I thought this was going to be way more one-sided. It was setting up that way. But Big, they've composed themselves. They have a real shot now. Money's looking much more grim on the Cloud9 side. If they end up running out of cash here, it's going to be a problem.
Oh, yeah, look at this. They're pressuring Cloud9 with some utility towards B, but the default is still taking place for Big on the other side of the map. Crimbo's holding on to that apartment side, and Cloud9, you think they've probably got to get a move on pretty soon because C9 have expended quite a bit of utility on the other side of the map. You can't just let these guys try to hold on. Hobbit on the AK, Nafany with the M4, and I mean, the real concern is that those B guys don't have much utility, so Buster is shuffled on over to try to assist them, and we'll see, Big, it doesn't seem like they've actually really set their eyes on either bomb site, still waiting for some kind of reaction.
Yeah, they're putting noise in, but the bomb is still in the middle. Tabson's going to try and sell it. Smokes and Molotovs are going over. Burning out huge part of that. There's been no real reaction in return, and I guess Big feel like, okay, there's not really that much noise. Doesn't feel like there's that many people inside of the bomb site. Now they're going to recommit to it. Farvan has 1 more Molotov, and actually Hyped has 1 as well. So they could go for the re-engage. 13 seconds on the clock, and what an opening. Keto to take down Nafany at the back of the site. Buster, he can still win this round, but oh my god! Tabson shows up, and he spins around for the kill on Hobbit. And they get the bomb plant just in time. That looked like even right up until the end. That could have been an awful round there, where Buster just walks out, stops the bomb from getting planted, but tabseN, he was ready.
That double kill that he got entering the site, tabseN, felt like that new box player was lying in wait. That big overlooked that spot. They were planning with 6 seconds left. If tabseN didn't just immediately delete that player, could have definitely stopped Big, could have ruined their day, ruined the round. But no, Big, they keep their momentum up. This is getting a little bit shaky for Cloud9. Lost a couple of rounds in a row. Okay, Axile will try to keep this rifle moving forward, but can't make it happen in the flames. And so there's still some money on the defensive side. They're not out of this just yet, Big, but it's looking good. Some continued success.
That's kind of been another talking point. Look, this is so quick. Wow, perfect time. The fact that tabseN is suddenly playing better on this lineup as well has kind of been another subtle point for why, you know, people could be excited for this team once again, because it's been really fun. This has been a little bit of a quiet start for him. He's at 4 kills now, but overall in the tournament, I feel like he's been showing a lot more. Once again, Cloud9 are going to be pushing down in the middle and actually into second mid. Hobbit long range with the M4 will beat Crimbo somehow. And this is a lot of panic now on the big side, you can tell.
Yeah, they were actually set up in a pretty passive default. They were almost ready to catch this kind of play, but... Oh, okay, if Faven didn't hit that, things would have definitely been out of control for them. But Hobbit, so deep in the apartments. He's in the T-side apartments already. And Shiro played to block defensive utilities there, but the flash takes him off the angle. But Buster still right here at CT. This is going to be very tough to breach this crossfire now. But tabseN, once again, chiming in. Kill onto Buster. Leaves Shiro in the site by himself. He's playing in construction now. This is a pretty awkward position for the Opper.
Yeah, and they're already watching the flank. Because of the early aggressive push, they realize that someone could be behind them, maybe a little bit quicker than you want. Oh, that stops the bomb! It must have been close. I want to know how close that was to a plant. Unbelievable. tabseN's out, and now it's a 2-on-3. Faven's going to be sneaking in. He knows he has to try. He has to try and do something, otherwise they're going to die anyway. Now all unhyped. If anyone could, 1 versus 2 as he gets that one. Fakes it and goes for it again. He makes it look easy. Hobbit, though, crouching into the right time. He didn't realize where he was coming from, so close. But finally, after a bit of a break, Cloud9 are back on the scoreboard.
Hype seems so committed to that construction angle. Really thought that the last player was there as well, but Hobbit quick to flank. Yeah, Shiro right here. That might be the kill of the round. If the bomb were planted and Hype were able to just hang out back new box, definitely a great chance for him. You see a little bit of frustration on Big, but they're still in this one. 6-8.
Yes.
Either team wins this, they're just going to feel good about it. I think both teams are comfortable with how this half has gone, but obviously playing for every single round possible.
Yeah, at least Big have secured themselves enough real estate that they could be happy about it going into the second half. Of course, yeah, you want everything you can get, but 6 rounds is enough. Buster on 3 kills, had a bit of a more quiet time, and this time it's not that deep. They're just going to go straight for the B-bomb side. They feel that there might be a weakness. They've taken down Shiro. Nafany with the FAMAS. He can't get the 3rd headshot in there. Hobbit hoping to get something through the smoke, but it is a 3-on-3. And actually, are they going to be pushing through? It looks like Crimbo just walked right through.
Oh, Cloud9 aren't going to expect this. They are not going to expect this. Crimbo already deep. Double kill to close out the half. Big put themselves up to 7, showing a lot of fight here. And we're going to see who's able to take this one after a break.
Welcome back after a quick break. It is Cloud9 and Big. Second half is coming up. We're on Inferno still, and it ended up being a very, very even game in that first half. Looked like it was going to be Cloud9. At some point, Mari, they won 7 rounds in a row, and then Big suddenly seemed to have figured out the game. Are those two things connected? Is it that in this 7-round loss streak there for Big, did they learn something that they used to the later part of the half, or what happened there for Big to change it around?
It's pretty tough to actually say for certain because Big seemingly had this game plan that they really wanted to focus at B, and more or less, they kind of kept doing that. There was a little bit of pressure towards A that they exerted here and there, but I mean, even then that last round, they wanted to finish B too, so can't really say for certain, Anders. Would love to know what Gabi had to say. Maybe Heccu can figure it out in a post-game interview, but we'll have to wait for that one. In front of us is the action.
They did somehow figure out how to crank that defense. I mean, there were some rounds where Cloud9 had a more of a 4-man stack at the A-bomb site, so maybe it's also just a Cloud9, you know, shifted their defense around enough some of the time that B could make it work. Certainly interesting to go on such a big loss streak and then still end up at 7 rounds at the end of the half. That's pretty impressive. Let's see if Cloud9 could have a pistol round win. They lost the first pistol round, so probably love to just be off to a nice start here, especially because they did get slowed down at the end of the half, as we said. Stack over at the B-bomb site, and they're actually expecting that there could be a mid to B split. Tabson's already looking CT spawn. Oh my god. That's a beautiful shot. Crimbo to take down Axile, and he's ready for more. They got this double pit setup, and they're never going to leave because if it is a mid to B split, they're fine with it. There's not a problem for Big at all. In fact, it almost looks like they're inviting it. They're saying, yeah, come, try and do the split if you want to. Tabson's going to be ready at a enormous distance here. Not ready enough to get the headshot, but he's got at least an idea. Still a player in the apartments next to Crimbo.
Yeah, it looks like this is actually going to be the A conversion for Cloud9. All 4 of their players headed over, but 15 seconds left. Oh, and that's the bomb down. Crimbo might have hit the shot that he needs to, but no, actually, Cloud9, they do recover. We'll find ourselves in a 3-on-3 post plant. There's no kit available for Big, so they've got to hurry up on this one.
They planted the bomb with 4 seconds left, so any more kills down there in the pit for Crimbo, and you just never know. But surprisingly, it's turned into a 3-on-3. I'm not even sure how. And now this position for Hobbit could be really, really difficult for the CT to try and retake on. Buster jumping for his life, but he's going to go down at the end of it now. Just Hype left 1 versus 2. He gets the reload in, and he's a little bit covered from the apartments, but it won't matter. Shiro takes him down with the P250, and Cloud9, they're going to be excited about winning that round. That should set them up nicely.
Good kills from Cloud9 there. Good crossfire in the bomb site. Took Big a little bit of a labored effort to actually find some space once they were trying to breach. And so this is definitely looking good for Cloud9 here. Very close on that plant, but with the numbers that Cloud9 were throwing at it. Okay.
Not get a replay of that later.
Yeah, not necessarily a door stuck moment. Actually, that's what society should be like. Everybody trying to get to the library.
That's what happens every time you go to the airport and everyone's trying to retrieve their luggage all at once.
I think that was an ace.
Stupid reason.
I think that was an ace.
Good.
Good for Hobbit.
They deserve it. For what Cloud9 just
did a little 360 with that too, actually.
He did a 360 for the end?
Yeah, he did
an absolute gangster.
2 whole mouse swipes on his mouse pad. Just to make that a little bit more stylish.
I wanted the other replay though. Where they invent to each other like more.
Yeah.
What's happening? All right. It's just a round with USPs. It's not a big deal. Just a funny moment. 10-7. 3-round gap. We'll see if Big's defense could find some ground to stand on early on. Cloud9 can be very hard to play against as well on the T side. Hype is going to be, again, impressive. He's got 16 kills right now, and some other FAMAS at range will beat Axile. That's also a difficult feat to achieve. And now what do they have? A Galil, a Scout, and an AK, and 3 people alive.
Not the 3 weapons you necessarily want to try to bring a round like this back, and so Shiro will trade out his sniper rifle for an AK, and it looks like he just wants to join up with his teammates, and this is a little bit worrying for Big. They're in a 5 versus 3 right now, but this A site is the weak side for them. They only have 2 players here, Crimbo and Hype. The youngsters coming up from the Big Academy roster, and they've got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, Hype is thinking about re-peeking that lane, but not quite sure. It's not the chicken that he scoped up for. It is that smoke. It's going to be perfectly timed for it. Nafany never even going to fire the rifle. Crimbo inside of it. He's the insurance policy, and Hype will get one more kill. Make it a triple. And that's a good defense. This is similar to what we saw for Cloud9 with only 1 casualty in some of these early rounds. It just helps so much to build up that CT side economy. So nicely done for Big. This could be a very, very close game if it keeps going like this. Could be all 30 rounds.
Yeah, what's interesting about it is in terms of the map stats, both of these teams pretty significantly better on the sides that they played in the first half. Big have a better T side on Inferno. Cloud9 have a better CT side on Inferno. So when they swapped over here, both of these teams statistically became weaker versions of themselves. And so they're going to both have to dig pretty deep to try to pull off the victory against each other.
That's interesting to think about. If it's sort of an equal amount of weakness, then maybe it just all evens out at the end, and it's all going to be a similar kind of fight. But I'm curious to see if we can sniff some of that out for Cloud9. Mahone did a really, really good job, I think, of breaking down some of the decision-making errors for Cloud9 on Overpass. That was really fun to see. You don't want to see too much of that playing out today because, again, everything is on the line here. Spot in the finals.
Ooh. Okay, Favin just with the swing, and that puts so much pressure on tabseN and Crimbo. tabseN right behind the default boxes. If he jumps up, this is going to be a lot of targets presented to him, and he's able to get the 1. Now, oh no, everybody from Big is crumbling. In fact, they actually have their last 2 players towards this A side, but Buster on top of the boxes takes down tabseN, and Crimbo just playing right between, wedged in those smokes. And at this point, Cloud9, despite the chaos towards A, they're able to easily shift their attack over to the B site. This is not going to happen for Crimbo. Just going to put that out there already. 3v1, mile away from the bomb site, and overall a strong mid-round from C9.
Buster was hiding next to that box where tabseN was the whole time. Even when tabseN was jumping up, Buster was right beneath him. It's so crazy that he held his nerve for so long and just waited for his opportunity. But yeah, this bomb is already planted, obviously, and Crimbo just wants to save the AK. If he stands up now, should be able to win the fight against Nafany right there. Yeah, easy enough. It's 18 kills on Crimbo, tied with Hype. The 2 of them are doing so much work. The drop-off from those 2, though, is really, really far down. Oh, wow. He just deleted Hobbit. That's absolutely sick.
That's actually pretty significant. Money is not great for either team now, and that sets us up for a really big swing round coming up. See that initial fight on the short side coming out from Cloud9. Nafany just pushing through a smoke to catch Keto off guard. This is one of the deciding factors in the round, the way that Buster just played. Just locked those 2 players in at A. His presence there, right around the default box, right around that smoke. Big were just trying to find him around it, and actually Buster got the better of tabseN.
Timeout's been used. Big need a chance to compose themselves, talk things through.
Yeah, it's just a tough decision in terms of purchasing power. You don't have too much to work with going into this for either team, so I think in some way Cloud9 also were able to take a deep breath with this timeout.
Definitely saw a couple of rounds for Cloud9 where they wanted to push aggressively in the middle, and it kind of had a little bit of an effect. I don't think necessarily they won the rounds behind it, but it is a fun thing to be able to pull out every once in a while if you're feeling really brave. Now they've gone for a boost.
Does seem to be the most meta plays nowadays for solo rifles. You either see this boost assembled, Crimbo is going for, or one by the first oranges. I think as Cloud9 have discovered the location of that rifle, they should be backing up, but okay. I don't know how Crimbo gets that from Napney. This is getting a little bit worrying for Hobbit, and somehow Big find the man advantage. They still have a couple players at A, and the bomb is right here at B. Oh no, this could be a disaster. Crimbo, another couple kills, and this should not have happened. C9, they could have just backed up.
Yep.
They could have fallen back, but they held their ground, and Crimbo just wins every consecutive fight.
I don't know how there was an AWP train on that corner. They peeked right into it and still got the double kill after the fact. It's just ridiculous. Hype's going to be walking and spotting out Buster. Even if Hype goes down, there's no shot that Buster could do anything. That is so crazy. Crimbo, he starts the round with a double and gets another double behind it. 4 in total. He's completely taken over the second half.
I love how Gavi just grabs his head. It's like, you beautiful boy. I would have loved a forehead kiss too, but I can only hope for so much.
We'll get there. We're building our way towards it.
As soon as they recognize Crimbo's AK is here, though, it's so curious that Cloud9 just decide to wait. They really believed in their ability to just get the kill.
Yeah.
You could have been, you played a little bit more risk-averse style. You could have backed up, used some defensive utility, but okay. 11-9, Cloud9 still has the lead, but that's got to give Big a bit of momentum. Because look at the buy on C9.
Yeah, this is like that 4K for Crimbo is the kind of round that could change the outcome of the map.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, Shiro!
Are you kidding me? Oh, no.
Burning alive. He must not have thought that it was spread to him, but even once it did, he just ignored it for the longest time.
Yeah, it's like he thought he could just blow on it.
Doesn't work that way.
No. Maybe Source 2, but not now.
Yeah. Stop, drop, and roll in Source 2. You can... That would be something. Go prone and roll around.
Just email Gabe. I know you have his direct phone number.
We're getting all the good ideas out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 45 seconds left. Big with the man advantage. Not much utility on the C9 side. Still a few smokes. And Hype's not able to hit that shot, but this should be a pretty easy cleanup for Big. Unless there are some miraculous shots to come out of the offense here. This should be a 10th for Big, but it is a 3v2 on B.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they put down the smoke also means that there's no time, really, for Cloud9 to find those shots. It's a good way to use the utility for the defense, just to make absolutely sure that nobody can just walk onto... They're actually shooting at each other now.
They are.
Oh, friendly fire, guys.
Well, this got a little weird.
It did, but in a funny kind of way. No one's actually died yet. There we go. Just to keep the weirdness going. Good wallbang shot, but it's still just the one casualty. They will absolutely take it. Not an issue at all. 10-11 Big. They're marching back into this game pretty quickly. And so far, we haven't really seen the right flavor out of Cloud9 on the T side. They haven't proven to us yet that they have a comfortable default they can go to take some map control and maybe execute onto a bomb site. This is...
You're burning. You are burning. And it's so casual when he dies. Like, yeah, that's that. I'll just take a nap here.
Sometimes you just can't be bothered, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, alright. Maybe next time. Alright.
Shiro's playing hard together. And it's like, if you guys really loved me, you would put out the Molotov for me.
Yeah.
I'm not... Why am I expected to do this on my own?
God, I love women like that.
Kido. The good, strong headshot, and he's going to keep on going. This is obviously the best thing that could happen right now to Big, is if it gets other people than just Crimbo and Hype fired up. If Kido can join, then they have such a strong presence. Because it's been the two of them for a long while. Ooh, Tabson, a little bit unfortunate there. That's just a Glock waiting in the corner.
Yeah, I was going to say, should be no worry because it's a Glock, but... Man, okay. Kido knows exactly where this Glock is, and he's playing like it's an op. Like, he seems so scared about it, but... Okay. Yeah. Big Even up the score, 11-11, in a game that was looking rather one-sided for the first 10 rounds. It's back. It's delivering. It's giving us more than many expected.
Yeah, I maybe it's just me. I was very quick to buy the 7-round streak there for Cloud9. That was the evidence for my preconceived notion that probably Cloud9 were going to be a much stronger team. So I was like, all right, here we go. I have the evidence. It's all good. I've got the confirmation bias going. But look at it now, and these look like very even teams. And the momentum, especially on some of the individuals on the for Big, are just way on their side right now. So unless Cloud9 can find a way to shut that down, slow down Crimbo and Hype, don't make them feel so confident, this could be this could be an opening map that goes the way of Big.
Yeah, and wouldn't that be something to put themselves one map away from making it to Washington? Okay, a lot of utility exchange early on. Fight is here from Keto, taking down Axile, 5v4, and he's feeling pretty good about that. A little bit of a peek, and he didn't spot anyone towards Banana. Now Hype looks like he's the next to be challenged. Yeah, spots the elbow of Nafany, and that's enough. This is getting better and better for Big. C9, they're not able to find any space safely. They're just charging through a smoke now, right into Hyped, and he will easily deliver.
Yeah, that's in spite of the fact that there's only 2 defenders over at the A-bomb side, so you got to feel like that's one of the times where you don't normally see the CTs actually push to take mid control, because if that blows up, if you get traded, you're leaving one person at the A-bomb side to defend against potentially 3 or 4 people. But again, like we said with Hyped, his confidence is completely unchained at the moment. 22 kills, 1 behind Crimbo. And Hobbit and Buster, they're going to have to walk out, save what they can, as Big will take a 1-round lead, 12-11.
Yeah, let's talk about confidence really quickly. For people that really don't get it, maybe, that if you're newer to CS, you see this op and the way he's positioning himself, and, you know, it's an op. He's trying to find kills, he's looking for fights, but it's the numbers behind it that make Hype's positions feel so unorthodox. The fact that there are more of his teammates at the other bomb site. If he dies, that's a liability for his team. If he doesn't win one of those fights, then Crimbo's by himself to defend against the onslaught of oncoming C9 players that would definitely target him. And so to push forward like this, it's brazen, but it has proven effective when he's just this good at hitting these shots.
Yeah, and I mean, confidence is just one of those things that's hard to measure. Like, we need that meme with the bell curve graph where, like, on the dumb end, it's like, it's all about confidence, and in the middle, people are going to try and explain, like, no, but really, if you just do this, you don't need the confidence, you do all that. And then way on the super genius end,
just hit the shots.
Just hit the shots and have the confidence, you know?
Yeah, just get the kills.
Oof. It makes such a difference. To make everything feel different. Keto, he's been pretty good with the openings out here, but this time the flashbang is immaculate. Shiro on the assist, Axile in charge of the rifle, and Tabson, he took a couple of shots over and decided, if I die, the round is pretty much over, so probably not worth it to stick around. I'm going to call in Hyped to try and help him out.
Yeah, stark contrast with how Hyped probably would have played it. Would imagine he would just stay at the corner at the risk of giving up the entire site, but now it's a 2-2 defense. This isn't too bad for Cloud9. They still have some utility. See if that nade actually connects. Not quite as much damage as I would have thought, but good defensive utility right there for Tabson. More or less counters this front side smoke, but actually Tabson doesn't play in front of it. Cloud9 could find a sneak through.
Yeah, Hyped is expecting a boost further up than what they're boosting. They're boosting a little bit further back than what he could see, but he thinks that maybe someone could be going in there. Tabson, got to be very, very careful here. Boost might actually work out. Tabson swings wide, very exposed, and Hobbit will take him down. They know exactly what Hyped is, so 1 versus 3 for him. He's going to hit the first shot, and now time is running out. The backup is going to be coming in through the middle. It's a little bit far away right now, so Hyped, he might have to do this on his own once again. Close up, and he almost pulls the trigger, but Hobbit just in time. 15 seconds, the bomb is going to be planted, and now it's Farven and Crimbo. Very interesting. They do have a Molotov on Farven, so it's possible that they could use that to isolate somebody once they figure out where that is. I don't think Shiro saw anything on that peak. I don't think he realizes yet. There's the Molotov in the back. Good headshot, though, so that grenade is kind of irrelevant at the moment. Now it's just all on Crimbo. He's been playing well so far, and he gets a jump up. He knows Hobbit is not in the back. He's right down there, and he gets dropped. A kit in hand, and Crimbo with a double kill, a clutch, and another save.
Add another to the tally. Most clutches in Tier 1 CS in 2023, and Crimbo keeps it going. A 1 versus 2, peeking right on over the coffins. Actually put that player's head in the coffin, and then Hobbit right there behind the second oranges. And look at this, just full confidence. He knows he just has to go. No other way to do it. Jumping on forward, you're a sitting duck if you're in the middle of the air. Just wants to get on the floor, give himself an even fight. And that is one slipping through the fingers of C9.
Crimbo's starting to live up to the hype that originally got him on the team. But if it's not the first time we've seen that kind of story. Oh, hold the phone. Hype is here. Oh, a little bit of help from Crimbo. Again, such a trick if you re-peek that and you think you're going to be taking a fight against an AK and then you walk right into the AWP. Yeah, but they have no reason to stay. 4 on 5 now.
And Big maintains some good space. Good utility from them. Axel pushes right on through. Would love to see a little bit of star power from C9 to get him back in this one, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Okay, actually, it is Nafany that delivers. 2 kills for him, picks up the op, should be able to find a pretty safe plant on this site, and that's going to put a lot of the burden on Crimbo's shoulders once again. He's the first on the case. Good nade. Actually, it doesn't do that much. And Buster, he's so far away.
Really far away, alarmingly far away at the moment. He's gonna leg it and start to make his way back, but I feel like Farvin could have had that kill on Nafany quite easily. That was definitely a little bit of a slip up. The nades starting to rain down, and there's fire everywhere in the back. Nafany, he almost burns alive, but instead he comes out swinging. It's a quad kill for Nafany. What a time to come alive and maybe actually keep C9 in this map at the moment. That's huge.
Statement round from Nafany there.
Yeah.
He should have died multiple times. I think Crimbo had a great chance to kill him there. You're right, Favin definitely had a good shot too. And this is off the back of Big finding an opening pick like that. Yeah, I don't know how Crimbo even decided to necessarily do that.
Maybe, I actually want to see that again. He must have seen a gun barrel, right?
I hope so. I hope I don't have to suspect Crimbo of any malpractice.
That's almost too crazy if not. All right, we'll find it for you guys later, I'm sure. 13-12 right here. And it's... In terms of the money, Big still are in a comfortable position. Cloud9 not so much. They need to keep on winning if they want to get back on top.
This would be a little bittersweet for C9 to win a round like that and not keep it going. Money is brittle for them. Richest player on their team with 1,050. The loss bonus is decent for them, but you really want to plant at the very least in this one, just to keep the fight up. And Big, okay, it looks like they actually want to contest for the space again. Good molly, good smoke. Nafany still holds onto the logs. He wants to peek up there. It's a bit of a risky game that he's playing, but it's just both teams posturing for that space. And Axel, okay, he really hasn't gotten activated in this game just yet. This would be a great time for him to come alive.
It's been tough out here. Keto's been defending it very well, and Tabson, you could see him with a flashbang in hand. He's ready and waiting for the signal to go, but it hasn't arrived. There it is. Flashbang on over, and Farvin, he'll be the one to pick it up, but Keto jumped up right on top. He is so hungry for these fights. Not scared at all. Swings wider and does get the one tap onto Hobbit and AK, and he would have won that fight, but instead, Hobbit is left at 14 health. So 3 versus 4, and I think Big know everything they need to at the moment.
12 seconds. They gotta go.
They gotta, but they're really slowing it down. That's probably it. That kill is enough. Even if they get him in return now, they can't plant the bomb. Shiro, just with the AK and the swing. All right. Pretty quick on the trigger, but the round has still been lost. 14-12. Wow. The 3-man setup at B, the flashbang from Tabson, and the timing, I don't think it could have been better.
They were so slow, Cloud9. They were right there at the mouth of B, and they just kind of held on. I'm not sure if they were lining up a molly. Why did that take so long? Would have loved to see them actually try this 5 seconds earlier, because there was a chance for them. But when they're this panicked, when they just have to just rush on in, you're not even really giving yourself a chance to shoot back. So 14 rounds for Big. Good defense there. That flash at the corner. This fight for corner has been a central theme of this entire game. Napany was trying to go for it in the first half. The second half, it's been a bit of Keto, a bit of Favin, some Tabson. Feels like both teams, they don't want to they don't want to necessarily fight all the way for Banana. They want to make sure that they have some presence there.
I love every round when we cut to Gobi and you see him up out of his chair. It's like he can't help himself. It's like, I have to go. I've got to go and congratulate everyone.
Yeah. I assume that's what it's like when you were an ex-player, a legendary one at that. And
yeah,
you have all that stored emotion. You have so much fire left in you. But he knows that the coach, that spot, it works for him.
It sure does, yeah.
Good damage.
This is kind of tricky. They're going to go and test Hype. He hasn't really come up short a lot in this game so far. All right, one jump pass. He's going to be able to call that out. Smoke goes up, so hard to find some relevancy now with the AWP. Oh, what a nade. It lands right on top. And they're going to try and turn this into a beast split, I think. Maybe with just a lurk in the apps. It feels like that's the most logical thing to do at the moment, especially with the position that they have over in Banana as well. I think Axile is hanging out there. They're still thinking about it. They're still not sure. Only 26 seconds. Oh, and a peek from Hype. He should be dead, and he will be. Napany, that's real important. That's going to stop part of it. But again, time is the real enemy right now for Cloud9. Only 14 seconds. Oh. Nice shot from Tabson. That's going to distract. They still don't know about the back of the site. Only 9 seconds left. Oh, they're going to be in for an ugly surprise. They think they can get it last second, but they cannot. Keto to steal the round, and 15 on the side of Big. Oh, that was such a great ruse that they had going on at the B bomb site. You could see Cloud9 thought they were fighting CT spawn, and once they win that fight, they can plant the bomb.
It just didn't seem like they had any nades left. They couldn't smoke CT off. They couldn't stop Tabson from getting this sight line. And look at this, just such composure. We talked about how Tabson is playing better lately, and this is a prime example. Just quick bursts to take out those oncoming T's. Look at that. Oh, yeah, give me a high five. He deserves it. Give it to him, Keto.
Yeah, he does.
3 chances for Big to win their map pick now.
This is real exciting for Big. Wonderful plays at the moment. Keto gets a bit overrun. Mac 10 on the other side, and that's bold. Marvin, it's all on you right now. Looks like the grenade was good, but 2 versus 3. And Cloud9 just... There definitely was a moment in time there where Big could have pulled the brakes on all that aggression up there, but every consecutive player was thinking, I can follow it up, though. I can save the day.
Yeah, a lot of players with main character syndrome right there. They all wanted that little highlight reel. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite Big, but man, just in the meantime, look at that utility damage from Tabson, 568. Pretty well divided amongst the C9 players, but man, Tabson has just taken it to a whole nother level.
That's wild.
His ADR isn't even that great. It's just utility damage that he's owning everybody in. Okay. Yeah, 15-13. Cloud9 feeling pretty good about that one. A pretty simple call, all things considered. Just, hey, we're down. That's actually pretty significant. There wasn't that much money on Big. I think they're getting a little bit too antsy, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is a timeout for Gobi to just tell everybody, take a deep breath, relax. We didn't win yet, guys. We still need to keep playing Counter-Strike here.
Yeah. Everybody calm down for just a second here.
Yeah.
Oh, see the frustration there. That follow-up flashbang after Keto was down did look like it was going to be really good. It looked like it was going to catch all 3 people, but...
It's C9 that called the timeout, actually. First one, and they've been down for quite some time. It's a bit of a shocker.
Well, they have to go on a bit of a run right now just to get to overtime. They got to string rounds together right at the end here. One little misstep. And, yeah, Big map pick is going to go their way. Scoreline is 15-13, so 2 in a row. And they can relax again.
But Big are more or less playing for round 30.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be a hyped highlight reel if they want to end it on round 29.
I'm in for that.
Oh, it's totally possible on top of that. Yeah. Not going to count it out by any means.
Buster is still at 6 kills, which is... That's got to be so frustrating when everyone else on the server is quite far ahead of that.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a Zeus in play.
Oh, your favorite.
Here we go. Yes, set it up for us. As Hobbit goes down. Farvin waiting down here with the Deagle. A headshot would have been much preferable to what's happening here. There we go. Okay, he was saving it for us. Axile will get him in the end, but still, I'll say that almost a 3-on-3. 2 versus 3. Nafany just catching Keto, who's hungry to try and take one of those rifles. And in fact, Cloud9, instead of just going for the bomb plant, they're searching for the last players, and that just cost them Nafany.
Oh, yeah, this is getting really interesting now. They aren't even... They're pretty low HP, too. Axile playing right around the smoke. He should be able to get the better of Axile. This is a great angle for him. Yes, okay. Now things get a lot easier for C9. They hear Tapson, and Tapson, I think he just wants to take this up into the next round. Everybody else on big can buy moving forward. And despite how close this one was, it's going to be 14 for C9.
I wonder if they would have played that differently if they knew that Cloud9 were a bit beat up in that 2-on-2, but I'm not sure if they did realize. Either way, 15-14. Good shot at overtime here for Cloud9, but I think that AWP, that in the long term is probably the really sensible choice if you're Tamsin in that moment, as opposed to trying to go for the 1 versus 2 with not that much time left.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This is great. You love to see it, don't you?
I feel like Crimbo's gotten a... That's not his first Zeus kill in the showdown.
You know, in Source 2, if you Zeus people really quickly, you can revive them again.
With shock paddles?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just functions like that.
That's pretty impressive how far the technology's gone.
That should be the secondary use. Like if you're near a teammate and they die, you Zeus them, and then
it's like Battlefield.
They wake up again.
Yeah.
With 10 health.
Okay.
Gobby, yeah, he's fired up. He's giving them a little speech. You can tell he's saying, let's just end this right now. Let's not waste any time. Let's not go into overtime. It's not worth it. You know Cloud9 are going to be fired up getting into overtime. And it's scary right now on that side. Nafany 23, Hobbit 23, Shiro at 24. Who wants to play against that right now?
Big doesn't. Well, but they're going to have to for at least one more round. Nade onto Shiro. Early damage. Brings him into that single headshot range for these M4s and hyped. You know he wants to keep it up. He wants to put that pressure on, but he doesn't want to give up anything for free. This is when players tense up the most. Round 30, every single mistake magnified. Crimbo, good timing on that smoke. It looked like, actually, C9 wanted to go for a Halls pop there, but now they're stopped dead in their tracks.
They might do it anyway, especially when they hear the running down here. It's so tempting. If they pop out against the AWP, that's surely going to be it. That grenade won't really do anything. Oh, this is scary. Farvin, that's an important kill, but here comes the real army for Cloud9. Oh, they're slowed down again. They're not really going for it. Another smoke goes in.
Wow.
They might have the back. I really thought they were going to go for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. And Hype's just picking them off. This is looking too easy for Big. Cloud9 never actually put this attack together as a unit, and now they're just floundering. There's only a single smoke, a single flash, 30 seconds left, and there's still Crimbo and Pit.
This has felt so indecisive in this round. They need to pull the trigger and get onto that bomb site. What a flashbang to set up a little bit of a defense. Only 20 seconds, Buster finding his 8th kill in the game here. And now we're down to 15. They need to do this a lot quicker. Hype crouched in. He misses a shot, but Crimbo is there with him, and he's still the star player for the team. 8 seconds left. The bomb is being planted, and Hype, that's the kill to win the map. There is nothing that Shiro could do. He does not have the time for it, and it's 16-14 at the end. Oh, it was ugly for both sides to try and finish that round, but that last kill with the AWP, that was everything.
You could see the nerves on full display for both rosters, but it's Big that come out on top for map number 1. We still have a lot more series to be played, but first, we've got the deaths to break down what we just witnessed.
Big picked into Inferno, and they tried to find a way to rattle Cloud9, and they certainly did it. An incredibly close first half, energy the whole way through, but then going into the second, looking at what Big could do on the CT side, watching Cloud9 crumble on their T side. They were throwing themselves into Hyped and that CT power that he has, but also Nafani just seemed to be lost at times. How many close, slow rounds did we have?
Yeah, it really felt like Cloud9 did not know how to handle Big's defense. They just did not know. They tried different approaches. I think they got real scared of Hyped fast in that second half. That's one of the recurring theme of the event. Hype moved onto the CT side, immediate plus 200 skill. And that was crazy. Exactly the same happened. He had a couple of moments where he put his life on the line. He was very aggressive on the A side. He pushed Cloud9 to B. And the rest was history.
Hype was outstanding on that CT side. Once again, we had the exact same scenario where on the T side, given it is Inferno as well, tough playing field for an AWP. But on the CT side, I hope and I'm sure in this highlight package you're going to see from Hype, naturally there's going to be more CT frags coming out. But the fact that he was in A-apps, he was on Banana, he was in middle, he was in A-apps again, he was all over the place. He was constantly putting fear into Cloud9. At no point could they feel safe whenever they wanted to take map control. He's even sitting in pit at this point with an AWP. Hype was everywhere on the CT side, and I absolutely love that. By far the most influential player on the show.
Now you see some of the positions he had in that highlight. That's a risk. It's something that we pointed out during the cast. He's taking risks. Objectively, if he gets found in that position, the round might be over. But at some point, that's what you gotta do. You gotta make a statement. You gotta make sure that your opponents know and respect the fact that you might be here. You're not just gonna play defensive. You might be in their faces, and then they have to slow down and respect that.
Now looking at Crimbo here, right? If it wasn't for him, they might not even won this map. He is the little clutch goblin.
He is, and he's continuing his positive trajectory right now. Again, we're talking about Big being in a rebuilding phase where some of these new players will have to take more and more responsibility. We know he's helping out tabseN a little bit with the calling, but I think from an individual standpoint, the productivity he's having on the server as of recently, especially in this tournament, it's been stellar. Crimbo is slowly but surely grooming into being the next guy when it comes to fracking. In this round right here, wall-banging a player up in A-apps as well, he was doing it all. It was a beautiful, beautiful game from Crimbo. Once more.
That's a strange moment, this wallbang. I'm almost calling Ghostbuster because he probably saw a ghost or something and then he just decided to shoot through. We had the 1 versus 2 as well against Shiro and Hobbit, which is seemingly an impossible situation to win for Crimbo. It's 11 to 12 scoreline and he pulls it off. It makes a difference.
Well, I'm not going to predict anything with what Danny's got for us this time. Is it a negative? Is it a positive? What you got for me, mate?
What I got is round 13 from Big. And Big, they showed that they can actually have a pretty good T side on Inferno. So I want to break down this round here. That kind of shows a more creative way to hit towards B. So what you're going to see initially is that tabseN and Keto, they're going to throw smokes here towards the B site. tabseN and Keto, they throw these 2 smokes, a front sight smoke as well as a deep CT smoke. Now normally with these smokes, you feel like this is going to be a hit towards the CT side area. But the reality is that they're actually using a different technique. What they're doing is the double wave exec. So the idea behind a double wave exec is that essentially you throw nades first to draw out the utility of the CTs, and then you re-hit it afterwards after the nades are gone. You'll see that's what happens here. After they throw those nades here, Hobbit, he's going to toss this Molotov here, and that essentially is their last Molotov with 20 seconds left. If you look at the CT utility here, everybody at B is out. They only have flashes. What that does is it allows Big to now regroup towards B. Hyped, he's going to drop his nades over towards tabseN. And when they do this, it allows them to set up a situation where there's 17 seconds left on the clock, and tabseN has the last set of utility towards this B site. So what is he going to do with it? He's going to toss a smoke as well as a flash. And with this flash, it allows Keto, who's in this right corner, to scale up along the right side and use that flash to blind Nafani, and he gets that kill. With 11 seconds left, tabseN, he comes in, Molotov towards his triple position. 7 seconds left, they flush out all the positions here towards this B site, and tabseN's able to get that last kill. You'll see that right here, Nafani, he's got 14 seconds left. He doesn't expect any last-minute utility, and that's why he gets blinded here. He's not playing anti-flash like most players would when they're playing in that boost spot. So right here, great decision here by Big to do the double wave exec and to pull us off against Cloud9 where they weren't really set up for it. They weren't expecting those last-second nades.
They were not ready at all. And I think that's the theme here when we're looking at Cloud9. They were not ready for this from Big.
No, I think Big really did a good job, making Cloud9 look a little bit lackluster. And I think it was more Big playing well than Cloud9 playing necessarily bad. There were so many rounds where the utility were winning rounds for Big. You could see on the T side for Cloud9, they were constantly fighting for map control, constantly waiting behind a smoke, constantly getting occupied at a place where they didn't want to be. So I think it was Big who forced Cloud9 to play lackluster Counter-Strike. Sure, they didn't play as well as they should, but this is credit to Big.
It's the percussion. It's when they decide to attack, a couple of ideas, a couple of very quick and easy utilities, and Kiro that just gets in, gets the flash, and grabs the kill. Now, I want to play a game with you guys. I want to play the game of contrast. Find the difference. We just had a beautiful breakdown from Danny. Let's put up round 30, because that is a situation in which Cloud9 are in difference. Have issues. Look, 5v4 situation that could have been an app spot from Hobbit. You'd feel like this would have been the moment where people could have gone out. They missed the timing. The smoke is now put out. And what is supposedly an easy situation has turned into a catastrophe because the rest of the CT is already here. We have 2 defenders and no one really has that little ID that we were talking about. No one has that move. It's very confusing. It's very chaotic. And at the end of the day, it's going to be hyped. Another one of these very game-winning moves that finds the bomb. We've seen from Big how they were able to handle the last 15 seconds. And here is the counter example. This is Cloud9 at loss for solutions, at loss for ideas with 15 seconds, backs against the wall, not knowing how to take the side.
Not enough time with the key theme there on Inferno, but it shouldn't be the case when we get to Vertigo, right? This should be now Cloud9's wheelhouse.
It should be. I think Cloud9 right now posted the best win record out of all the teams in the world on Vertigo. I think really they're in contention for being the best in the world on that exact map. That doesn't mean Big can't play it. That doesn't mean that Tapston doesn't have a great idea of how to approach Vertigo, but there should be a skill difference and an understanding of difference of how to approach the map from the 2 teams. You see it right here as well. Cloud9 is just up there now. Cloud9 have lost a map on Vertigo. That's what speaks and gives confidence to Big. And I will argue, I think this was the best performance I've seen from Big all tournament along on Inferno. That must give them confidence, right? They're talking about Kido maybe not having as much confidence. They're talking about this lineup right now being in a strugglesome period, but getting a map win like that against Cloud9, that must build some confidence that they hopefully can use to make Vertigo competitive.
And it's Cloud9 that's far from being perfect, James. First of all, Axile, obviously referenced to as one of the best players in the world, in contention for best rifle in the world, went missing in that first map. Buster, a player whose dynamism and crispness we have praised here at the desk, went completely AFK. I mean, we've seen Buster, and I think it was kind of an avalanche, with the snow, when a little snowball turns into something out of control. I think that's what happened to Buster. He had a couple of 50-50 duels at the beginning of the game that he fluffed completely, just missed it. And after this, he could never recover in this game.
The key point for me is going to be Exile. He had a rather terrible showing here in Inferno. He's playing B bomb side by himself, the CT side, and Cloud9 trust in Exile. He's often left by himself. He has to get a couple of double kills for those B executions not to be effective for Big. If Exile is not having a good game, there's going to be a good chance that Big can walk away with a surprise win.
Well, let's see what happens. But before that, I've got to remind you guys at home, you can head over to Twitter and vote for the MVP check-in. See who you want to be having that winner who grabs the trophy at the end of the whole tournament for Europe. Maybe it'll be a Big player, more than a Cloud9 player that we expected. We'll find out after the break.
big trouble in Little Inferno for Cloud9. We see the unicorn odds here now favoring the big clan for this matchup, Anders, and it is headed to Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think both teams played some really accelerating Counter-Strike. In that one, obviously, Crimbo and Hyped on the one side, and then you had the trio on the other side, Axile and Nafany and Shiro, that were playing really well. So the rest kind of joined. Buster, obviously, notably, as Desk was talking about too, really absent from that game. That has to change coming into Vertigo. But so far, this has been a great series with absolutely everything on the line. So let's figure out. It would be such a shock if Big was able to defeat Cloud9 2-0, and also, given the map that they're playing here, how good are Cloud9 on Vertigo?
Oh, they might be the best, Sanders. They might be the very best team in the world at this map. For Big to get it done 2-0 would be unthinkable. This is the time for Nafany to show what his team is really made of.
Ooh, Tamsin, he did not like that. He's not interested in that fight. Crimbo, though, he's got 2 pistols, so feeling much more confident. Oh, they're going to be running at him. They were turned with their back to try and flash their way through, but Crimbo with a double. That's a huge opening just made. Shiro finally taking him down, but wherever that flash was, it certainly wasn't in Crimbo's eyes. They're going to go straight for the bomb plant here, and I don't blame them. This could be a tricky after plant, though, coming in on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, there's only a single smoke for Big. Got to deploy that right on the bomb. This duel is huge. Okay, Shiro evens the numbers up. Buster still lying in wait. Actually, a bit more damage inflicted on a Shiro, and Buster finds his time to strike. 2 kills for him. Quiet Inferno, but not on Vertigo. All up to Hype. 1v3. Spots the backpack of Buster, but this is not going to happen for him as Buster finds a third. Him and Shiro connect to find every kill in the round for C9.
That's kind of shocking. They never even got into the afterplant. They didn't even take a step beyond where they were when the bomb went down. This start is sick. With a bit of hindsight, I think you could have made an argument that Big should have just pushed in the 4v3 when the bomb was being planted. It felt like maybe that was the better chance, but obviously that's something you can't necessarily know when you're in the middle of the round.
Without much utility to get back into the round, there is a case for that, because you don't have many times to find an advantage. Big looking for something in middle. Ooh, great nade.
Yeah, has a Zeus.
Just overall good procedures for C9 to stop that. And yeah, Crimbo, he's already gotten 1 Zeus kill. Actually checked, that was his first Zeus kill of the showdown, but I think we've seen at least one other, maybe another at earlier stages of this tournament.
Third one's coming up right now.
He got a little impatient. Oh, but Nafany just charged on forward despite knowing he had a Zeus. I don't know if he recognized that. Or maybe he just wanted the eco kill. But either way, it's a second round for C9.
Okay, that's pretty respectable. I like the attempt from B to try and rush the middle. Obviously, when you're set up by that generator on the T side and you're expecting it, you can shut that down. But, you know, in a different world, you could have been stumbling around back there, not expecting that kind of a fight, and then maybe you get overrun. So it makes sense for Big to try and do it. They are going to pick up some rifles in the third round.
5 helmets, too. They knew the buy that C9 had here. 3 MAC-10s, a Galil. The firepower advantage is firmly in the favor of the German team. And there is already some damage inflicted onto Hobbit. He's not going to be feeling too good about that one. But yeah, C9, they're just going to pause. They still have some utility. They could go for a retake procedure towards the ramp at a later stage in this round. Let Big get comfortable here as Hype just goes for the jump spot. And yeah, there it is. There's some of the retake utility. But they haven't actually pressed on forward just yet. And right on cue, Nafany making his way up.
Steps into the fight. That's a bit unfortunate. Gives the game away just a tiny bit. And Hype, I'm very lucky to be alive. More grenades raining down. I can't believe he lived through that. He should have been dead.
Yeah, that was actually pretty poor positioning for Hyped.
Here we go, though.
There's the flash setup.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they could get a little bit of revenge. Tabson, ready and waiting for it. Going to walk right in. The timing looked like it was incredible, but it's not working out in their favor. Keto now spinning all over the place to try and stay alive. He's got the right read, realizes that nobody else is going to be on the side, so he pushes forward. If he keeps going, he might actually have been able to catch them. Hobbit, in the meanwhile, has been clearing out the B bomb site, and it doesn't look like Keto is ever going to be able to catch them on that ramp going back, so wow, there was a big opportunity right there for them.
If Keto had more HP, you would bet that he would go for that swing. And now this should be a freebie for Hobbit. Favin not expecting that deep advanced position. And this is Hobbit, who was tagged down to 32 earlier in the round, still having the wherewithal to take this space away from Big, and this should be a third round on the board. There's not much HP to work with for Big. Just want to keep these M4s now.
It'd be really interesting to get a replay of the flash setup for tabseN and the 3 players that were on the ramp in ultra slow motion, just because I have to imagine that's close to being everyone getting blinded. I mean, there was a world in which tabseN gets all 3 of those kills, but just did not work out that way. Good recovery in this round for Cloud9, honestly. They didn't have that much to work with. Now they've stolen an M4, and they're going to be up 3-0 on the T side. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think Tier 1 players now have just excellent instincts. When they find themselves in packs, one player is always looking another way, just trying to play anti-flash. And I'd have to bet that the player that fragged tabseN there, who I think was Axile, had to have been looking elsewhere.
It's got to be something like that, because that's a hard flashbang to dodge.
It was a set flashbang for sure.
Yeah.
It was a good pop flash, pop bang.
Well,
I'm gonna make that happen. Pop bang.
Yeah, just keep saying it like it's already an established thing.
It's a thing. Yeah, pop bang. He pop banged him.
There we go. It's already been made a thing. Hashtag pop bang.
If it's somebody's first time listening, that's all they know.
Wow, they don't have that much to work with, do they? A couple of M4s. And Keto. There's a real shot at it there. Looked like they were about to walk in, but they will erect their own boost on the other side. So this is an awkward position. None of them can see each other.
Just a standoff.
Yeah.
Either team the wiser. Full boost. Oh, nice. Okay, well, 1 for 1. Favin now has to know that Axile could have pressed forward in that split second. This is a pretty tough task. If he falls too quickly, this is going to be round over. But at the same time, Cloud9, they're going for this ramp control. But still, there is so much pressure being exerted. C9, they're actually trying to pressure 2 spots at the same time. And Favin, yeah, he's backed on up. Okay, C9, they know what space they have. They know where that CT is, but Favin just wants to take it back. Okay, this is a bit of a bold play, and he thinks better of it now.
I'm shocked that Favin was allowed to escape. They threw a Molotov at the back of the bomb site. I think he should have been dead crossing into the site to escape that. So very interesting.
That's a bad smoke.
Yeah, it is. And Cloud9, they're not second guessing this B push yet. Kind of wondered if they would. They've been fighting this for a long time. A lot of people have started to show up. Favin and then tabseN with a USP, and Shiro back. He's got no health at all. Hobbit, he was holding for a flank. He was expecting someone to maybe show up, and it never did. And now they're down to 19 seconds, and they might very well lose this round in a feels like a very stubborn way, just hitting the B bomb site over and over again, even if you'd already signaled, even if they already knew bomb is going to be attempted inside of the smoke here. 5 seconds left as it drops, and Shiro and Hobbit will go down in quick succession. That's a very good recovery for Big, and I feel like maybe they could have gone back there, Cloud9. I don't think they had to hit that bomb site.
Oh, and they were pressuring ramp at the same time, too. It felt like they had carved out enough space to give themselves a possibility for a mid-round, but 2 consecutively bad smokes from Cloud9 between the generator and that slanted wall there, and that's very uncharacteristic for them. You definitely don't expect Big to pick up another one like that, where they just rely on C9's inability to throw a flush smoke. So, C9 can expect that they're going to focus up quite a bit here. Just those kind of uncharacteristic mistakes will not get you to Washington.
No, they definitely won't. Another good buy for Big. Their second, really. They got 3 AKs that they've stolen over. That's a good luxury. They got the AWP unhyped. So let's see what the CT defense is going to be like now that they are a little bit equipped again. Molotov and HE to the back of the sandbags. Wanted to make sure that nobody was there. tabseN's the first to take some damage in this round, and they're all leaned on this side. Nobody outside of B, nobody in middle. Cloud9 are really insisting on this one.
Yeah, hyped right here behind the crane. Hasn't found much success yet on this map, but we know how explosive he can be. Good smoke onto that long side. Means that all Big have to really focus on is what hyped had his aim trained on, but something about this situation, they're not loving Big.
5 seconds. This is really scary again for Cloud9. I feel like it's They are looking for the flank and making sure that nobody's going to be trying to walk that way, but Nafany up close. We're down to 20 seconds. Not a lot has to go wrong here. Typed, good coverage. Tabson, he was low on health already, so that swing could have been lethal. Axile, now just in pure aim mode. He's going to get the headshot, but nobody else presents themselves.
Oh, no.
Bomb is going to be attempted now. 8 seconds left, and it's a 3 versus 4 with not that much health left on the Cloud9 side. This should be a retake for Big. They've got everything set up for it, except maybe for the grenades, but manpower, it should be enough. Shiro misses a golden opportunity. He might not get another one here. They're going to be on the bomb. They're going to tap it just to force somebody into it. A little bit of a peek there. Hobbit not hitting the shot, and Shiro, he's still not connected. Another attempt at defuse. We're down to 2 seconds. Good shot, but they're already on it. And nobody able to get the job done. I can't believe it.
Ran out of bullets. If that were the old op with 10 in the chamber, I mean, that's a totally different story. I think he would have had time to hit one more shot there. Could have been the difference maker, but Big just barely able to survive. Big need to think about giving up the plant when you have no nades left.
Right.
That felt way too scary. It was so labored for them. If Keto didn't go for that flank, I don't know. That would have been a completely different story. Tough round, but Big do find the victory.
Yeah, you could even in a 4-on-3 with 3 of them low on health, you could see what a difference it makes when you don't have the smoke. Even just the smoke on the bomb, because that would have forced Cloud9 to fight much earlier in that retake. That actually did get closer than probably Big would have wanted.
I think we contrast that with the style that, say, 9 took into the showdown, where they never want to let the opponents plant. They'll do anything, whatever it takes, just sending bodies at the problem, contesting for ramp in the mid-late round. They don't like that situation. You can see how 50-50 it feels, even if you have the man advantage.
Yeah, that is probably interesting to go back and look at some of those rounds and just see how the philosophy plays itself out. Axile in a position to boost somebody if he can get a teammate over here. They did it once to decent effect. Maybe they could do it again. Oh, and scary if you're inside of the bomb site. It's the opening right there. Lucky to be alive in the back, though.
Oh, doesn't look like anybody has eyes on this. Okay, this should be a round-winning play from Nafany. Yeah, this is as good as gold. Minute left on the clock. At the very least, should be able to cut a rotation if one of these players on the ramp decides to fall on back. He's got 1 kill for free. It's really about how much can he do with this spot.
Presumably only Crimbo could save them if he came back, but he's fought the other way. Yeah, what a shock. Now they realize, and he's gonna swing around and get Tabson as well. Oh no. Yeah, like you said, a round-winning play. What a rare moment. He wins that just by beating the timing and nobody from Big even realizing that it's almost close to being that the follow-up kills are kind of a formality at that point in time.
Yeah, be interested if they kind of half-checked it. Usually, you'll at least do a little bit of a jump or something towards the back there. Sort of where Nafany is, but a little lower. Just something to spot this area out, and I think Big might have, but they just overlooked him.
Yeah.
So
wild.
Yeah, just one-man play. That's all it takes. and Nafany, he is one of the most devious players when it comes to ramp. He's so sneaky.
Right.
Many call the smoke towards the bottom in the middle, the Nafany smoke itself, because he uses it so frequently on defaults to find space, and you never really know with that smoke, is he going to be approaching on the long side, waiting around it, trying to use it as a one-way, or swinging from the left. It opens up a lot of options, segments the ramp, and makes it more manageable for him and his team to approach on.
Yeah, he is probably one of the players it's hard to emulate what he does, but if you feel like you could, then it'd be worth studying some of the demos or how he plays it. I personally probably wouldn't want to be in that position. It feels like very, very stressful on both sides of the map, but man, it looks good when he makes it work. 4-2 is the scoreline. Big are under a lot of pressure. I mean, their economy can't really handle these kind of losses. Shiro? That's pretty close.
It's a risky spot for Favin. Has a chance to double up here. Would be huge for him and Big, but there's the first. Okay, Buster, you're gonna find the trade. He's jiggling out, wants it, but Favin does get the 2.
Yeah, just a straight up aim fight, that second one. He comes out on top and manages to get away. And this is where maybe we can get a bit of a feel for how comfortable Big feel in their defense, because they're playing 5 versus 3, so they should be in positions now where they can set up reliable trades. Or they can walk right into the shot. That smoke is so suspicious that you've got to think that there's something going on if you're Keto, but he got caught a little bit. Farvin's gonna get caught next, and we're right back into a 3-on-3. This is not looking good for Big right here. A 5 versus 3 should not be allowed to crumble like that, and they might just be saving.
I think they have to. It's really hard to justify this one. We'll see. I think they have some utility that they want to test, but that kill from Nafany, you got to call it off. Yeah, Big, they got to retreat. Yeah, that's all really on Keto. Beginning of the round, great job from Favin. Put yourself and your team in a great spot, but that smoke there, I think Keto deployed it himself, and the only counterplay is what Cloud9 just went for there. You have to be ready for that, because Cloud9, they're going to throw every single trick in the book at you.
Yeah.
Just got to be on your toes. But they're trying to set up Axile towards B. They have tried boosting him up 3 separate times now.
I mean...
So eventually, you feel like it's got to work.
I was going to say, who wouldn't? Trusting Axile to walk up either the stairs, be boosted up, or whatever it is, I would do the same thing. He's so consistent with this rifle. It makes sense. Scoreline is 5-2 in favor of Cloud9, and we're going to get a timeout called. They need it on the Big side. They need it badly at the moment. This is getting pretty uneven right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Cloud9. High likelihood that we will be seeing a third map. If that were the case, it's Mirage. But it's still early days. There's a chance here for this timeout to right the wrongs of Big's previous rounds. And we'll see. I mean, would love to see some more action from Hyped. We know how explosive he can be, and it feels like we've yet to really get that pop-off round from him, where he just puts the team on his back, takes over a space, and just locks it down.
A lot of positions on this map, though, where moving forward with the AWP, you could put yourself in some very risky positions, right? On the CT side. You peek the A ramp and you're off by just a little bit, or even the last round, just shooting through, right? Some of those angles are pretty predictable. Here's Axile, this time not at the B bomb site, but instead taking that A ramp, and it's really fast again.
Yeah, good early control from Cloud9. Big are going to be on the back foot for the remainder of this, and they have to be a little bit more decisive than this. They're just getting caught in a moment of transition, and yeah, this is just looking way too good for Cloud9. They're pressuring already from multiple angles. Big don't really have any space to work with. They're just getting boxed in right now, but they're still fighting. Okay, Crimbo, double spray down, and there it is. The side swipe from Hobbit, and now we're in a 2-on-2 post plant.
Yeah, both the T's with an AWP, that's kind of strange. But again, given the fact that there are no nades on the Big side, the double AWP could work really well. How do you cross this bomb site without getting shut down, especially this position for Shiro? Flashbang? No, you are. They did pick up a smoke. That's something. They have at least that to work with. Lands right on top, so that's a good one. And now the double op's a little bit interesting. Hobbit's not going to miss the opportunity, and now Keto, you might as well go straight for it. He picks up the kit and another smoke, and he's going to re-smoke it again, and just has to hold it and pray that nothing goes wrong. The knife inside, they can't find him. No! How is it happening? Big! They come out with the rail. He gets both the kills as well. It's a miracle.
Oh my goodness. Keto with a little bit of magic there. And Gabi had to get out of his chair for that. That should never have happened. Big have to be feeling excellent about that, but for it to even get to that position, I can't believe Cloud9 couldn't find this kill. The stabs were there, but there were so many smokes. Keto dumped the smoke on the smoke, and it was gray screen all over for Shiro.
Oh, he was inside flailing around, hotboxing, just couldn't escape. That's unbelievable.
Shiro couldn't handle the smoke.
No. Oh. Well, Hobbit can.
Every round that Big has won, though, in some ways feel like some kind of mini miracle happened. And in terms of consistency, you gotta still be favoring Cloud9 in this, but we'll see if that's able to spur something for the Germans. Yeah, Molly there, taps it, you gotta get out of here. Okay, parting gift. Kill with the MP9.
No idea how he lived through that at all.
Oh my.
Not least of which how he got the kill. Crimbo. Ooh. Wow. Parting gift down to half health, and yeah, they're gonna Molotov it up. They have another smoke and an HE. And again, there's some grenades on the big side, but it's not really impressive.
No smoke again. Yeah, these retakes are so hard. Big are putting themselves in these situations where, even though they're favored with the numbers, this is not an easy retake.
There is a flank, yeah. But man, it's taken a long time to be put into play, and now they're checking for it as well. They're gonna know that the flank is in. Keto, they already figured it out. Nafini with the headshot. He still has that HE, so if you try and defuse this bomb in your Thompson, for instance, you're gonna get blown up, and then they're not even gonna give a shot.
No.
That's a 4-on-3 that, again, almost doesn't even really count as a retake attempt.
The Big is actually failing in terms of the number theory of A post plants. It feels like once they've been getting these number advantages, they feel like they can just sit on their heels, let the action come to them, even let Cloud9 plant, but that's just not the case. You can't play like that if you don't at least have a smoke to go for the retake. We saw how valuable that was when Keto went for the Ninja Defuse, but even in this case, numbers up for Big. They had no shot. Couldn't even take a step forward.
Man, that's kind of heartbreaking. I mean, they could have lost this round a couple of other ways. Obviously, Tabson probably should have been just dead. So, but I don't know. They're living through some unlikely circumstances, but the core defense of the A-bomb side, I agree, it looks very weird at the moment.
It's not even a bad opening defense for them. Like, they're getting kills. They're
right.
Putting themselves in decent positions, but they're not just... they have to commit a little bit more or hold on to a smoke. That needs to be a priority.
Yeah, one or the other. Good for Crimbo. Defeating Nafani at the ramp. And it's a 4-on-5, so... not bad. Hobbit up here. See if he can beat the timing. They'll lose Shiro, actually. It's Tabs looking over the smoke, so... I thought maybe Hobbit would keep going just to try and be real cheeky with it. They don't have all the weapons either on the big side, so if they win this round, it's going to be a nice luxury for them. Going to feel like they have a chance to fight their way back into the first half, maybe.
Yeah, still good utility, though, on the side of C9. They can procedurally clear out the sandbags, but at the risk of giving up their position, yeah, Crimbo, gotta get out of here, buddy. Okay. A kill. Oh, a double kill in the flames. All right, that should do it. Hobbit, he's going to try to bring this one back, but with 30 seconds, it's going to be pretty difficult. Throws a smoke that indicates he might be using that as a one-way, but he actually is just falling off, saving the op into the next round, and...
fair enough.
That is so sick from Crimbo. Just...
yeah, sitting inside of the fire for an extra second, you think, oh, he is in trouble, but to get the double kill... definitely worth it. So that's a round where you think, I mean, probably Big aren't favored at the start of the round, but the early fight's just going their way. And it's a 6-4 scoreline, so they can still recover this first half. If they just figure out that A defense a little bit more, there is a chance for them to make it back and still have a little bit of a better say. Wow.
Wow, just clean shots there.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, he feels like a champ. That's a situation that really could have unfolded differently for Big if he were to simply have died, because they did not have much to work with. But now they're feeling pretty healthy with this buy. Couple AKs, op on Hyped, and Hyped with that op is able to deliver the first strike to Shiro.
Yeah, Shiro probably wanted to fight because they carried over the op in the previous round, so he was set up on the ramp to try and deal with that. And let's see, can we get Axel back into this B bomb site? It's been a theme that's been building. Yeah, give him the AK. Set him loose.
Weird that Nafani ever even had it. Okay, yeah, Axel, he's been pretty good in these. Keto, once again, giving up that pick towards B. This has been a point of vulnerability for Big.
That is a very... he sprayed that while slightly AD-ADing at such a long range. and still just controls the recoil perfectly. That's not easy.
His mechanics are out of this world. It's so consistent on those kinds of sprays. It looks like Cloud9, they're setting up for a B attack. Nafany right behind that wall. And yeah, paiN. Oh, good stuff. But Axel right there for the trade again. 3 versus 3. Some util was flying in, and this is a bit curious. There's 2 players from C9 right here, and Axel, he wants this fight. tabseN's holding the line still. So much damage being inflicted, and Big, they just don't want to give up this space.
But once again, Cloud9 are just relentlessly attacking this bomb site, in spite of the fact that there's obviously quite a few people here. tabseN will take 2 of them down, and Hobbit is now on his own with just 17 seconds on the clock. The bomb is right there in front of him. tabseN fight to the death right here. Not going to give up the battle. He'll find it as well. It's so aggressive. Hobbit goes down, but that was a preemptive rotation. Big actually had 4 people in the bomb site when it was still a 4-on-4.
Yeah, that's really interesting from them because they've lost so many rounds with just a simple plant from Cloud9 towards the A side. But this time they just full committed. I'm not sure if they spotted the bomb at some point. I think they would have had to because they were very much so convinced. And I think Groove is wondering, why is this guy fighting like this? You don't see people fight into the stairs like that very often.
No, definitely not. Oh, here we go. MP9, I like that idea. They don't have any money either on C9, so there is a chance to finally breathe. Maybe for the first time in this map for Big to take a deep breath and say, all right, we're actually officially back into this game.
Good nade. Tons of damage. Very nice. Bring up the utility graph after this round. Keto's going to be on top for sure. See if he's able to make it work for him, but just the one. Overrun by pistols. Nothing too concerning just yet, as paiN cleans up a couple there, but Hobbit, Axile, 50 HP combined. And it's going to be 0 in just a split second here. Any second now. There it is. Touchdown.
Somebody had to get it. Yeah, so that was obviously... That was the free round that they get for all the hard work that they put in. Ties up the scoreline. Everything is looking a little bit better now. I still think Cloud9 are going to be dangerous in the second half, even just with the 6 rounds that they have right now on the T side. So all of the pressure is still on Big to make sure that they don't slip up right now. But, I mean, they're definitely playing better than they were. They still haven't found a way to put Hype into play. He's at 2 kills. Needs to get some shots off at some point.
Yeah, it feels like he's just vanished from this map. If he had a performance similar to what he did on Inferno, this would be a lopsided affair, but Axile, just so sneaky in these B defaults. Right there in the smoke. Oh, he's getting lit by the flames, and that's going to alert Keto to his position.
Huge.
Opening pick, but it's always been about how these teams finish, not even how they start. Opening picks. Okay. Crimbo dancing with him. Oh, couldn't quite get away. Nafany ruthless on that pursuit.
Yeah. And it was sick from tabseN. When Crimbo was flashed, tabseN actually tried to take the attention away by spamming on the other side and maybe even slowing down a player there. So that was really heads-up play from tabseN. Now they're going to go for the re-aggress. I kind of like this. Instead of trying to defend the bomb side, I go for the afterplant. They look at least like they want to try and see if they can be a little bit aggressive. And those retakes haven't been working out for Big, so why not give it a shot here? Nice one. Hype going to get a 3rd kill. paiN is there as well. And they're battling him on that ramp. 2 versus 3. Nafany and Buster now. That's a huge double kill. Somehow they bring it back from a 2-on-3 into a 1 versus 2 the other way. Keto to try and save the day. Sneaking on in, but Buster hasn't moved from the site at all, which is unlikely. You're expecting that he will. There's the kill, but he does reveal himself. And now Keto, he's got a real crack at it here. Buster must be feeling the pressure. He's got nowhere to stand, and the spray comes in. Keto with a clutch in the 1 versus 2. And they're going to go and pick up the AWP, but that is a massive, massive round from Keto.
That's huge from Keto. He's been a liability on that B bomb site, but that retake makes up for a lot of the mistakes and missteps that he's had earlier. What a clutch. Keeps the score in favor of Big. And that was sort of the style that we've been saying Big should be implementing, or they could be implementing, taking the fight to Cloud9, to the ramp, not wanting to play the retake. Kind of blew up in their faces there, but Keto salvaged it all.
Yeah, he brought it back. Another timeout. In spite of the victory, probably needs to calm the team down a little bit here. It feels like they are very aggressively fighting on both sides of the map big.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody, if you've been watching the showdown or maybe you missed the last match that Cloud9 had against NIP, Cloud9 won 8 straight on their T side. They were flawless. So they are darn good at this T side, and Big's putting up a solid fight here.
Yeah. The fact that there were a number of times here where this could have completely slipped up for Big and Cloud9 could have gone on a similar streak, right? That was in the cards. That was what they were developing. Now instead, 7-6. Hyped out here with the AWP. Always a bit risky when you know that it could be Molotov. Some teams decide sometimes to just double or triple nade it instead, because obviously you can't really smoke that out. But Cloud9, speaking of which, don't have that many nades.
Have to choose wisely. And hyped. Yeah, using this angle by the sandbags, really common for a lot of oppers. See James here play a lot, and actually doesn't find anything. Okay, 4v4. This might play into the hands of Cloud9. Yeah, they want to pounce on this bomb site. Double kill for them. They're speeding up, but Favin, he wants to recover things before they even get this bomb planted. Looking for it, and there is another kill for Favin. 2v2 now, and he wants to keep on going. I don't think he knows Naphany is close right now. This might spell his doom, and it does.
Yeah, he definitely didn't know. Keto to try and clutch it again in another 1 versus 2. He did it once before. And he's going to be turning his back. I looked like he was about to get shot right away. He might be overthinking this.
Yeah, think you're right there.
I think he was assuming that Naphany was there and someone else had already got the bomb and had run with it. So that would have been sick if he was right about it. But he has maybe another shot at it here. Flash doesn't do anything. Walks in, spots out Buster. He can guess where the other player is. Swings for it there, but can't find the immediate headshot. And now time is running out.
No way.
There's one good. Can he do it again? No, Buster's right there at Keto. He's back at it. What a hero.
How does he keep doing it? It was almost like the same thing again. Are we watching a rerun? 8-6, and off the back of Keto winning another clutch. He's keeping Big in this. He's making sure that they walk away from this half with the lead.
Oh, that's got to be unbelievably frustrating for Cloud9. Imagine losing back-to-back 1 versus 2s against the same player with the bomb down.
And they played it in almost the exact same way, too.
Yeah.
I wonder when Keto did that, if he thought, if that's just deja vu.
He's just going through the motions. He's like, oh, I remember this.
Yeah, I know exactly how to deal with this one. Okay.
Oh, no. Cloud9.
Steady diet for Keto.
This is kind of crazy. This could very likely finish up 9-6 in favor of Big. And again, 6 rounds probably is enough, but man, it's not going to feel that way. This is going to feel really deflating, I have to imagine, for the T side. Little peek and a good defensive Molotov to slow them down. There are 3 people in the middle there for Cloud9.
It feels like Big have really turned their fortunes around in this half. They are on fire now. They want to keep that up, keep the momentum into the second. A little bit of utility there, and this is a different look where tabseN has control of the ramp. He's playing this jump spot along with Hyped. They should be able to give their team advanced forewarning if anybody were to come, and Hype does even better than that. He gets one, and he tries to get the second. Axile punishes, but tabseN still holds on to this space.
Yeah, gotta be careful right now. I don't mind tabseN falling back, because if he dies alone out there, it's a 3-on-3. Why would you want to lose the last round of the half in a 5-on-3? It's just not worth it. Oh, God, that is very, very close. tabseN's almost dead anyway. In the spot of playing it defensively, nade goes over. Crimbo's a little bit further back than they were expecting. And if you look at the clock, that's maybe another problem here for the T side. 20 seconds. Keto, he's tired of trying to clutch it 1 versus 2. He wants to be the flanker this time, and he opens it up on Axile. What a resurgence from Keto at the late stages of this first half. tabseN with the final kill. Huge recovery from Big. Cloud9, they're in big trouble right now. We'll see if they can recover it after the break.
And
round 5. What do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe, Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Big are looking to send Cloud9 home. They're 7 rounds away from doing it, Anders. And when you looked at Cloud9 at the start of this showdown, you would have said they're too big to fail.
Oh, if we've learned anything, which we probably haven't, to be fair, but if we did learn anything, we would know that's not true anymore.
A lot of reasons for that.
Double dualies. Cloud9, they need a comeback of their own. I really thought they were going to run away with it. They look very confident, and Big's A defense looked kind of miserable. Even the B defense, just everything looked weird, but somehow they rizzle-dizzled their way through, and Keto got a couple of back-to-back 1 versus 2 clutches, and there we are. Hobbit's going to sneak on in. That's very dangerous, but he is going to be able to live and fall back. So he can call it out, saying there's a lot of people down here. If anyone's in any doubt, just listen to the footsteps on the other side. He's waiting for it. They have a double HE as well there on the big side, so wonder when they're going to pop that. Maybe they want the bomb plant first. They're going to get the entries they wanted. Shiro gets overrun. It is a clean cut into the bomb side. Only Nafany able to respond, and that is not enough.
Oh, just Axile. This is what Big needed.
Yep.
This is shaping up so well for them. They'll find themselves on a 10th round. Little rizzle-dizzle, weasel-wazzle. And Big get on double digits.
Yeah, little Mr. Big is about to go to Washington, the way that this is playing out.
All right.
Nothing you can do, obviously.
This is just clean stuff. I mean, the setup from Cloud9 wasn't even bad on this pistol round.
Did they double nade the boost in the corner?
It looked like it, yeah. And then they just body-shotted that guy there on the triple.
Yeah, so fair play. They had some thoughts, had some ideas.
They had every stage of that round mapped out.
Right.
That's the prep that Big took into this one. Looks like when they let Vertigo through in the veto, they knew what was coming, what Cloud9 would likely be throwing at him. And it took a little bit of magic on their end. Some 1v2s from Keto. A defuse in the smoke from Keto. Keto did a lot in that first half, actually. He did. He was actually better on A than he was on his own bomb side of B.
What
a boss.
Power to have, truly. Now, Cloud9 is obviously, in many ways, obviously with Buster in here, we don't know for sure, but the rest of the squad, they're a super experienced team, right? They should have been in this situation many times. They should be able to remind themselves that, of course, they can come back, maybe especially on this map on the CT side. So I don't want to see Cloud9 just fizzle out here. I want to see them, you know, take the right time out and then bounce back into this, because they surely should be able to. All right. Buster dreaming of a 1D. If he gets it, the CC could be activated. Actually, so could the MP9. Oh, smoke though. That'd make the 1D very hard to pull off. Still trying for it though. Tabson with the one return, but Axel did get a kill.
Yeah, big call for the cancel. Okay, they have one smoke left, a couple flashes. It's going to be pretty tough to breach this bomb site, especially with Axel's position. This is a great crossfire between him and Hobbit, and without utility, this position, usually good for a multi-frag. When it's Axel playing in it, you can expect that.
Taking the attention, and Axel, the timing, I don't think it could have been better. And you're right, they don't have the utility. If they had a Molotov, it would have been a very different play. Smoke is set up just to try and create a bit of a one-way so they can walk onto it. Flashbang. It's not effective enough. They're getting kind of close. Oh, he sees it. And you said multi-kill. That's exactly what Axel is going to deliver. A double. 15 seconds right here as they try and recover the round. But Big, they're in a lot of trouble. Even if Cloud9 don't have all the weapons, they're right there in front of them. Tabson with the one and the rundown. They get the bomb plant, but nobody could stop Nafany and Hobbit at the end there. So good stuff. 7 rounds for Cloud9. And this one was a little bit harder to win.
That pressure towards middle that Big were exerting earlier, the plan didn't really work out for them. Took quite a bit of damage in that spam fight through the smoke. The player that was moving through construction was taken down, and that was more or less the idea there. And even though Big had this contingency plan towards B, it just went into the best rifler on the side of Cloud9. Axel hasn't had the best series just yet. Pimp wanted to see him do a little bit more, and we might be getting it. And I wouldn't count Cloud9 out. It's not too little too late. This is still a chance for them to bring this all the way back.
I think so too. I'd definitely, maybe especially on the map here, would not give up on them yet. One flashbang. Actually, another one there. Oh, thrown over to Tabson. So yeah, he's going to try and set them up, and they're going to try and see if they can pop their way through. Buster is on the other side. He would love some kills. He had a dreadful first map, so whatever he can get, the grenade as well, and it's going to be no problem. Good for Buster. Good for him.
Yeah. A lot of scrutiny, a lot of questions about whether Buster was the right move for Cloud9, replacing Inters into the new year. And we haven't necessarily seen this huge marked improvement for C9, because at Buster's coming out party at IEM Katowice, they had a disastrous finish, losing to IHC. And, you know, good for IHC, but Cloud9 are never supposed to find themselves on the losing end of that matchup. So they had to prove themselves once again.
Oh. Well, Nafany is, again, known for fighting on that ramp. And if the smoke had gone up maybe a second earlier, then he probably would have been able to get down there and pull some of his tricks. Hobbit instead will try and take over. Scoreline is 10-8 right now. Tabson's right on the other side. He's going to be flashed on through. And Hype, even without the help of Tabson, able to get the kill with the AWP. That's kind of crazy. That flashbang surely would have got him.
Cloud9 double downing on the ramp aggression. Axel, once again, seems to be the player that Big are attempting to target in the mid-late round on their site conversion, and thankfully, he's walked away. This guy is good for so many highlights on this bomb site, but he's never even going to have a chance. He's moved on over. Looks like he wanted to stack A, and maybe he can take one little pot shot here from a distance, but it's a great camera angle to show just how far removed he is from this attack.
Yeah, definitely a calculated risk. If they had gone for the A bomb site, Axel would have been in the middle and very, very close to mounting a 3 versus 5 type defense. But yeah, they went B. Good call for Big. That's going to put them at 11 to the 8 of Cloud9. And it's not like Cloud9 have managed to build a super strong economy. Now, they're saving rifles, so that obviously makes it a little bit easier, a little bit more manageable. But that economic downturn is still... That's something they really have to worry about. That's how they end up losing this map.
Yeah, and so that's why I can't even really fault them for trying to go for this all-in A play. If you have 3 people on the A site going for the defense, you're actually giving yourself a great chance to still win in the 3v5, and that's actually a pretty bad death for Big. If you kept 5 alive, it would have been nice, but we're going to see the flash right there. Yeah, that's...
I don't even know.
I don't know if Hype flicked away from it or what, but felt like he definitely should have been blind. Like, that's... Cloud9 knew what they were doing with that flash. It wasn't some janky one that they didn't line up.
Yeah, it surely must have been right on him, but... yeah, that's difficult to explain. What have we got? Still some money in the bank for Cloud9. Again, not a lot, but in that territory where you can justify it if you save a couple of rifles, you can keep forcing up, you can keep the train rolling. Shiro. Oh, he would love to take this fight against Hyped early on. Not going to be allowed to. That smoke, not a lot to see. It's so close. Hyped is back there. He's thinking about it too. What a standoff right here. Now he's jumping up, and the flick not connecting on that side. Shiro, I can't believe he hasn't seen him yet. Gosh, he's a pixel away every time.
It's so close. All right, well, Nafany's up close himself. This might actually be the first engagement. IGL versus IGL. Taps in right on the other side of that wall, but nah, just a utility exchange. Neither team really wants to press on forward. Looks like they might let the ops do the talking, but Cloud9 feel great about this. 50 seconds left. They still have control of ramp. They know that if Big want to go for this now, it's going to be a huge investment in terms of resources to take that space back. And so they more or less can just leave Shiro and Nafany on that side of the map and really solidify this defense on B.
There could even be a really fast rotate coming down from below if they actually hit for it. So we'll see if Nafany's going to be moving forward. This looks sketchy, especially because they have to make their way through Axile, which we know.
It's a really interesting smoke that Big threw right at the front of the site.
Yeah.
They're staging this in a way that most teams don't really go for.
Oh, Keto walked into the Molotov. This is scary. Look at the time as well. It's only 18 seconds. They need to go right now. Flashbang was nearly good, but Buster is up close as well. And this attack has already been thwarted, you got to say. There's no chance to make their way through. 8 seconds, farther than Hyped. Better to just stay away and save what you can here.
I think it might have been a missmoke, actually, at front site. Nafany, kill after time. That's pretty brutal. Hyped, 1750 left in the bank. That is not a great place to be. Yeah, I'm not sure if they missed the smoke in a panic. I saw it kind of dribble off the top right there, and at the time it looked like maybe they're staging it for a flash behind, but the way Keto played around it, you could see he was just kind of walking almost aimlessly and just into it.
Yeah, it looked like he was confused about the fact that it was there and then walked into the Molotov as a result. Maybe the one chance they had there was the mid portion of that attack. If they would have found the kill on Hobbit right away, that could have opened up the A-bomb side in a different fashion, but this game is on again. In spite of Cloud9 really being put to the test, I mean, at 11-9, they can absolutely win Vertigo. And Nafany just trying to even guess the angle through the smoke. Not going to be successful so far, but neither team has very much money. Cloud9 doing better.
Yeah, Shiro still holding the line here. There's a flash setup from Hyped. At least he had that one ready for the explosive pop to retake this ramp space. I think he's deploying it, but this is such a tight angle from Shiro. It should be good.
All right. Just leaving a smoke for Nafany to play around with. And he's actually going to go back as well. So this time they don't necessarily want to take it. Hobbit is in the middle, clearing that part of the map out. So he's going to have some great information. That's why they're rotating a third man over as well.
They might have heard that bomb drop.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, well, Nafany still holding on to this space. Hyped has a molly ready to go. They got to hit this shot immediately on Nafany if they want to breach this site. Smoke at his feet. Okay, Big. They're not even actually looking at it. Shiro and Nafany able to connect at the crossfire. Good flash as well, and this is just fish in a barrel. Big, they have no chance to actually breach at this point. Flank is there from Hobbit, and that is 5 alive. A flawless round for C9.
Ooh, I don't like it at all.
C9 are back.
Yeah, you can tell.
They're in this one, yeah.
And I think also the fact that Hobbit is allowed to get that deep in the middle without... That's fine if they were attacking the bomb site a lot earlier, but he checked that out 10 seconds or more before they showed up. It's not even really the flank that gets me. It's the fact that it allows Cloud9 to rotate a third man over, and they're so sure what's coming next. 10-11, no money to continue this war with. On the big side, they are starting to really... starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, and the money is just ballooned for C9. After this one, you're going to expect that everybody's going to be sitting 6K plus at a bare minimum. And that, to me, spells disaster. So imagine 11-11 score line, C9 having a couple... enough bank to make sure that they've got a couple gun rounds, and... yeah, this is... Big really have to strike soon.
Yeah, I think what really worries me as well is that if there were a couple of rounds I could look back on here where they successfully managed to win the fight for the A ramp, then they can open up, I think, their strategy book a little bit more, but it doesn't feel like that's what we've seen yet. Most of the time, Nafany just has enough control over them. He's got the backup as well. It just feels like it's very, very hard for them to push Cloud9 back from that ramp. You gotta have to find a way to do that. Hobbit, you mentioned the overrun. Okay, Farmer with the shot. It still should be a round where they can just slow this one down. Only 27 seconds here in Axile. Maybe a little bit lonesome for some backup. He's gonna get that kill and squeeze for it. Good job at the double. Holding on to the B bomb site. Where Cloud9, they can taste that victory on Vertigo right now. I think they are fully zoned in, which... again, even at a 9-6 first half, you want the experience to be shining through, and I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here.
All right. Actually, it's a half buy from Big. Even though that was more or less a full save in the previous round, they just didn't have enough to go for it. At least they weren't comfortable. But knowing Big, they've got a lot of plays for rounds like these. There's always a chance. There's always a way that they can take some space away. Hyped. It's approaching rather quickly. Big battle for utility, and I think Cloud9 think this is a gun round. I think that they're actually using utility, thinking that Big are going to go for a late contest now ramp, but it's just this Tech9 flood. This might catch Buster off guard.
They're getting very, very, very close. Scary position for Buster to be, and he actually recommits to it here. Sandbags jumps up. He might be dead almost immediately. The one kill there is at least something, but Axile, he doesn't have anyone with him. It's all up to the mechanics now, and he's so good once again. Another double kill for him. And now he's waited for it. He knows someone's going to be peeking there. Uses the smoke to his advantage. Farvin is nearly dead behind it. Oh, Axile, he's a champion at this bomb site. A quad kill, saving his team one more time.
That was fantastic from Axile. What a hold. Understood that he had to take one side and then the other. If he let himself get pinched between both of those angles, he was done for. So he focuses efforts towards the stairs, deals with Hype, and then Keto, and then just keeps himself alive. He's in full confidence mode now, just swinging right there on Favin to close it. It was one guy. If Big were able to find a clean entry onto him, that could have been a round that they stole. But Axile kept Cloud9 in it the whole way.
And look at what's happened in the meantime. I mean, obviously Cloud9 have a one-round lead, but their money is ridiculous now. A couple of rounds ago, it was near the 2 to 3K range, and they could have been made to eco pretty quickly, but now I don't know what Big have to do. They have to just run 3 rounds in a row back here to try and even get close to it. And again, that A ramp. If you can't break through here, then it just allows Cloud9 to predict where the attack is going to be much easier.
Hyped, looking for something over the top. Just has had such a difficult game. This is definitely, though, where Big missed Surson. Surson was This was one of the few spots where you could just let him default and he would make magic happen. Find an opening pick, something, but just not the case with Hyped on the roster. And
No, not yet.
Oh, he's gotten so much confidence. Oh, that might Tapson though, yeah.
Too much confidence, maybe. A little bit unfortunate. But Exile, he's still the raid boss. Oh, did he see that? I think he did. Oh, Keto. He finds the opening now. There's still someone at the back of the site. And this is, if they overlook it, they shouldn't. They have Molotovs. Yeah, there we go. They force out Hobbit. Good use of utility for Big, even in a pressured situation here. 17 seconds, but both the players for Cloud9 have shown up. They're going to be pushing on to the side. They get mowed down. Crimbo with the bomb in his hand. Oh, no! Nafany, he takes down Hyped, and now Tabson has to recover the scenario. 5 seconds left. Yeah, he has to find the kill. He's not sure. He can't find him, and the time is going to expire. Oh, they run out of bullets at the end. It's the ugliest fight we've seen yet, but it will go the way of Cloud9.
Wow. Oh, man. The panic set in there for Big. Bomb out. Dashing into the bomb site. There was a flash, but it just didn't connect, and Cloud9 still able to hold on. That entry that Keto found onto Axile, it felt like it was good enough right there, and I think Crimbo is strongly regretting having the bomb out. If he had his gun out, he would have easily found this trade onto Nafany, and things could have completely changed, but yeah, C9, they're just holding on to their nerve a little bit better here on Vertigo.
It's also a frustrating round because they get Buster in the middle, they get both the B defenders, and then by the time they actually make it onto the site in, what, a 2-on-4, there's still 2 more people there. That's the entire CT side that they end up fighting at the B bomb site. I don't think their internal intuition for how many people even could be at B, it was just off in that round.
Yeah, the thing is that Big have had no mid-round pressure towards ramp, and so Cloud9 have had such an advanced warning every time. Even though Big are doing pretty well in terms of breaching this site sometimes, even finding some kills at mid here and there, it's just so obvious. It's so telegraphed. C9 know everything. This battle for ramp has firmly been won in the second half by Cloud9.
5 in a row for the CTs, and they're 3 rounds away now from winning their own map pick. Just like it was meant to be. Nade down there. All right, doesn't do that much. You never know.
This is a little risky.
Yeah, it is.
It's getting a little weird. If Hype... Oh, yeah, it's gotten weird, but the defense is here. The backup's there. Nafany can set up this crossfire, although Crimbo does hit the headshot. Shiro's got to be pretty careful right now, but Hobbit also here to back up his offer. Yeah, things have really settled down for C9, and Shiro's just jumping all over the place. It's getting pretty wacky over there towards the sandbags.
Yeah, just a little bit. It is great to see Shiro not panic initially, so trusting in his teammates to make sure they can't really run him down so easily. Yeah, interesting round. But it's 14 for Cloud9. Again, they have so much money to work with. Everyone is kind of playing really well at the moment. I can't even see a way back into this for Big.
No, it doesn't seem like Big have the answer to the ramp control. Okay.
There we go.
There we go, Hyped. Yeah. Needed something like that. Finally. The man that has been so in control of this space is taken down. But on the other side of the map, Keto gives one up. Shiro to find the pick. Hobbit still hanging on to this space. And he doesn't have much backup. Buster is making his way towards long, but this is just such a strong off angle. 2 kills for Hobbit. Buster should be able to activate now. Right there, it's just easy pickings. Even when they lose Nafany, it is not enough to rattle Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely solid. You're right. In spite of being down 4 and 5 like that, they have the protocols. They know what they're doing. And Hobbit setting that one up. Obviously a massive risk because there's no way to escape this.
This is the big difference though with what we saw from Big in their ramp holds. They would really go for that pick and then they just tuck all the way back.
Yeah.
So deep, so far back into CT. Whereas Cloud9, if they lose a pick, they just try another gimmick out. They try another off angle. They try to keep the fight going, and it works in their favor.
15-11 What a performance here for Cloud9, especially on the second half of this map. Shiro, yeah, feeling emboldened by the fact that they have such a win streak going. Napoli showing up as well. They're getting shut down, trying to come through the smoke right here. There's nothing they could do. Farthing gets blown up. Keto is next. Just sacrificing more people to Shiro. And Hype is the only one left inside of the smoke. They know it as well. And it's a 16-11 victory for Cloud9 on Vertigo. Their own map pick, which means we will get to see a third one. That's Mirage coming up to settle as the final battleground. It will be right after the break. Stay tuned.
Of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining.
Kenny's hiding up. He's at the ground. He's in the ground in the ball. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Cloud9 do it again on Vertigo, and they make it look like it is their true home map. The little blip in the road, which we saw their 100% record go away thanks to NIP during another closed qualifier, will only be a little speck in the dust because Cloud9 got back to business as usual. Maniac, there was no real worries in there. There was a bit of back and forth for sure. There was some fight from Big, but it never looked like Cloud9 were out of control.
You say there was no worries? I slightly disagree. I think the end of the second half gave us insurances, but the West was a little bit shaky. There were moments in that first half where Cloud9 let some opportunities, gigantic opportunities, go by the wayside. And if it wasn't for Axile finally showing up and giving us some of that very famous B defense, we could have had an upset on our hands, but wasn't meant to be.
it wasn't meant to be at all. And just looking at this scoreboard, Pim, when we saw Axel and how much he was able to do as an individual, this is what we were missing in the first map, and probably could have been a difference maker between winning this already and now going to a third.
Yeah, he had a very slow start on Inferno, but he came to life on Vertigo on the T side. A couple of highlights right here where he's finding some cool frags, and then we talked about it. I just mentioned it before going into the game. The B defense, Cloud9 relies a lot on Exile. They give him a lot of trust. They don't really give him a lot of backup, so to speak, a lot of utility. They rely on Exile and think he can do it by himself, and he did it this time around. So I would agree with Matthew. I think this was a much closer game than 16-11 initially suggested. That was, of course, big first half. At least the second part of it was very, very good. They ended up starting very slow and ending very strong.
I mean, you just wanted to touch on Axel quickly. B defense as well, but the offense. I just think overall, he's the go-to player if you want to know how to play that B area. Would it be on the T side when you have to find a couple of kills, or how you have to defend it? He's become a role model. Currently, I think he's probably at the top of the mountain on how to handle this position.
But on that first half, right, yes, you can say it was the back and forth that we saw coming in there. I will say on the CT side, Big looked like they were not able to even break through anything, no matter what they did.
Oh yeah, they were at loss for map control, and it's something that the casters highlighted very well. The information game was won by Cloud9, and it was a no contest. It was a no-show. Cloud9 were very much familiar with what Big was trying to do, with what tabseN was trying to do, and they always had the players ready. But now, I would like us to go back to the first half. I would like us to go to the madness and have a look at some of these clutches that Cloud9 lost, because I guarantee you this could have been very, very ugly. Scoreline 6-6. Keto 1 versus 2. Buster and Nafani disconnected here. We see the timing is missed by Buster on that refrag, and Keto is very clever by repositioning, changing his position vertically. Buster is caught off guard. You could say that's all right. It's 1 versus 2. Psych! That's not just one. That's another one here. Another clutch that's going to be pulled away by Keto. He loses track of them. Buster has the time to go and grab the bomb, but here's going to be something that is very not understandable. It's that white swing from Nafani, completely disconnected from Buster, who's hiding behind the box, and once again, Keto is able to disconnect this 1 versus 2. And this was a moment where everybody in the green room collectively looked at each other thinking, God damn, is this happening? Is Big actually about to win 2-0? Because these two 1v2s were horrendous from Cloud9.
But it was at least some positive boosting of confidence that they said Keto was lacking. He needed.
Yeah, I guess Keto did a good job in these clutches, right? Winning 2x2 1v2s in a scenario like this at such an important moment in the game is great, but it was based on the fact that they misplayed it so bad. It was horrendous from Buster. Now, we talked about Buster coming into the game a little bit. He had a very rough showing on the first map. Second map was better. I know we just, highlighted him here playing it really poor in the clutches, but overall, as you can see by the stats as well and the score, he found a little more impact, and that was what we wanted to talk about, James, because we think that Buster have been playing better in this tournament than initially in Cloud9. So it was good to see him bounce back from a very, very poor Inferno.
Now, we can't just keep praising, though, the likes of Hyped when this time around CT or T side didn't really matter. He did not have the impact that Big needed him to have.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It was a more quiet game for Hyped, and I think more than anything, we saw the lack of production on the T side. This was very obvious, very right in your face, at a moment where tabseN, tactically speaking, didn't seem to know how to handle the defense. It would have been great. It would have been a breath of fresh air to have that opening kill coming up from Hype, but we didn't really see it coming. He struggled massively, and hopefully for Big, he can find a different form on Mirage now.
Now, when we do get to Mirage, which is coming up next, this is where it used to be the absolute home map for Big, right? It used to be one where you'd be worried they could take down any team on it.
I still think they're very competitive on Mirage. I still think Big is a decent Mirage team. They have been struggling a little bit as of late, getting the wins against the better teams. Whereas for Cloud9, it's also a good map for them. I think the key point for me is highlighting Keto. We've talked a lot about him as well. He's playing the A-bomb side by himself on the CT side, and if he's being exposed, if he's not getting the help that he needs, that could be a very weak lane within the Big clan. We saw him play it yesterday as well, where it didn't go too well for him. So I think he's a man you want to look out for. Keto, to me, is a specialist when it comes to Mirage. He's the highest rated player for Big in the past 3 months on this specific map. So if he gets going, that's no longer a weakness for them, and that could open up the game a lot more.
Yeah, and if he can bring himself back up, we can see that confidence come back into it. That could be a massive problem for Cloud9. But Cloud9 must be looking at this like the dream ticket now and say, you said it, remember, at the beginning when we looked at the veto, last 2 matches should never be a problem for him.
Yeah, listen, Mirage remains a stronghold for Cloud9. Their past results have been extremely positive. We're talking about wins back-to-back against Bad News Eagles, against Mouse, against FaZe. That was in the grand final of a Pro League as well. And the defense is extremely fortified. Now, we played a game of weakness. We played a game of loophole, rather. If you are Big, you are hoping to pounce on Buster on the B side. To me, it is very clear that in terms of distribution of quality, Buster is a weakness, could be a weakness, because they have Hobbit on the A side, which is arguably at the very tippy top of the actual level that you can have on A. Shiro is going to rotate around a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, you catch Nafany that's a little too overzealous towards mid. Sometimes he commits without any really insurance package. He just goes through the smoke to fight. That could be a way in, but it's Buster. Buster is the way. You can abuse that. Teams have done it in the past. We'll see if Big do the same again.
Do you think that's kind of Big style, though? Do you think that's something they're going to opt and go for?
I think Big has a lot of good B-goes. We've seen that time and time again. The B executes on Mirage are very polished. They're good. They're explosive. That is going to be a test for Buster 100%. The good thing for Buster is he's flanked by probably, at least to my understanding, one of the best cat players in the entire world. In Exile, he is so good playing the short position. Average rating on Mirage, 1.34. He's owning that area. So yes, I do agree. Buster is a weak point, but he's flanked by Exile, and usually he makes up for it.
Now, looking at how both teams have played, looking at where we've got to, this is one map now that will decide if you go to Washington or if this was all a waste of time and you couldn't quite make it happen. How are you feeling for both sides? How are you feeling who's going to have the edge on this? Is it just the Cloud9, like we said, or has it become more even?
I mean, it's definitely more even than at the beginning of the day, but not enough to sway my opinion. I still believe Cloud9 is in control. I think they just had to do damage control, to repeat that again on Vertigo. They've done so. Strong CT half. If you're Cloud9, you leave that second map thinking, okay, we've regained ownership of whatever the hell that happened. Okay, Inferno was a hit, a swing and a miss. We know we messed that. We know we had a couple of rounds we should have won, but the answer was immediate on Vertigo, and I expect pretty much the same on Mirage.
Now, I want to also look at this one thing. We've seen Gob being so animated across the whole event, right? We've seen him pumping up players as well. How important is that to this Big that maybe getting themselves into a situation where they're starting to believe now?
I think it's incredibly important, and he's done it throughout the entire tournament. We've also been hearing some of the TeamSpeak clips where you can hear there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of energy within the Big camp, and I think that's one of the areas they're trying to work on right now. They know that right now they're maybe not playing the absolute best brand of Counter-Strike, so energy can be a factor here. That can help them to at least make this game competitive.
Well, let's see if it is going to be competitive. Let's see what is going to happen. We are one map away from finding out who the final team coming from Europe will be at the spring final in Washington, D.C. Cloud9 or Big, it's up to them.
Welcome back, everyone. A final map to decide who gets to move on to play in Washington. It is Cloud9 versus Big. The Unicorn odds are favoring Cloud9 once again, which is not too surprising. Mirage, the final map. Who do you have for this one?
I got Big. I know that everybody else is on the Cloud9 train, and I understand it. In terms of overall team form, Cloud9 have been the better team. Grand final appearance at ESL Pro League just right before this.
Right.
They've been grinding online cups, throwing it back all the way to the Gambit youngster days where they're just making sure that they get all those reps in. But Big on Mirage, they are a different kind of beast, a different animal, one where tabseN feels so comfortable in the mid-round. The mind games are going to be there. And Maniac said there's some ways to abuse this team. Pimp said there are ways to abuse Cloud9, and I have no doubt that Gobby and tabseN will try.
And this is another one of those maps where you could be expecting a return from Hyped on this one, and that could be all they need right now. Big have played pretty well. Obviously, it was a real struggle, and especially in the second half on Vertigo, but that was to be expected. Now everyone can calm down again, and Big there on the CT side, Cloud9 on the C side. A little bit of a jump back here. That smoke for Crimbo. All right, he's going to put it up very defensively. That actually probably is a better move for him, honestly, than throwing it into the hallway. Now he has a chance at a fight, but the Molotov to the back bench was too much to handle. Handle on that USB is going to be hot, but Hobbit's not really going to care. Axile will get the shot on Hyped as well, and this is a very, very clean entry for Cloud9. Nice attempt, tabseN. It's such a good read. He has both of these players pretty much zoned out, but he can't find the shot. Hobbit's going to get one more, and tabseN is out of luck as well. faveN, last man standing, and only for all of a second. That was very clean, very decisive. That little detail with the Molotov on top of the bench was deadly.
Yeah. Really unseated Crimbo there. Gave him no opportunity to actually shoot back in a fair fight. The defensive smoke was there, and Crimbo probably thought that he was going to be able to buy so much time for the rotations, but Cloud9 just had the answer. Good opening pick from them, and it was just the full commit. No real way back in for Big.
Yeah, excellent work for Hobbit as well. Yeah, very often... Ooh, hold on, hold the phone. They're pushing.
Okay.
Bomb is far away.
Okay.
Another headshot. Come on. That can't be real.
It's getting a little weird. They got a Galil. Axel has a great chance to find this flank. I don't think anybody from Big is the wiser. And with Buster finding that kill, I think that the pinch is on. This is going to be pretty easy for Axel. Here's a 3K. 1, 2, and only 2. But still, they have to cross. And faveN with that Galil has a chance to inflict a little bit more damage. And a kill on the Hobbit, but that's going to be it. Cloud9 up 2-0. Much more damage inflicted than you would have expected given the purchase or lack thereof from Big.
Yeah, so kind of a scary round. I think when the follow-up shot hits, when they're falling back from the middle and that's a headshot too, you're like, oh, hold on. But yeah, Axel, right position, right time, and he could turn it around, so fair enough.
On the bright side, shows that Big's aim's on. A lot of headshots there. But first gun round, different story. Flash over mid, but no fight actually from Big. Nafany already at the bottom of connector along with Hobbit, so they'll be able to take space relatively cleanly as Big are more or less in a default setup.
Very many nades for the Big side. That's an issue. It means obviously if they win the fight beforehand, maybe we don't care about it so much, but if a bomb goes down, you have to go for some sort of a retake. They just used their last smokes. This is very, very tricky to deal with. Cloud9, they're not going fast. They're waiting it out. Eventually, when you don't hear any smokes or anything else grenade-wise happening from the CT side for a good 20 seconds, you got to start to wonder if they even have any left at all.
Yeah, they're either holding them for the site defense or they've ran out. And Cloud9, yeah, they might be guessing right now, but with 45 seconds left, looks like they are attempting this B split. Crimbo's here with faveN, and they're going to have to do a lot of work.
Ooh, faveN is boosted up. This position sometimes does get overlooked. And they're praying that it will right now. If he doesn't get a multi-spray down, then the rotation's not going to happen. tabseN is miles away at the moment. Farven instantly checked, and they should fall back. I don't know if this is worth it to keep going. tabseN wants to be the hero. 20 seconds left. He does spin around. He's not far from getting that double. That would have been huge. But yeah, very tough to try and win. Attempt at a wall bang, but in the middle, Nafany clearing everything up, and they will lose every single rifle with only one casualty on the Cloud9 side. This is definitely a massive round for them.
Yes. If Crimbo found one kill from Van, then that crossfire between him and Farven really could have activated, could have expected a multi-frag, but with this instant kill from Hobbit, and even the follow-up on top of it, this was a porous defense on the B side. Cloud9 showing their form right now. Individuals popping off. Hobbit having an excellent tournament for himself.
Yeah, really right now, it's kind of crazy to see. Well, another attempt at some aggression from the CT side, which you can understand. Again, they don't have that much to work with. Some armor, some pistols. Double setup. There we go. Hype with the one shot. Oh, and tabseN. Deadly accurate in the middle with the P250. Taking down Shiro. A little bit uncomfortable. And this move from Crimbo. This could change the whole round.
Yeah, just has to hold on to this position. Just lock it down. Oh, peeks right into the crosshair of Buster. Already, you could expect Crimbo's regretting that move. And Buster, he thinks he can take some space away. I think Nafany might have spotted Farven at the back of sight.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Big to hold on now. Impossible, in fact. Keto with the Deagle needs an instant banger to get back in this one, but he's just going to use that smoke defensively, try to hold on, and maybe he can save a gun somewhere, but this is going to be another for C9. Things were looking so good for them, and...
Oh.
Yeah, oh, well, that's actually pretty darn good.
They're not going to let him get that.
Yeah, never mind.
They were aggressively hunting him down. They knew.
Yeah, one missed shot, and that's it for him.
That's a little bit of a shame. There was the makings of something. Obviously, like you said, I think Crimbo with the CC up the whole way, probably the big deciding difference there. But yeah, hard to know in the moment. Okay, I would say things have been interesting, but it's been all going Cloud9's way. Once a push comes to shove, they end up actually coming out on top. Double AWP setup now for Big. An expensive, but often worthwhile investment.
Hyped. Oh, he's getting really aggressive. Okay.
This is what he did in the past. And oh my god, he's so quick. He did this last time we saw the Mirage. He doesn't care that there's no backup. There's nobody else in there that can help him out. And he's just walking for it anyway. tabseN goes down in return.
Yeah, the scary thing is that even though Hype found that opening pick, Hobbit, he just peeked out of Palace. I don't even think there was any setup. He just thought there was a timing, and he's been feeling himself. These gun rounds have treated him really well. Sitting at 5-4. And what's a little bit awkward is that Big have found themselves in another 4 versus 4 situation, and they don't really do anything. They usually can expect them to be proactive. They're going to look for some space, try to take a fight on their own terms, but they're kind of just sitting back. Yeah, Favin's holding on to this, but no real other advanced positions. But maybe it's good enough.
It very well could be. Peeked right into it. Hobbit's been good with the spray at range, but he doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger this time. Setting up for a secondary angle here. 3 AKs left and a 30-second timer. And they're also in the B hallway, so if they can get Farven, maybe they can crunch that bomb side. Bomb's making its way into jungle right now. I don't know, this is everywhere. They're attacking the whole bomb site. Nafany, 20 seconds, and this is the right guess. Oh, what a nightmare if you're in this corner. Keto right into it, but he lands the headshot running. He still gets burned alive, but he actually ran into the HE. About 10 seconds now for the 2-on-2, and the bomb being planted, and nobody is there to stop it. Wow. I don't know how Cloud9 made their way back. They should not have been in a position to get back into this round, but somehow they are. Hyped, sneaking up. He started with a good kill, but since then, he's kind of not found any targets.
They're saving. Yeah, Hype's already fallen on back.
Oh, no.
This is one of the most deflating rounds you could face if you're Big. Everything was going your way. Found a couple opening picks. And yet, Cloud9 were still able to bring it back. Good sneak up con from Nafany. I have no idea how he guessed that Keto was at Firebox there, but it was the perfect read. Brilliant stuff from the in-game leader of Cloud9.
Yeah, the Molotov into the HE. The fact that Keto got the running headshots, obviously a little bit ridiculous, but the play still worked out. This is well done from Keto. But yeah, Nafany, that's all he needed. He needed the kill. And he got it as well. 5-0 in favor of Cloud9. Big is so many of these rounds. Even when they've just had pistols, they've been competitive. They put pressure on Cloud9. They just can't complete what they're doing.
But they've got to double off this time. That could be the change-up that they needed. Let's see how it works. Early flash there. Crimbo playing a dangerous game against Shiro. Good information. Another great nade. But he's really got to hold on, actually. 3 players here for C9. Flash to set him up. I don't know if he can even justify going for this. Yeah, they're just going to try to slow C9 down, play to block here. And hopefully C9 moves elsewhere. Let those ops activate. That's what Big want. Get that free one-shot kill.
Buster's waiting for somebody to show their toes. Could try and go for the sign on drop. He will, but he gets spotted doing it. So a little bit of information. That's nice to have. Farmer not quite sure where they're going to be showing up. The AWP is right there on the other side. This is the same setup that they had last time with the double AWP, but this time Farmer nearly gets caught. Grenade on top. It's not going to kill him, but will soften him up a little bit. Tabson catches a bullet to the head. And now we're at 40 seconds. Nice attempt. Leg shot onto Nafany. They're bringing the bomb back towards B, and this is a good guess right now. I don't know how they know, but this is an empty bomb site.
Yeah, Crimbo, that's the second time this half that he's given up the chase, more or less. Dying in apartments, giving C9 a free way into the site. Really gotta value your life, actually, a little bit more in those kind of situations, because you're responsible for a whole side of the map, and if he dies, as he did now a couple times, it's just a free runway for C9. They're all in that B site instantly. And with how confident C9 are playing, if they think it's just one guy left on that bomb site at worst, they're just gonna sprint into it. They don't care. This has been a dominant start for C9. Big, they have to get back into this if they want a chance at Washington.
Yeah, now, what an awful time to fall asleep a little bit at the wheel. They've been playing a really great best of 3, but some of these rounds here, really heartbreaking. Losing everything. And unlike some of the previous rounds, this is finally a round where Cloud9 actually make it out with quite a few people alive. Everything is building their way. Tabson's on the microphone, trying to rally the troops. They really need that right now. They do.
This needs to be the best hype-up speech that Tabson has given for some time, because it's looking dire, and Cloud9 are playing with so much momentum right now. Every single player on C9 just feels so enabled. Whatever peak they want to go to, whatever space they want to take, doesn't even seem like they need a team setup. They're just ready to swing, and that is a luxury that Mirage provides. So many ways to get involved for any individual. Boost towards the ramp. Shiro trying to peek over those flames right there, but no target presented.
This could be a nearly free kill for Hyped. Oh, wow. No! He gets mega peeked. Nafany, how did you get away with that? Again, Hyped has been so fast on the trigger, but he's disappeared a little bit in some of these maps. Buster's going to be taking down Keto. 2 for 1. Make it a 3 for 1. As Hobbit, again, you mentioned it earlier, the confidence to peek out of the palace. He's going to be able to take it. Even that kill for Crimbo doesn't really help them that much. They need to keep going, and Buster's going to be catching Crimbo. Farven with the AWP, and no chance to go for it. 7 in a row to begin this map with for Cloud9.
This isn't even a game right now. C9 are just dry peeking into every angle. That was 3 dry swings from them. There's no flash assist, nothing. That sometimes is the drawback of the Cloud9 game, when they just peek into the angles, the other team's feeling it, they're hitting their shots. But when C9 are in this sort of mechanical form, it's terrifying to play against. You have no idea what's coming next. You're always holding on to your mouse as tightly as you can, just gripping it, waiting for that moment that they swing you, and yet you still can lose these fights.
Yeah. It's such a favorite battle in the middle there when you have the AWP on that CT side. You've got a little bit of shadow. You feel like you're always going to be able to win that fight, and then somehow it just doesn't work out that way. paiN, oh, they're right there waiting for him. Wow, Buster is 9-0. Trying to make up for the second map.
Yeah, that's just disgusting stuff from C9. Yeah, if they're going to keep playing like this, then I'll be real big. It's time to just disconnect. You can't just lose fights everywhere. You gotta hold your own in some regard. There was ops posted on some of these angles. Some of these riflers were even ready for these fights, but just gotta kickstart yourself to get in this one.
But the problem is they had all of the chances at the beginning of this map to feel like we can do it. I mean, they got close to winning the round with the USPs and the CC up in the hallway. That's the kind of round that should remind you, okay, you know what? Get some rifles on board. We're competitive. But they let go of all of those chances, and now, yeah, they're just on full momentum. Flashbang, it could be really sick here. Setting it up. There we go. Peak is a little bit slow behind it, but it'll get the job done anyway. Axel was more than a little blind.
Yeah, Crimbo there wanting to disguise his movements in case a player was further back. Push on forward, get that space for free. And Crimbo's really been limit testing towards B apps. This is one of the first times that things are just going his way. And it looks like he'll be able to hold on to that space. And so it's actually going to force Cloud9 into a decision, but on the edge of that smoke. That is by design for Hobbit to be peeking like that. They're able to find a return kill.
What an absolute nerd. Just... who does that? Who sets that up so that you can look right under? Well, they've got the AK. Are they going to be able to clear this corner? They're ducking right under the Crimbo. He's been bested many times, and he's going to get traded. Still, he got 2 kills. A little bit better than previous. 3 on 3 and a little bit low on health, but paiN's pushing forward. The Molotov is right there, and he's going to get caught by Buster, who just seemingly cannot die at the moment. He's got 10 kills, and actually he's going to keep going right there. Up to 12 now. Hyped. 1 versus 3, and Buster still has not died.
12-0. What a monster. Yeah, Buster's been untouchable in this. Crazy stuff. 8-0 start from Cloud9. Big. Yet to even really get that close. These are convincing. I mean, they put some pressure on, feels like more so when they've had pistols than with guns. They got to change that, though. 8-0. It's just looking way too easy for C9 here.
Look at this madness. What a way to find an opening back into a game. You got Thompson on the other side. It's got to be so frustrating. He, from his point of view, probably looks like just a regular connector smoke, right?
Really hard to tell the difference, yeah. Bloom is probably a little bit leaning towards that stairs side, but you wouldn't always second guess that.
Buster is 145 ADR. Dear Lord. Hobbit again, this time not out of the palace, but he does walk into Hype. Taps in there to take over. Finally, something that looks a little bit more reasonable, and maybe they could even slow it down enough that they can compose themselves. For Big to bring it back, they need to win 7 rounds straight from here on out. Just get the rest of the half on their side. Anything short of that, it's probably too late.
Crimbo deep in the apartments once again, but this time around, C9 number disadvantage in the 3v4. Does seem like they actually want to contest that B side, but they haven't made up their mind just yet. Double cat push from paiN and Tabson. In theory, not too bad. Just making sure that you're taking a fight on your own terms. And in fact, with this boost, is a really nice angle to try to shut down any sort of cat play. But he's got to be quick on the shot.
Come off the boost again. That's maybe a little bit scary. Re-peeks it right then and there. Does get almost shut down. They know where 2 of them are, but they lose Shiro in the meantime, so that's probably fine. 40 seconds and a very dangerous angle there. Axile not favored to win that fight at the range. Buster might have his first death of the game of this map, so maybe that's something that we could be looking forward to. 25 seconds. He's got the right idea. Gets tagged anyway. And the grenade will finally take him down. Hyped having a little bit of a round here, and it's about time.
He also threw the nade and just ran at him with a pistol. Even when down 0-8, Hype maintains the same mentality. You actually love to see that. Not changing it up, not bottling up just because you're down in the dumps. We'll see if that's able to inspire Big, though, because they are a far ways away from making this even competitive.
One round. It's not a lot to make the jump off, but we've seen it before. Sometimes you get the one round and everything changes. tabseN well flashed into the middle. It was Keto setting that one up. Nafany, no idea what hit him, and that makes it a 4-on-5. So pretty good stuff. The rest of them are set up in the hallway. Hobbit is kind of working the other side of the map, but I mean, if they're in a position here where if they find the right kill of the B bomb site, they could speed it up. Oh, they won't. They're already falling a little bit back.
Yeah, I think they just want to let Axile work for a little bit, see if he hears something.
Coming.
Yeah, this is going to play into Axile's hands, actually, if Crimbo gets a little bit too ambitious.
I feel like he's done it every time.
Yeah, it's actually been a pretty consistent series of errors. But okay, actually, spam. Do they hear that?
I feel like they must be, but maybe not. Oh, it's uncomfortable for Axile. You can feel it. Flash there. Feeling even more uncomfortable now. Juggling the grenades, but down to 40 seconds, and paiN will take him down. Oh, I wouldn't want to be Axile in that corner. Just very, very awkward.
So much pressure, yeah.
Are they just going to save this?
Oh, jumping up there. That is a poor mechanical option from Hyped. Okay, this might open things up for Cloud9. They have an opportunity to find some kills, and they are doing that. No way. Okay, tabseN's still here towards CT. He has a chance to lock this down, but Hobbit, oh no, tabseN missed the timing. They could plant, but oh, they run right into the waiting arms of the in-game leader. 5 seconds left. They got to get this bomb punch in right now. I think they have time for it, Anders.
Yes, they do.
Oh no!
I think he had time. I'm pretty sure that he had time. That's surprising. I'd like to see the replay. Did he take a step further than he needed to?
If he pulled that out and held E, I think he's got it, but okay, yeah, I'm not sure why that was so close. It really felt like he could have had it, but right here, E.
Oh.
No, oh wow, it's that close. That's got to be like a 1/10 of a second there.
Yeah.
Okay, Big, barely surviving.
A 5-on-3.
Yeah.
They almost lost that 5-on-3.
Still doesn't feel good to win like that, but it's a win.
It is. Timeout used by Cloud9 as they maybe settle things down a little bit. They've lost a couple of rounds now. Groove wants a shot at getting the troops maybe rallied behind him. This is such a nerve-wracking first half.
It feels like if you're Groove in these kind of situations, it's just maintaining the course, keeping the focus from the first 8 rounds. The last round just barely didn't win that. Though momentum is slowly being brought back by Big, but Cloud9 still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And look at Big's economy. In spite of winning a couple of rounds, they just have absolutely nothing to work with. In a position where any slip up here, and they are right back in the dumps. Well, bomb's quite far back. Hobbit is, I feel like he's just freely working whatever part of the map he wants to. And every time he's shown up to a corner, he seems to win the fights.
Yeah, he's been doing such a great job. 13-7 right now. A bit of a slower default for Cloud9. I think they want to take some late mid control here. With how some of these players are postured, you'd expect that this is going to be some kind of B split. And we'll see where Buster actually fits into this puzzle, though, because he's still at this ramp and might be there to just try to sell a fake, but still, there's a lot of time on the clock. So Cloud9 just going to feel this space out, see what is allotted to them. And once they know that they have all of middle with Hobbit and Khan, Nafany up Cat, they can call anything now.
Yeah, that deep connector position is so dangerous. If they go for the B attack and anyone wants to rotate through the window, through this part of the map, they will absolutely be in trouble. 27 seconds. Now, there's still a chance that the B defense will hold, and then Hobbit's position is going to be meaningless to the round, but let's just see. So far, Cloud9 have been pretty good at hitting the bomb site. Crimbo, flashed, Molotov rains in. Oh, they jump out the window. He does shoot, and they realize great awareness. Farven alone, 8 seconds, and they just run him down. Very late on the bomb plant right there. If anything had slipped up, they might have lost the round. Hobbit is going to get checked, but it's a 2-on-3. And again, they don't have the money. If they lose these rifles, they will not be able to get them back. 9 on the side of C9.
Yeah, I can see the game plan for Big here. It's just not working. They understand that C9's map control procedures are very hard to deal with. And so they really want to catch them as they try to go for these site hits. And C9's site hits, to Big's credit in terms of prep, they're probably some of the weaker site hits in the tier 1 space. They actually have poor dry running. They clearly don't dry run that often because they just miss flashes sometimes. They sometimes don't even throw great smokes. But you have to put together the site defense. Your crossfire has to be good. You have to multi-frag. It puts a lot of pressure on people like Crimbo and Favin trying to defend that B bomb site. And when Crimbo has this one little slip up mechanically, then it all just comes falling apart. And where so many teams would want to contest for map control, they want to take space. Big are trying this one style, and it is just blowing up in their faces.
It really is. So what a miserable way to start a third map.
It feels like you can't do anything. You feel if you outline this style, you just have to play so perfectly in the last seconds of every round.
Yeah, and it really is the last seconds. I mean, if Favin, even at the end, no-scopes the guy carrying the bomb, they probably win the round on time. That's how close some of these rounds are. But it's been working for them. Hyped. I don't even know where the bullet went, but he's going to lose a teammate. Keto goes 1 for 1, leaving Hyped alone back here. Molotov behind him as well. He needs an escape. Surprised he's not burning. He might get one more, but another missed shot. And Hobbit will take him down. You can't afford to miss right now because Cloud9 are not going to give you the same favor back. Favin and Crimbo are left here. There was a real opportunity there for the AWP in the middle on the CT side to do something more.
Playing against Axile when you're holding an op has got to be one of the hardest things in this game right now. The consistent jiggles over and over and over again. You never know when he's actually going to commit. You just have to trust that you're going to hit the reaction shot when he finally does go for that wider swing. And that's just one of those mechanical tests. It feels like you're playing a mini game within Counter-Strike. It's a reaction test, and it's full trust in your own abilities. And
actually the least fun minigame of all time.
Oh yeah, it's just death is waiting on the other side if you miss. And if you hit, they had a good cross already. Favin,
wow,
tested, fails that test too, and this is going to be a 10th for C9.
Buster is 15-3. I think I said earlier it was the second map, but it really was the first map on Inferno that he wasn't showing up for, wasn't it? But now he's back. This is super impressive. Crimbo makes the jump down. Oh, all right. Axile quick on the turnaround. Cloud9 are just leaving them way behind here.
Cloud9 are tormenting Big at this point. Big are hyper aware of what is happening in seemingly every round, or what could happen, but then they just can't actually hold their nerve. And C9 are all in form right now. This is a huge pop-off for Buster. Hobbit is playing fantastically as well, and nobody else is failing at their roles for C9 right now. This is what you wanted this team to look like when they made the swap to get Buster for inters.
Yeah, super encouraging in that sense. That's right. That's a good thing to think about. Ooh, nicely done. I think Nafany was assuming that absolutely no way he's going to be down there for a second round. But Tabson backs out. That's probably not a necessary casualty there. I think Tabson's going to be a little bit more careful. Buster is going to be taking down Keto, who's had a dreadful first half. He's at 3 kills right now. Crimbo's at 4. And a 2-on-4 unfolding. Nothing about the history of this first half is going to tell us that Big can make this back.
And this is just, again, one of those positions for Big where we've talked about C9 style on T side. It's even more apparent on Overpass, where they just want to take some space, get into advanced positions, and then they just wait for you to make that mistake, to get aggressive by yourself, to go for an unsupported peek, no flash, no trade, whatever it is, and they're just holding every single angle. They're just ready for you. And finally, they pounce together. Hyped, he was trying to play that close angle, but Hyped has just had such difficulty in this game. Every single time he's peaked, he has either missed or just been blown up in a split second.
What an experience for him. I mean, personally, that's it'll be interesting to see if he can recover and find a way to promote his style in the future against a team like Cloud9, because that is the real test of an AWP player. You know, you just have to. I'm still really impressed with him. I'm not going to give up on hype just yet, but obviously this is kind of brutal. Crimbo, all right, he's going to get that one. Maui, if this first half for Big was a meal, what kind of meal would it be? What are we looking at here?
Geez. I would say that if you really want... So, the narrative is that Big knew what was coming. So Big knew what was coming, they prepped for it, and it didn't work for them. So, it's almost like Big were trying to set up this great Thanksgiving dinner for themselves. They knew what was coming. They knew how many people
turkey
they had.
And everything, yeah.
Yeah, how many guests they had. They were trying to put, you know, the stuffing on the table, the turkey, everything. But they just messed up a little bit on every dish. And everybody that came to the party recognized that. Cloud9, they're like, this turkey, this B defense, nah, that ain't it. They just brought their own Popeyes over. They just started eating their own fried chicken in their faces and said, you know what? I don't respect anything on this table, and we're just going to clean it out.
All right, that makes sense. Yeah, so like a failed Thanksgiving turkey is super sad. Obviously, everyone is excited for it, but you just leave sad. Ruin the family gathering.
Groove just walked in there buying his own fast food chicken and turkey and just said, this is much better than anything you've got.
Showed up with McDonald's and everyone loved it more.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tragic turn of events. Oh, man. This is absolutely heartbreaking for Big. Everything about this best of 3 was building to this third map because it looked like it was going to be very close. I think Big had made a really good case for themselves. Axel shooting the TV as much as he was Farven. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, Cloud9 just feels so untouchable in these moments. Just, they played so far back in this round. Big tried to finally just take the initiative in this round, and look at where they were met. Just all the way deep T-side B apps.
Yeah, nothing is working.
The AK out of the map.
With the AK, why not?
Okay. Well, Keto, yeah, he's gonna try to make something happen. Let's see if he gets a multi-frag, Anders. There's a chance to ruin C9's day. Because there are 20 seconds left, and Keto, gotta do something magical. One headshot's not gonna be enough. You gotta come up with more, and it's not gonna happen. 10 seconds, and Tabson, yeah, he's on the flank, but
I was gonna say if he ran to shoot the bomb, maybe, but all right, all against Tabson. Shiro will take him down. This is way too convincing. Cloud9, they are absolutely rocking Big in this map.
Oh yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they look like they deserve it. They deserve Washington. If they're gonna play like this,
yes,
everybody has to be so afraid of them because it's so hard to play against this style sometimes. You know what's coming. You know what they're gonna hit you with. But you just have to hit your shots. You have to hold your nerve. Big failed that test in this half.
Presumably a lot of their opponents were hoping that maybe the sort of the entry or the warm-up period with Buster in the lineup was going to be a little bit different. Maybe you had more of a chance to exploit against them early on, but apart from that map on Inferno, Buster's looked pretty good from the games that we've casted so far. Anyway, it looked like he's been playing very well, and they look like a dangerous team once again. I just think the core backbone of having Hobbit and Axel, in terms of just the rifling, it just makes them so competitive, even in fairly random rounds where it really is just a 50-50 fight against one of those two players, but they're just going to show up in such a big way. Even if Axel is not top fragging right now, he's just all the time doing something.
I mean, he just destroyed Crimbo in the B default.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been absolutely murdering him there. So, yeah, not always getting the most kills, but hyped 1-for-1. Shiro was holding the angle, and it feels like that's about things as good as things are going for Big. They just get one and die.
Yeah. And that's the style of opening that we saw the hype last time they were on Inferno, and it worked really well. But it's not been working this time. Cloud9 have his number. They know how he's going to be playing aggressively, and they're not at all impressed.
Yeah, Big right now, they just feel like they're against the final boss of Mirage.
Yeah, but when you've skipped all the levels and you don't have any equipment yourself, you've just showing up with your iron sword at the end, getting blown up.
Copper chainmail.
Yeah. Not good. All right. Yep. All right, he's got it. Shiro has been waiting forever and ever, but even though he was flashed and actually off the angle, Tamsin just missed the shot. Oh, that's heartbreaking. 3 versus 4 in 40 seconds. Bomb leaning towards the B side. Axaldo says, just hold on for a minute. Let me see if I just can't find one more kill just to make it even more obnoxious. He's going to hear that smoke down to the A-ramp, so they know that one of them is at the A-ramp. And Why? Why is he doing it? Yeah, he knows where Keto is. You heard the smoke go, so there's not even any surprises. No saving on this one. It is the 15th round. Bomb is going to be planted, and Cloud9 just an absolutely unstoppable force on this opening half. Shiro will take him down 13-2, and Cloud9, they are so close to get into Washington. We'll be right back.
My name is paiN, and I'm playing for Complexity.
Hey guys, I'm Config, playing for Team Complexity.
I had a situation pretty recently, honestly, when I was playing in a Blast tournament, and we were playing against Vitality, and it was the last round of regular time, so I guess the score must have been 15-14, and what happened was that Vitality had planted the bomb on lower bomb side on T side nuke, and we were the CTs. And we had to defuse the bomb, and we had a pretty good situation. I think it was like a 3-2 situation or something like that.
And the bomb sound on A and the bomb sound on B is different, but it's really hard to hear the different sound the further you are away from the bomb. So my teammate Rush, he made me believe that it was upper when it was lower. And then when I went up the vent, I was like, no way, like my teammate is lying to me, like it has to be under. When I went down and opened the door, I got instant owned because I had to rush the bomb.
I don't know, like in the end it was just like a stress situation, I guess, and like a must-win round, and then the sound just betrayed us a little bit.
That was pretty rough. It was a rough moment. We lost against the team. We should have won the match, but we lost because of it.
Somebody is going to Washington, and right now it looks like Cloud9. They have had a monumental lead going into the second half. We're on Mirage for the third and final map. They're facing off against Big, who were very competitive on Inferno, on Vertigo, but now here on Mirage, it's a different matter. 13-2 in favor of Cloud9. There's no stopping them now, surely.
Mechanically speaking, they have played on another level. They're playing a different game than Big, but Big still gonna show that they have a little bit of fight. We've got a top con smoke, we got a couple flashes, a Molotov. This pistol has to be it. Still might not be enough, but it has to be it.
Yeah, you got to start here There's a lot of people at the bomb site for Cloud9. That's a bit scary. Instant headshot from Hobbit, and now the rest are going to swing. They're not even fighting him. Hobbit's just got all the free shots. Nobody's fighting. What is going on, Maui? Why are they not turning around?
Is that the first shot of the round? I feel like Crimbo's the first one to even left-click on his team. I mean, they threw the smokes, obviously, but...
They're not shooting rubber bullets. You can't just turn your back and ignore it. Like
they never even tried to shoot back. Look at this. No one's... This is crazy.
We come in peace.
Okay, Hype did shoot a bullet, but this is just a slaughter. Cloud9, they already got the old base seasoning out. They're ready to go to the DMV. They're ready to go to DC. They're already going to be looking at themselves right there next to the monuments.
They obviously wanted to smoke top con and then attack the jungle. And if anyone at any point did ask, what if they're in the bomb site? They were told to shut up and not ask stupid questions. They had no plan for the idea that someone could be in the A-bomb side.
That is just ridiculous. I think Big right now are just shell-shocked. They're looking for some deagle kills towards middle. Just trying to prove to themselves at this point that even though there's no way back into this game, that they got some fight, that they sometimes can win these mechanical duels. It's about just confidence moving into the next day for Big right now, at the very least.
I know, you just don't want to go to sleep tonight with this nightmare in the back of your head. At least get something.
Yeah, this is what Big need. Just a little bit of some headshots, you know? Just get us going in this one. All right, not a bad start.
Nice.
Hobbit and Shiro in a 2 versus 5 now.
Find a way to lose it, Big. You know you can.
You know it's possible, Anders.
Of course it is. Shiro, oh good. Another headshot with the deagle. All on Hobbit. They don't know where he is yet, but they're going to find out real soon. A little bit of a jump pass. Hobbit bows on down, and there's tabseN. That's great. All right. Chance finally. And I think that's a sort of a defeated laugh, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Yeah, they know this game is far gone, but they're still going to try to enjoy it. At the end of the day, they are playing games.
Yeah, find a way to do that. I mean... Listen, on the upside, if you make the comeback, you're going to make some headlines, you know? People are going to be talking about it for months into the future. So that's the way you got to think about it, right? You've built yourself an awesome chance to be, you know, remembered.
There's only one way from here. Up. Because you're already down.
They found rock bottom.
You're nearly out.
They aggressively went searching for rock bottom, like in Minecraft when you just dig straight down into the lava.
Yeah. Just pointing your character right at the floor and holding left click till it's all over.
Hoping that there are diamonds down there somewhere, but not so far. Buster is out here with the deagle. He saw somebody, but doesn't feel like going for it.
They definitely saw him.
I thought maybe he was going to get a flash from, I guess, Hobbit or somebody else, but that doesn't happen either. They just smoke him off and decide to move on. Hobbit back with the one. That's a good headshot. Some more damage. Here's a second.
Oh
no. Please, Big. This is the big chance. Kido's going to get a couple in return, but it's still a 2-on-3. And Buster, he's been lurking back there. He actually read it very well. Had the idea that maybe Farmer was going to be in there late. Hobbit at the back of the bomb site has already done tremendous damage, and now he's back for more. A double tap to bring down Farvin. And it's 30 seconds here. Nafany versus Kido. But Kido has no idea where to look. Nafany could be almost anywhere at this point in time, and that's scary when you have to try and put the bomb down. You have to check the site. If you don't, and he walks out while you're planting, it's a really bad loss. He's going to get the... Oh, wait a minute. No. There's no way, right?
No,
okay.
He can't push, but I think Nafany knows that he has to push now himself.
Yeah. Oh, this is super scary. Kido, he goes straight for it. Nafany's managed to walk out the window right behind him, and there he is with a 5-7 to catch him. Oh, no. Out of all the rounds that they could have lost, the fact that they won with the deals and then get instantly punished. Triple kill from Hobbit. That is heartbreaking.
Nafany, so patient. Very well played in the 1v1. Credit to him. Knows that Kido probably is just going to go searching for a bit. Wastes his own time, and then Nafany found his own timing. Yeah, good stuff from the in-game leader. Nafany has had an excellent Mirage thus far. There's been multiple pop-offs on his team, but in terms of just how this game has gone, in terms of what he's done as a captain for this roster in this game, it's been convincing.
Yeah, definitely. Looking like a machine that's working very, very well for Cloud9 at the moment, which is obviously, that's what you want to see. 15-3. Big need 12 in a row. It's been done before, but I can't remember when.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen in a while on Mirage, Anders. Always a way for the CTs to fight back, to bite back. Exile in the underpass, ready to spring on this opportunity.
Just let them off the leash. Big, do whatever they want. Ooh, setting up with a grenade. Keto gonna get caught. Farven looked like he really wanted to jump that one. They're actually gonna go for it, and already being attacked.
Oh my God!
They got blown up. The Exile nade from below. What a disgusting bit of revenge for Exile. Oh, Hype is on his own. His teammates blown up. He is triangulated. They know where he is, and just with the scout in his hand, he's going to get that shot on Buster, but they're all coming from another nade. Lands it. Shiro to end it. Oh, Cloud9 are going to Washington as they defeat Big in a huge way here on the final map. What a team.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Cloud9. Huge performances from Hobbit, Buster, Shiro. The whole gang got involved, and they are headed to America's capital. They deserve it, and we deserve to hear the thoughts of the desk.
Well, it was fitting now that Cloud9 have booked their spot over to America, over to Washington, that they alley-ooped and slam dunked their way in with the grenades at the end. That was a way to put an end to Big. It was close on the first map. It was a good fight on the second, but there was no fight from Big going into Mirage.
Yeah, that really hurt. If you're a Big fan, you feel like your team hasn't really showed up in that last game. I think Cloud9 negotiated the first few tight rounds perfectly. Buster was basically immortal. He dug out of a couple of weird clutch situations. And then once you were up to 5-6-0, you started seeing Cloud9 being very liberal with the risks they could take and not exactly playing all of the percentages. And mentally speaking for Big, it just hurts too much. When you're an AWP, you have good positions. You get white swung once, twice, thrice. That's it, man. They were just broken.
That was a statement coming in from Cloud9 right here. They were not satisfied. They were not happy with losing that first map. They felt they should have won this game 2-0, and this was the second best thing. When you win the third deciding map in this fashion, where you're absolutely dominating your opponent, Buster having a fantastic game, Hobbit having a fantastic game, there were so many positives to drag away from this isolated performance on Mirage from Cloud9. It feels good, right? The first map, let's forget about that. The way they qualified, they are truly the right team to go.
Mate, we had to check that Buster didn't have God mode on at one point.
I know.
The guy was just rolling through, and he was just cleanly getting away with it. Literal murder. What was it 12-0 before he got his first kill?
He was definitely 12-0. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure whether he went higher than that, but look at when all of these kills happened, right? But most of the highlights we had before that one were in the 7 first rounds.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying he was the one that put Cloud9 in this very comfortable position, and then he kind of opened up the doors for everybody else to come in behind, and Hobbit was great. Shiro woke up a little bit late. Shiro was very quiet the first few rounds, but of course he woke up as one does with that level when you put him in a certain situation. So good on Buster. Good reaction after a map one that was definitely criticizable.
I would also say when it comes to Hobbit, he has been the star throughout the whole tournament here at the Showdown, right? Because even when Axel might have a slower performance, even when Shiro's not there, this guy has been on your screen.
He's elevated himself as of late. He did well at Pro League. He's done tremendously well at this tournament, and I agree with you, James. It's good to see Hobbit back. It's very interesting. Exile has been maybe a little bit quiet in this tournament, giving his normal standards. By no means playing bad, but when you have Hobbit to make up for that little skill gap that Exile was missing throughout this tournament, then you don't really notice it when Cloud9 is playing. It is incredible, incredible. Nice to see Hobbit once again making a, let's say, a mini comeback in Counter-Strike. We saw him having a break, coming back into Cloud9/Gambit and do well, but the fact that he's been quiet for a year and now finally but surely heating up again, that is very, very interesting.
Let's put it into perspective. In 2017, 6 years ago, Hobbit was 22 and won a major. Then he disappeared for a little bit, right? Then he comes back onto the Cloud9 roster, ex-Gambit. Has some success there, build himself back up. Right now at 28 years old, he's back at it again at the very top of the scoreboard. He can't do no wrong.
And he's in a very, very different positions.
Yeah.
Between the two timelines you've mentioned, right? 2017, he's surrounded by experience with Moo, with Adrian, with Zeus, with him. And he's kind of the new guy on the block. He's the up-and-coming guy. And now, actually, he is the one that has the turtle with him, right? That's who he is. That's how I picture Hobbit. That's exactly the meme that I have in mind.
He hasn't aged either as well. He's just still rocking it the whole way. But you know what? We're talking about Hobbit. We're singing his praises. Heccu's grabbed him for the winners interview.
Hobbit, congratulations! You finally managed to finish the marathon, and we are going to see you in Washington, D.C. How do you feel?
I'm feeling really good. It's amazing. I mean, I really wanted to play on Blast on LAN, so finally it's gonna happen.
Finally it's gonna happen, yes, but this series went to all 3 maps, and for some odd reason, Big decided to not ban Vertigo. There was actually like a moment when we thought like maybe the series is gonna finish with a 2-0, but no, you managed to make a comeback. Were you actually surprised by the fact that they just did not get rid of Vertigo, a map that they actually banned against 9?
I don't know. In my opinion, they're playing pretty well on Vertigo. So they had really good chance to win us, and they just got 9 rounds city side, so it's a lot, to be honest. So we just did good comeback today, and the communication was on the best level, to be honest. So I'm really happy about that.
I mean, we are also really happy for you, because the last time you played at the Blast stage was actually in the end of 2021, but now you are coming back and you're gonna play in US in front of the, in front of the crowd that previously was cheering for you. Considering the fact that this time there'll be no North American rosters, do you think that the whole crowd will be on your side?
I hope. I'm pretty sure about that. Let's go, Cloud9.
Let's go, Cloud9. Thank you very much, Hobbit, and one more time, congratulations, and see you in Washington.
Yes, we will see Cloud9 in Washington. And last time I was in Dallas while Cloud9 were there was USA chance for that team in particular. Maybe they'll do it again, you know?
And this could be a summer of Cloud9 as well, and they are very much in the running for IM Dallas. And this could just be like a concert tour when they go in and
let's go! Get them an RV, yeah, put the Cloud9 boys in and just tour America, cleaning up Counter-Strike tournaments, teaching NA how to play CS.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but did you see the other teams that's already qualified for Washington?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for Cloud9.
Ooh, okay. Well, not Astralis.
Well, not Astralis most likely, but look at the teams right here. G2, Heroic, Na'Vi, James, Na'Vi, Vitality, FaZe, Astralis, yeah, well, cool. And then Cloud9 coming in as well. Obviously, they'll be flanked by a Brazilian squad, but the names right here, the names, the teams, the quality, it's going to be tough for Cloud9 unless they step it up a notch.
Now, we've got to have a look at our Maersk MVP. We've got one for Europe, one for the Americas. So, Heccu, who's won it this time around?
Yeah, James, it is time to crown the champion of the Maersk MVP. And we had multiple candidates. We had players from Cloud9, we had players from Big, but in the end, Twitter decided that it is gonna be Shiro. I mean, this guy is the top 3rd player of 2021 on 2023. I mean, all of the years, he was absolutely insane today against Big. Some players in his team like kind of competed for the title, but our viewers decide that it is Shiro and he's like the reason why Cloud9 managed to win today against Big. But it is pretty exciting to know, like, we're actually gonna see him play on the big stage once again. This time it's gonna be in Washington, D.C., which means that he's gonna be supported, and I just can't wait to see it.
We can't wait to see it at all. Congratulations to Shiro, and it was a fantastic performance from him. Remember, it is a fan vote out there as well. Hobbit was putting up huge numbers, but Shiro, here's the point, man. He's the AWP star.
Dare say Mr. Consistent. It feels like whenever he's playing a tournament, whenever he's playing a game, he will pop off at some point. He will be consistent. It's a guy you can rely on. If I'm Nafany right now, I would love to have Shiro in my box of tools. You can always rely on Shiro. He's always going to show up.
He has him
already.
Yeah, he has him in the toolbox. I think Shiro's trajectory has been fascinating to witness, and we have to be honest, no disrespect to where we stand right now, Showdown is not the moment that we hope to see Shiro go galactic. He's done enough. He's done what he had to. His baseline is so high up that you know you're going to get a good game out of Shiro. I can't even remember the last time I watched a game of Cloud9 and I thought, what the hell is Shiro doing? This is terrible.
But that's the admirable with Shiro, because you're spot on, right? This is not the tournament when he's supposed to deliver, but he delivers at the same high level every single tournament. It doesn't matter if he's playing online, doesn't matter if he's playing at a major, it feels like, doesn't matter if he's playing Pro League, he will always deliver.
He does always deliver, and we always deliver an exciting bracket and an exciting showdown, because that's the end of Europe, but we still have one more route to go. To remind you guys at home, this is how it went out on one of the most grueling, difficult brackets throughout Counter-Strike. And now we're all set up for paiN versus Imperial. It's been looking good from start to finish for both these teams. They've managed to avoid Liquid in terms of furious ferociousness and all the other stuff coming out there, but now we're all set up for Imperial taking on paiN. The unlikely final to see who will make it to Washington. Can paiN do it again, or will Imperial fight back? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here ready for the deciding matchup on the Americas for Showdown. And this is actually not the Americas anymore. It's the Brazilian. It's just been Brazilian.
You know, lyrics.
Yeah.
We have to say the Americas. It's the Americas Showdown, but it's the Brazilian dominant.
How many times did we say NA before, you know, on all the past tournaments? I think now we should just give Brazilians their moment and say it is a Brazilian Showdown at this point, because the Americans have been eliminated. They've been kicked to the curb as we watch EG and Liquid fall. And I'm going to start with good old Furia, because what ended up happening with them was they went out at the very beginning part. They were supposed to be here in the final now. They were the ones we predicted to do so well.
And it is a very perplexing situation, because Furia had everything they needed to close the third map against EG. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, EG pulled an extremely interesting rabbit out of the hat against Furia. You remember that fadeaway spray from Rush through the smoke, turned into 6, and then suddenly the comeback comes in. And we would be remiss not to say, but how did Furia not stop that comeback? That is obviously the worrisome sign. Personally, I think once the major cycle is done, there is time to think about possible changes. Whether you go the IGL way and you want to completely revamp the way they approach the game, or you just want to improve the lineup, which I believe Drop has proven to be maybe a little bit insufficient for the very top. Now he's been given a chance for quite a while. It's not like he here a few weeks ago. He's been there for a year plus now, so it might just be time to rethink the roster if you want to go further ahead.
Maybe so. Sad times for the Furia camp if that is the way they're going. But looking at Liquid, it's a problem in the same way. We've been discussing what might change within this Liquid camp, and right now they've lost to paiN not once but twice. And for Liquid, Washington was so important.
It was super important, right? I think a lot of the NA fans out there would have loved to see Team Liquid take the stage in Washington. It's not going to happen because they couldn't beat paiN for the second tournament in a row. They lost at Pro League, they lost here, and I gotta say, both those games, it was a deserved win for paiN Gaming. It was not that Liquid weren't good, it was just Liquid weren't good enough to beat paiN and played a good game of Counter-Strike. And that's an issue if you have ambitions of being a team that is contending for titles, ambitions of going into the playoff at a major stage. I think Liquid is in the exact same position as you just described for Furia. We'll see at the major cycle whether or not they're going to make roster changes.
And I just want to paint a picture here, right? We're going to have an interview with Nitro that was recorded yesterday after their loss, just to put a real understanding of how hard that was for him again.
It kind of felt that there were some problems with the T side on both maps, on Nuke and Mirage. What was happening there?
Well, a lot of the game plan was to like counter what happened in the previous game against them, and it was working. But ultimately, like, the end of the round was a bit sloppy from us, and we couldn't close out some rounds. Like, especially the last round was pretty tough to lose, because that would have been 15-13, and they would have had lower money. But it's like, what can you do? But I don't know. It's kind of, I don't really know what to say until I watch the games back to figure out what actually went wrong and with the micro part of the game, you know.
And from the first impression that you have like right now, do you think it's something that would be easy to fix before the RMRs?
Yeah, I just think we have to keep practicing and keep our head on our shoulders, you know, and just keep moving forward. Every team goes through slumps. It's just a matter of how you recover. We know how good we know how good we can be, so we just got to keep on trying our hardest and keep progressing as a team.
And that progression needs to come fast.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there is also a word to be said about calendar management and knowing when to peak. And just as much as we would like to pretend like this is the holy grail right now, there are other, I guess, rendezvous coming over for Liquid. We have the RMR, there's the major cycle. You could argue, hey, if you really wanted to Washington, why don't you put all your eggs in the same basket and do a boot camp, for example? They lost to paiN, we're all sitting together, they were maximizing what was happening, and we know how Liquid can sometimes be a little bit out of energy in losses. We've seen them sometimes fall apart, and that is even easier or even more dangerous when you're sitting at home on your own computer. So there maybe is a discussion to be had in how what the resources should have been devoted, but I am aware, I know this right here is not the center of the universe. There are other events to come, there's a major cycle to come, and if they peak here, then somehow they've managed kind of correctly, if you will.
Well, the pressure is certainly on, but that's it for now within the teams that didn't quite make it. Let's turn our eyes to paiN taking on Imperial. And with this one, we have to start talking about Imperial. They've been fighting it out against many Brazilian teams. They come into the showdown and face off against some of the other teams within it, and you think that, okay, this is a team we want to see do well. The players, you know their faces, you know their names, but they have impressed us. And I'm going to start with just looking at Cello, Jota here, Maniac.
Yes, there is a duo of very heavy hitters in the name of Cello and Jota. Ones that are not only extremely sharp, but also very aggression-oriented. Even to a fault. I'll even say to a fault. I think Cello is relatively balanced as it is, whether it's in a good performance or in a bad performance. I think he's threading the needle quite well. Okay. On the other hand, I've seen, and we have seen Jota yesterday, kind of force the issue when he was not having a good time. And that is probably something that needs to be in the back of his mind when you're having a game where the kills aren't coming your way. Just reel it in. Like, take it easy, take a step back, try to get a couple of easy duels so that you can warm your way back up into the game instead of just taking full-on spray duel against Silo 30 minutes. I swear to God, that happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
And this in itself could be an issue. But Cello, on the other hand, I think he's been delivering as much as I wanted to.
And then we talk about the experience, we talk about the leadership within this team. One of the legends of the game, Fallen, has shown up in a way that none of us really predicted.
Yeah, he's been around for a very long time, James. You probably remember him better in the 1.6 days than I do, but the fact that he's still delivering at a high level, individually speaking, is very nice to see. You see it on the scoreboard right here. 50 kills and way less death is something we don't often see from Fallen, but in 23 so far, he's been playing better than he has in the last couple of years, and that is a very healthy sign, not only for him and his career, but also for Imperial, because they can sometimes be a team that lacks a bit of firepower. They brought more in with Cello, obviously. They brought more in with Jota, but if Fallen is also continuing playing at this level, then we have an interesting combination of 3 players that could potentially form the core of this lineup that makes them competitive against better teams than paiN as well.
And they're getting this experience at the right time. But when we're talking about the experience, it's not just Fallen, it's bolts as well. And both of them, we're talking to Heccu.
Fallen, you're gonna play against paiN in the grand final, but when you saw the full bracket, did you expect that they will be the opponent that you will face in the grand final?
Hello, everyone. I think paiN Gaming recently has been playing very good CS, so it isn't unexpected at all that they managed to be in the finals as well. It was pretty much between them and Liquid, to be honest, and it was a close match. I think Liquid almost made it too. So regardless, I think both teams had good chances. So I'm not surprised they achieved that.
Do you expect for this series to be really close?
Yeah, every time we play against them was a really close match, 3 maps, overtimes, and something like that, clutch situations. So yeah, I hope I think it's gonna be the same for this match again.
And what makes this exciting is that these guys haven't played so far this year. They may have practiced together or something else like that, but this will be the first time within this year, and it's an all-important matchup.
Oh, I mean, it is extremely important. Can you imagine paiN, just to put some context in history, not the first time they would have gone through the showdown. They've already punched that ticket for Lisbon, and Imperial as a whole, Fallen being able to enter possibly that arena in Washington. And we know the kind of pull he's got on the fan, and these would be moments to behold. We have the video quickly here. We saw an Inferno pick coming out of Imperial that has been their wheelhouse for a long time, and the Mirage coming in from paiN. I am ready. My body is ready. I feel like with these regional domestic matchups, you never really know what the hell is about to happen, and I think that's going to be the same now.
Now, what we got to do is have a look at what Mahone's got for us here, right? Because Inferno is everything within Imperial's wheelhouse, but paiN, they know what they're doing as well. Danny, what you got?
Yes, that's correct. So paiN, they've played Inferno. They haven't had too much success, but I think one key to beating Imperial is to take away map control from them. So I want to see this strat from them, and they actually ran it against Greyhound at EPL. So first what we're going to see is Zevi. He's going to toss this smoke towards mid. It's a deep smoke. And what this smoke is going to allow is these players to push towards this alt mid position. Both Hardzal and Nekis are going to push towards alt. Now it looks like there's a gap here, but the angle of the smoke still prevents them from being seen. So you'll see that Ints can't see those players crossing over towards the right. Now as well, this smoke also provides a play for this player. Skulls, he's going to go along this right wall here. And by going up along this right wall, he's going to use the smoke as a bit of a one-way. It's possible for it to be a one-way because there's a little basket here that he's able to step on top of, which allows him to get a bit more of an edge over the smoke. As you see from Instant's point of view, he can't see this player at all. Now for these two players that are coming in from the left side, you're going to see a flash that gets tossed just right here. This flash pops right here towards this alt mid position. And something that you'll notice about this flash is that it pops down low as opposed to the typical flash that goes above the building. The reason why that's the case is because normally as the T scaling up, if you have the flash actually go up above the sky, there's more time to actually dodge it as opposed to the flash that goes down low. There's a bit of a difference here. So by throwing the flash down low, it gives less of a chance for this T to be able to dodge it. You'll see Vexite here, he gets blinded, he gets pushed off the angle. That allows these two players now to aggress towards this alt mid position, and they're able to find all the kills. So it's a whole team strategy to basically punish that alt mid position. This is something I want to see paiN do, because if they just let Imperial get all the map control they want without any sort of respect, then it's going to be a tough time for paiN. So I want to see them do this.
Let's see if they've been able to learn and do that going into their Inferno. Let's talk about Zevi, who we were praising so much at the beginning. This man had a great start, but it slowed down a bit, Pimp.
He was in contention to be the MVP, the Mask MVP after the first day, because as you can see against MIBR, he was lights out, played fantastic Counter-Strike. Against Liquid, he was struggling a little bit on map 1, 2, and 3 for that matter as well, but he finished off in the absolute best style you can, winning a 1v4 clutch. He's gonna be needed today. A little fun fact about Zevi though, he's the lowest rated player for paiN Gaming on Inferno, and that's an an issue, because I believe without Sevi, paiN Gaming is not going to win against Imperial, especially not when Fallen is playing well.
You addressed it, Jacob. Just say it, and it shall appear. There is the 1v4 that sent paiN into this grand final position here against Liquid. And in itself, this clutch was completely bonkers, I have to say. But the fact that he pulls it up against Liquid, who comparatively have so much more experience, really blew my mind. And now we're moving into this game against Imperial, and I feel like the context is the same. The experience is in favor of Imperial. For my money, you have Fallen, you have Bolts, you have Vinny. If we go down to these knit-tight clutch situations, 2v2, 3v3, the logic, theory would say that Imperial have the better hand. But that was the same in this clutch.
Yeah, and this is the same thing we keep talking about. paiN right now are on a great position to keep making moves and do better than the other team recently within their region.
And it's a mega important game, both for Imperial and for paiN. We spoke about it, right? For Liquid to not make it to Washington, that hurts, but they have a major, and they almost feel like they're guaranteed qualifying for the major. Let's see about that. Whereas for paiN and whereas for Imperial, they can't really feel guaranteed to make it all the way to the major. So if they can win this game, they have another LAN event to play before we go into the player break. So this means more to these two teams than it ever did to Team Liquid in that regard.
It means a lot for both these teams, not being partner teams across any of the CS broadcasts. Let's see what they're going to deliver here with their chance to making it to Washington. We're going from some of Brazilians' best into two of America's best. Oh, no. Canada.
Oh, come on.
You had to get that.
What a guy, huh?
Yeah.
What a guy. Well, thank you, gentlemen, as you are some of Blast's best. That's undeniable. Scrawny and Launders to bring you guys through the very last game of the Showdowns. It's the America's Showdown with Imperial versus paiN. The unicorn odds painting this as paiN's game to win, and I think that's fair when we look at their ESL Pro League results. I think that's fair when they have toppled what was arguably one of the two favorites to take this one spot in Washington, being Liquid. You know, Imperial took down Complexity, a team that they have a winning record against and a familiarity with, and they dropped EG Black, who shouldn't have even been here, arguably, and yet prove their worth. In that matchup, it did feel like Fallen, Joda, Cello really were cut from a different cloth. I think this will be Imperial's biggest test, and I think that paiN had the momentum of back-to-back successes at separate events.
And both these teams, they have some history against each other in officials, and I think they've traded in series, even though they haven't played each other a lot recently. So I think that they both come in with the confidence they can do it. I think especially with Fallen's form and his calls, there are some problems for Imperial on the T side, which make me feel like paiN are definitely the better team overall. But his level, I think he's got more consistency than Zevi, for example, as a one-to-one opper on the team. And I think that means that, yeah, this is a really good trend for Imperial. And to get to this final is very impressive. And I think they were... it wasn't completely unrealistic that they would be here, but it was unlikely. Whereas paiN, I think, was a little bit more likely, having already proved they could beat Liquid and then doing it again. So the first in the battleground will be Inferno, a map that they actually have not played each other on.
We'll get something fresh to kick off this delicious meal. The last BO3 of the Showdowns, folks. Upset City, as it's called, and as it has been. Got Big Uzera on the Berettas. Second set for Skulls. Lots of players here towards Banana. And Joda's gonna kick us off with a Glock headshot. Zevi will get nothing. Falls on Nekis. Nice first tap. Can't manage anything more than the one, so Joda, the star of this situation. A 4v2 in the B-site post plant here for Imperial.
It's no small feat to be able to take down the dualies without them getting a kill. So that's sweat off their brow as two players come in for the retake. And I think at best they're looking for some kills or to force some players to die with the bomb, but they cannot win. So paiN will start to retract from the site even. Hardzal will see how much he sticks around. I think it may be worth it to try to put up some damage. They're hunting the kill as well. But at this point, it looks like he won't even be able to hold on to the kit. We'll see. 1 HP. This will be a real test of the new Inferno explosion, and he ends up dying in library. That's just unreal.
Poor guy.
They have to run back and get the kit, too. I'm not sure if they grabbed it.
Joda. Joda, who was a real nuisance versus evil geniuses in those pistol rounds. The king of the Berettas himself.
Yeah.
High impact in pistol rounds, and we feel it here right out the gate this evening.
Yeah, his stats have just grown more impressive over the course of this bracket. Now, I do think that for me, Biguzera is the better IGL, actually, even over Fallen. Maybe it can be, you know, put on the pieces as to, like, which team looks better, even if the callers are as good or whatever. I think Imperial in the mid-rounds, they've shown they're one of the best teams so far at the Showdown. But I think in the 5v5s and the defaults, really liking paiN and what they've done on their T sides.
Are you concerned at all by Zevi's fall off versus Liquid, or do you think that this is somebody who has tapped into consistency?
Yeah, I think that's a problem. I think he also struggles on Inferno. That's another problem. So at least on Inferno, there's less op presence to rely on. But I think when we talk about how good Fallen is, you know, he could make the difference in the whole game. He is a take over the match player, absolutely.
Bolts find Skulls. That's an equalizing kill, but remember, Zevi still alive and kicking. Headshot to Vinny. And a MAC-10 looking for a little bit more. Joda clears out apps. We get a nice transition here from Imperial, just clumping themselves up towards top mid. 2-2 split right now from paiN. Zevi's scout preoccupied Arch. The pistol of Hard Zhao. Tough spot, but with a smoke, he's going to go ahead and tuck inside of this. Zevi connects with a second scout headshot. More players coming at him. Can't manage the flick and loses his assistance. Damage still very much real here for Imperial, but Biguzera quietly backsight. Popped back by Joda. And now it falls on Nekiz. A sketchy one that Imperial managed to get through. All things considered, 2 up with a smoke down Arch. Seems comfortable in the post plant.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a loss, but it was expensive. And Nekiz, well, he has that kit from the pistol round and could maybe punish them for playing near the site. The bomb halfway ticked. You do have to do some mental math here to find a good timing, and it looks like you might be able to do so. That's actually not bad. Oh, yeah,
very
good. Kit.
And Fallen's half health. Fallen behind pillar. Nekiz hones in on him, closes that gap, but Fallen slides out as he gets off box. Hoping bomb doesn't explode, and he'll get away with the AK.
Wow, that was actually very possible there at that moment. Fallen didn't hold the pillar and swing the way that he did. Nice try from Nekiz. Nice try from Zevi as well with his 2 scout shots. Definitely a committee effort here from paiN to make this anti-eco hard. Well, and there was a good investment there from paiN, so I wouldn't call that a full anti-eco. And I think that's one of the types of rounds where I feel the most worried for Imperial is anti-ecos.
Okay.
We've seen them rush into situations and lose because of it.
I want to know, ops aside, if I were to just say rifling, between Joda and Cello compared to, let's say, Biguzera and Skulls, which of the two, the duo of rifles, do you think's deadliest?
I think Biguzera and, for me, Biguzera and Skulls.
Yeah.
I would say. I mean, you know how I feel about Joda. I do love Joda. And I think the thing for me is that I think Cello has halves. I mean, I think he has like the T side half on overpass that we look to. I think he can get like really good entries, but when I'm looking at a map agnostic smart player, I'm thinking Biguzera. I feel like he has actually been such a problem throughout the entirety of the time he's played on paiN, and now he's sort of being he's sort of a backdrop on the team when you think about Zevi as the op in some maps and how he sets up Skulls and things like that, but he is still a massive player individually.
Cello's gonna go running around here. Who did? What the? Cello's just got teleporting CTs.
That was like an anti-4-3 commercial right there.
How was that? Don't do drugs, kids. CTs start teleporting. Bolts, double MAC-10, nice and easy here for Imperial. It's a clean 3-0 start on this T side.
Who do you take? Because, I mean, it's not like it wasn't completely unfair, that comparison. I think there's good arguments on both sides.
I'm with you right now for the paiN duo. I think that Biguzera is actually reclaiming his place as like number 2 within Zevi and Skulls. You know, between Zevi and Skulls, I think they both have higher peaks than Biguzera, but I think Biguzera is more regularly number 2. I like his consistency, and
when he wasn't calling, he was definitely number 1. So he's done a good job as an IGL, you know.
Yep. And I think implementing that in-game leadership has now been successful to the point that his individual level is starting to resurface to its peak. Zevi missed the first op shot, and it's, oh boy, Vinny with a double. Not gonna get past that AWP though. Zevi on the combat, catching Vinny close. We get a 3v3 off the banana clash. Here comes a molly out of Fallen, carrying bomb and throwing more and more grenades. But Zevi's content to just sit within them.
And no flash, so Zevi sticks around. This is really good information. I mean, there's no reason for them to leave the A site now. Zevi already took all the risks. In fact, he's going to start the re-aggression. And this is where you start using your utility if you're hard Zao.
Zao sees it coming. Gonna put the smoke down preemptively. Molly to try to stave off the short push. They do stall out, and Zevi decides to flank. A set of eyes back on him. Not gonna stop him. His third in the round, a one-man army from Banana that's just gonna corral the remaining members of Imperial straight towards A, where Joda takes a head off. He gets tagged, but that won't stop him. Wow. 2 openings from Joda as the backline's compromised. No problem, fight forward.
And it's going to be about what's the story today because, you know, yeah, Jota's had a great showdown for sure. Fallen's been so strong recently. But, yeah, both sides have players that have been amazing and a little inconsistent so far, but the overall consistency has been really good, and that's why they're here in the finals. So, what a couple of kills from Jota. That should have been a rock-solid defense. I'm not even sure how Big Uzera gives up his kill, you know, as the first player on site. That should have been Hard Zao transitioning into mini pit and then holding the side of default for the walk-in, and then once he starts to shoot a little bit, then we have Big Uzera peek from the pillar, and that crossfire should be really hard to pick apart. But
looks like he peeked front sight from the dead body instead of sitting back on pillar.
Which should not have peeked front sight when you have an op on the bottom of Banana. That was the lock-in. There's no other entrance into B, and Zevi made sure that there was honestly no time to get back to it. So after this kill, yeah, that's actually a massive mistake. That's a massive mistake.
Big Uzera just straight up gives it to him. You can even see Joda's not looking at pit, doesn't want to expose himself.
Yeah, he's looking for info that he knows he has. And now the economy's in shambles.
So they'll take it straight down middle, getting aggressive, finding timing there. His hands were busy, but Boltz recovers his weapon. Cello gets an insta headshot, and we've got Imperial off to the races. 5-0 queued up, unless Zevi the God himself goes massive with the op, and well, he's over towards the A site as all of Imperial essentially start to congregate into B.
Fallen says, this one's a little too obvious. I'm not going to fall for this. I don't believe anybody's over in the B side. I'm going to leave you, Jota, the immortal here in ult, to farm up the ecos. Watch our backs as we take over a completely vacant B site. Cool because I mean at Antwerp it was like, you know, how many times do you bet against Imperial until they lose because they're simply the last dance. It was almost a meme, but they've just chugged along and they arguably have a better roster now than they even did at Antwerp. Like this is a roster, you know, Imperial, paiN, I think MIBR. These are 3 teams where I'm not really looking at anybody like, you know, someone's got to go, you know. There's no player who has like consistently subpar stats that's just standing out for bad reasons. And that's really great for just the whole region of Brazil, honestly, to have such stable rosters because it's been a long time coming.
I think those 3 teams make the Americas RMR, which starts in a few days, incredibly interesting. All starting to, you know, take chunks out of the more expected favorites. Liquid, I think the prime example, as paiN have taken their head off twice. We saw Furia's shortcomings online. Whether that's going to be an issue on LAN, time will tell. Yeah. No, you're dead on. I mean, it's a better roster than what we saw in Antwerp and Rio, and both of those majors featured Imperial, at least at the first stage. This is no longer the last dance. This is a fresh tango. salsa, shuffle.
Could be all of them, yeah.
You know,
it's a dance.
Pick your groove.
Yeah, why didn't they call it the last tango?
Right?
Imperial, potentially, and Washington. That's just, you know, that fallen at a major LAN outside of even the major as well.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
You know, as much as I think a lot of the locals will be disappointed that there's no Liquid complexity.
We claim him too. He played for Liquid.
I feel like if you've been at the NA LANs in the pre-COVID era, there was a time where you were cheering for SK or watching them or fascinated with them at least.
Yeah, if you were at Columbus, for example, Atlanta.
And obviously Imperial's fan base mostly Brazilian, but we're both
I'm not Brazilian.
Yeah, right? I recognize greatness. And greatness gets extra points when it's added with longevity.
Yeah.
That's what truly makes the greats.
Yeah, and Fallen is one of the longest. One of the longest guys out there.
2 CTs in sight. Zevi kind of just doesn't die. Throw bodies at him.
Time.
He'll problem solve with 2, and they just get in, but that third defender in Hearts out. The clock, guys. The clock. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
paiN take their first.
Yeah. Now that's longevity. They really stretched that round thin.
Yeah, right, a little too long.
But a massive stoppage from Zevi, but, you know, fresh smoke up with 12 seconds. They had to have a lot of things go right there for that to be possible. So the doors now ajar for paiN to maybe get a 2 in a row, get stabilized, and tell themselves, look, Imperial, they aren't perfect. Even though they were 5-0 up, they've got some flaws. And that's what I was talking about. Like, you're not going to see paiN, I think, run out of time in that same fashion. So there's some rounds within a half where I'm like, Imperial's calling is a little inconsistent.
Okay.
Even if they have some great rounds as well.
Flash to come around the side of Banana. Blind. Vinny not able to stop Nekis from getting 1. Zevi, he sees that weapon drop, but now Vinny's on an AWP.
Yeah, but that's what Zevi knows, seeing that AK fly out in front of him.
Vinny off. Ooh, Hearts out, damn. Felt like those bullets were coming around before Cello even peeked it. Maybe he saw a little leg.
You know, if that kill goes the other way, then Zevi maybe comes forward and the domino effect begins. But in this situation, he doesn't have to go forward. 40-second mark here in the 3v4. And ironically, I think this is where Imperial can sometimes, you know, embarrass your favorite team. They're very good in the mid rounds when things are broken down. The 5v5 and the anti-ecos, I think that's where they sometimes don't keep up. But let's see if they can find the gap. But again, time is an issue, and this can no longer be a B-Rap, so Vinny will come back towards mid and some pressure here on Big Uzera.
Gets his first one cleanly. Second, right thereafter, Joda takes an instant dink. Vinny's gonna try to come sprinting at the site on the recovery. Barely has time here. Somehow Big Uzera evades him around the tall box, and that's the big play from the Big Uzera, just chilling inside the site.
So, very nice hold from Big Uzera. And Hardzout's kill definitely helped. Back there from the pit. Zevi's looking good here on Inferno. He's definitely shown some inconsistency on the map. But perfect time to get it together. Never late is better, but better late than never.
Sure thing. Sounds good.
Fallen.
Ooh, Fallen. Yeah, he's had enough, huh? Dodges the smoke, goes straight for what he wanted. Little arch contact, and Big Uzera is going to have to call from the sidelines here. Cello trying to just vacuum that space. Smoke towards library. Zevi throws one out as well, and then decides to jump out. Little gap to the left side, which is what allowed for the tease to take 80 of his health away. And Joda backs up from the barrage into the apartments. Little stream of util here. Look at this pack of players from Imperial. 5 guys fall back mid.
Yeah, they've attracted 100% of the talent over towards the A site, and now they'll start to meander back in the direction of B, but it will actually be one person in Nekes with no utility. So this is a great call from Imperial, and they are going just fast enough. Nekes spotted at the coffins. That's his whole game plan ruined. But they're also low on utility. They full committed to the A site, so this is a snap call that might pay off.
His spray hits their targets, but nothing as sharp as Joda's smoke spam. Skulls shredded. And paiN concede this one. Imperial, 6 rounds on this T side, 8 rounds deep.
And I think the rotations were justified in the sense that if we look at Imperial and we count their grenades, they used every single one to try to take the A site. So paiN were right. They wanted to end on that side of the map. But credit to Imperial. When they couldn't see that victory, they decided, okay, this is a little sketchy, but let's try to go as a pack, take over the B site, and see what we find. And it's just Nekes eats the one flash left over, and Imperial don't lose a single other player.
Uh-oh. Yes, they do. Hardzao gets found out. Zevi will, in fact, survive, so it's an op kept. How much can he really do? Man, you saw that lineup coming as well for Nekes. A chance to stop those two, to drop bomb. CT player then becomes a problem if smoke fades, but just didn't happen. No defense put up. But a full investment right around that op. It's everything paiN have here in this one. If they lose round 9, I'm gonna give them round 10. Bolts behind logs. I like the aggression coming out of paiN, taking an active fight from the B site. Nate's to follow suit. Imperial on the recovery here, gonna have to wait out more than just one smoke. Especially as Nekes grabs one off the corpse. Immediate A rotation as well from paiN.
The Imperial are at the point of the round where they can't simply commit to A with the spot of B smoke so plump and fresh. So Nekes jump spot in the half wall. And, oh, he actually was in jeopardy of dying there. In fact, I think he's very fortunate. Vinny was gracious enough to not simply swing. Maybe he was worried about an op as a bait. Heavy on bracket control, however, so looking a little bit better here for paiN in the setup. And this info is going to become just infinitely valuable in about 5 seconds, where it'll be clear. Unless Imperial or Hall's popping, it's going to be the B site.
CT's ready for it. Ooh, it's set ablaze. Yikes, ton of damage here for Nekes. Almost gets a kill. Lineup. Skull just comes back. And then the coffin hit. Zevi to finalize the B hold. Welcome, Skulls, to Inferno.
Yeah, they missed. Ooh, I want to be careful with the word miss there. The molly landed top second oranges, and the reason it does that is so that it mollies both first and second at the same time, but the spread doesn't go to Skulls, and they're trusting this molly. You can see they have enough time, actually, if the molly worked properly, to clear out the boost, to start to get across to pool, but Skulls, good move from him, just waiting to see if he's going to get tagged or not, and then taking full advantage of that open angle. There goes all the money for Imperial.
Hey, Vinny caught.
The only reason I want to be careful about missed is because sometimes the mollies are funny.
Right. But not like self-aware humor.
No.
Soft watermelons here in this one. No helmets to keep Imperial alive. AK for bolts. This is paiN getting back into the game.
I'd like to have some heart rate monitors on paiN, and I wonder if they're more nervous in this match than they were playing against Liquid.
Ah.
Because both can kind of feel like finals when Liquid are the favorite on their side of the bracket. And paiN, you know, if they feel like they win that, then they have the best chance of getting through, no matter who the other finalist is. But now that they're in the final, you know, the reason that Imperial have picked up big wins, the reason that they survived the last 2 RMRs, the reason that they've clutched out, you know, massive games versus Cloud9, Complexity, in high-pressured moments is because Fallen doesn't piss his pants, you know? That's the big difference.
He's not that old yet.
Yeah, no, he's not in the depends just yet. But paiN, they never really show nervousness at all, and they have also won a showdown and qualified to a final. But I would say Fallen pisses his pants even less than Furia, you know? So... 2 majors.
Looking for a third. Got to get there first. Imagine that. Fallen comes back to just win one more CSGO mate. The last CSGO major.
And that's a cool story. I mean, it's this maximum amount of motivation, right? It's before you were in this infinite marathon of like, well, when do I end it? Because you can. Okay, hold on. We got a fast round here up mid.
3 players already on Boiler. Gonna smoke that molly. Vision held on to the whole entire time. Zevi, he loves these kinds of moments, but he'd prefer to have a teammate. Joda and Vinny, headshots for them. Double back out of Fallen. Clean rifle work and a very rapid pounce. Big Uzira bombed. And Skulls emerging from top middle just gets called out by Fallen. What a pop here from Imperial.
Seriously, and that was the molly. Was really well timed to stop that attack, but they just extinguished it with the smoke and then continued forward like it didn't even exist. Imperial, really strong lane take. But yeah, just to finish that point, the fact that there is only 1 major left, it's like the first time in history we see a conclusion coming, you know? If you had 20% energy left, you know that you can put it all into this one thing for, you know, this showdown, the RMRs, for the major itself, for Blast Washington, for Dallas coming up. And then you can rethink whatever. You got to break, you know, things will change a lot. But this is where, I mean, if you're like a longtime legend, if you felt like you've been out of gas for a while, you felt like this is, you know, you're looking for your chance, but you don't know when it's going to be. This is maximum motivation. It's where you finish the race and then you know, curl up in the fetal position and take 4 days off. But you leave it all out there until then.
Down to just the 2 smoke grenades, paiN. Gonna be on their toes, seeing as how quickly that last round started to unfold from Imperial. That was one where even with Molotovs from paiN, didn't matter. Imperial just put them out so quick, extinguished that threat and pop just like this. Ooh.
Nice disengage from Nekaz, man.
Right?
He recognized the threat.
Don't want to overforce the issue. Especially
That's
with
up
support.
Zevi.
Back turned.
You can't jump past Zevi.
Nah, easy pickup. But Joda does slide forward up to the hay cart. So now Zevi, he can't move until that T-smoke blocks his line.
Yeah.
And as he tries to clear out sight, Big Uzera strikes him down. That's 2 players between the pits. Imperial deciding to call it off. And there's no time here.
Yeah, they really tried to scare Zevi into rotating in to deal with this attack. But with him getting the first kill, they already had the 5v4. Well, he felt like, okay, I can take a risk and fight them if they come arch. I got 2 teammates still left in the site. So paiN clawing their way back into the game. 5 rounds now. And a good map from Zevi, I think, is a big reason.
Hell of a time for him to get this improvement, specifically on Inferno, right? Was painted as the lowest rated player on this map by Pimp.
And you can reiterate that what you were talking about with Zevi is just like, he's not a new roster move. He's just a guy who's being used in a way that sets him up to be the star. He's succeeding 2 really, really talented oppers in Nithon and Safe. Massive shoes to fill, but stepping up. I think they call him Zavice.
Zavice.
Yeah.
He just changed his name as well. It was I thought it was
just like Device.
Yeah, but not quite Zevi.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Deve.
Yeah.
Deve. Okay. Oh.
Tried to, yeah.
Whoa. But yeah, he added a 3. I thought I was going insane. Like, it's always been an E. But as of yesterday, it's a 3. I think that's maybe because he submitted a sticker with it. That's my guess.
And then after a major, you're not going to be able to change it. So
yeah,
you really want that number in there, get it.
Yes, sir.
For the final CSGO major.
It's another thing too, right? All these up-and-comers, guys who have been putting years in to try and get to majors for the first time. Well, you don't want to never have attended a CSGO major.
Ooh, yeah, that's another accomplishment.
You know, who will be the last batch? I think especially for like the Americas and the Asian RMR, I think about that. You know, these rare Atom guys.
Oh yeah.
Just slip in for the last one. Because who knows who's going to fall off for CS2? Who knows who's going to take over? Feels like
nothing is guaranteed.
It's anybody's version.
It's anybody's version.
What a crazy offseason we're going to have. But here we go. B-hit out of Imperial. They do get ahead of the Smoke, Skulls, and Big Uzera. Both taken down by the 4th and 5th players of Imperial. Bolts and Vinny. When those guys get your clean entries, it's a good time. And so I want to ask, when it comes to, I don't want to say the bottom of the barrel, but when it comes to the skill floor of each of these teams, right? Let's say Bolts and Vinny interchangeably 4th and 5th. Nekiz and Hardzao interchangeably 4th and 5th. Where do you rate those teams in that head-to-head?
That's tough because I wouldn't have normally put Bolts at the bottom.
No?
No, I mean, I think for a while, there was a period of time where he was the best player on Imperial, whereas that can't be said for Hardzao or Nekiz.
Okay.
And then Vinny at the same also has some much bigger maps, even if he's also inconsistent. So I'm not seeing the same peaks. Certainly not from Hardzao. I think he's got pretty consistent output, but I usually has more deaths than kills. He's using like 15 to 17 range. Nekiz sometimes can take the map over, but if it's those two, I'm gonna give it to Bolts and Vinny.
Okay. Fair right now in this moment as well. In fact, Bolts and Vinny both easily outperforming Cello.
Vinny has multiple maps named after him,
That's fair. This happens to be one of them.
Yeah.
Imperial gunning for those double digits on a T side. A map that we haven't seen between these two teams in a head-to-head. Looking nice and comfortable for Imperial at the moment. Sevi's going to hear all the movement towards middle. Wow, almost a collat,
but a nice dodge, but
just one. Jump into the arch. Big Uzera makes the contact. We get the op peek down. Banana could transition into the B split. B players have to be aware of that, but because of the silence here in CT spawn, paiN suddenly don't know what exactly is coming from where or when.
The rotation is too hard for the paiN players, so they might be thinking like, okay, we've got to get out of here because it should be clear with the op over here. They're less likely to move it, and I think this is the right move for paiN. It's still going to be hard to make use of Nekiz. If he somehow gets a kill, this is a very real round. For the meantime, though, they know it's 2 in the site. Oh, they don't catch him in transition.
Nah, move quickly. Big Uzera pops up, waiting for them to come out from that smoke. And while Hardzao will get one, got that bomb picked back up. Time for the plant, no doubt. Smoke just went down, though. That's a lot of time burnt off. Another one on Moto.
Tough.
Definitely an invitation for paiN to just call it quits, pull the plug, and save. But then again, we've got waning opportunities on this CT side to bring back the count. Bolts, dead. Nekiz, clean. And with Cello on 3 kills this half, on 34 HP, this would be a great time for him to shine. He sees them push up, drops Nekiz first, doubles back around with the Sky Flash, tap out of Skulls, but it's a fake. And Cello has to go for that info, where Skulls is gonna drop him, take his 5th kill, and give paiN number 6.
They play the post plan in a, let's say, an interesting way, having the peek on lane. They could have played cold and backside and crossfired that way, but to try to get an edge really fast, I feel like they didn't play to the advantage of the fact that they got a fresh Moto smoke there to buy 15 seconds on that angle. And if they wanted to play towards lane, maybe they could have done it together. Maybe they could have transitioned to the pit. But they sent paiN into the only way they could enter the retake and still let them win it. And right here, of course, bombs planted within sight. They also had the opportunity to put it down pretty much anywhere. So I would say they made their bet here.
Hello. Easy one for Vinny. Not a problem whatsoever. We'd seen the success from paiN on that aggro B just a couple rounds ago. This time Vinny just comfortably slaps away Nekaz.
That's about as far as Hardzao will go in this position. They've got the double arch paiN. However, the Halls pop, it's very vulnerable right now. Looking like a good call here for Imperial, but oh, cut down at the leg.
Timing on both ends. Hardzao and Biguzera lock down this site. Let Zevi slide out, and a final round added to the tally here for paiN, as clean as can be.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I am joined by two lovely gentlemen. I have Twist and I have Hampus. Today, guys, I will have you guess skins. I'm gonna progressively show you bit by bit parts of skins that you have to recognize. As soon as you know, you hit that buzzer. If you're wrong, give a pass to your opponent. We have our first skin going on.
Oh no. Yeah. I won't know this.
Okay. Oh, he's done it. We have a first clue buzzer.
Is it a Glock Franklin?
Boom! 5 points straight.
How do you know this, man?
We have a serious contender. 5 points from the get-go. I guess we move on to round two. Let's go.
USB Cyrex?
I unfortunately cannot accept it.
My bad.
You can actually have a guess now.
USB Cortex. It wasn't C, right?
Boom! Let's go. Let's run the third skin. No one's ready to make a guess? Should we go to the next clue? Should we see a little bit more?
Yeah.
Let's see just a little bit more.
Bro, barrel? What? How is there a barrel with a... I've never seen this before. Really?
You have to make a guess. If you make a guess...
I'll make a guess.
Oh, you go. All right, we got a buzzer.
Has it the Hydrophene?
You are very close, but I cannot accept that one. But no, you have a shot.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give you 3 choices, and then you guys have to react, okay? The Jaguar, is it the Bloodsport, or the Hydroponent?
Yeah, it's the Hydroponent.
There we go, reaction time. There we go, 1 point
Yes.
for Hampus.
Welcome back, gamers. paiN versus Imperial underway here on Inferno, but it's MVP time. Go to twitter.com/blastpremier, @blastpremier. I said Blast Premier to get your votes in for the America's Showdown MVP. We got 3 contenders that you can choose from. Get your input in now.
Cello Bolts, Biguzera.
Mm-hmm. That's good pickings.
Who you taking?
Cello, Bolt, Big Uzera.
It's got to be Big U of those three, right?
And yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how this series ends up going.
You know, if Imperial win, that might be a Cello vibe, but we'll see. Not a great first half, but lots of series to go.
Indubitably. Why are you laughing at me?
I think you said, like, I think you said it exactly right.
Okay.
Just didn't feel right.
It's like yesterday when I said vertical rectangle.
You had the whole street's confused.
You're like, there just really can't be a vertical.
Why did they turn it?
It's like widescreen, man, but like
TikTok.
Yeah, exactly, right. Ooh, man, this one's making me anxious. Vinny's checking out his Berettas. Lets him rip. And Skulls gets blasted. We got a quick sprint up the short side. Woohoo! Vinny, let's get it. Having a fantastic map at the moment. 15 kills already to his name. And still some shots left in these bad boys. 7 bullets left between the two. He did lose his pit player, but the rotates come over pretty quick through that smoke. They're taking health off. And now, as he reloads, the other Berettas get in. So, Imperial with another pistol.
Really solid. And we saw that paiN in the first half used a similar setup where they had one guy on top of balcony. And I think actually versus Liquid got like a multiple frag round. So these hull pops are really dangerous right now simply because of the amount of instantiations that we see the dualies being used. It's just all the time, it feels like, on these CT pistols. So, well, a great round here for Imperial. Looking for 10 now. 3 MP9s in play. No, paiN didn't get a plant. And maybe we do get Vinferno. Of course, not a B player anymore.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Freed up. To play the better site?
I don't know. I think it's a tough one. Usually you got best player and IGL on B. You know, it's like your Nico Hooksy, your Alexi Brolin, you know what I mean? So it might be a demotion. It depends. It also depends where the other team likes to go.
Bolts about to make a little bit of money. Cash in the coffers. Cello will die out. Big Uzera, not bad considering it's just swinging with the Glock, but another example of how 2 health can truly make a difference. Not the kind of difference that's going to change the world, but the kind of difference that will just take down a little bit more from Imperial. There we go. They get up another. So that's both pistols, clean conversions. That's the kind of start that Imperial are banking on here on their map pick.
paiN do a good job of holding their nerve when they're down rounds. We saw actually they started out versus Liquid. They had a real strugglesome beginning to the series, but then they just clawed back in, just like they did in the first half of this match. So now onto a better buy than Imperial have, with all the utility available. And those 2 rebuys actually really affect the next round if Imperial want to try buy again. Oh, man, that's about as good as that nade's going to get.
Oof. Neck is shredded. Side gap on that because Zera's comfortable enough to get in it.
That's a mistake from Bolts.
They put out their own molly. Why has he done that, Wonders?
I don't know. Like, yeah, it might be good to track them forward, but it would be even better if there was like a 3rd player on the side. Oh, Big Zero, that was a chance, man. Hards out makes up for it. Cello off the corner of the smoke, and he goes down 2. Oh, that one was stinky.
Thought maybe he could cheese it, but they are just as ready for that gap as he was hoping to exploit it. So B site crumbled. Gonna have to get something else out of Cello now.
That's just a round-winning trade from Hardzao. As soon as the smoke comes up in B, just trades places with Big Uzera. I feel for Big Uzera, he actually, he set it up in his mind because I think he saw the Oranges player too. So if he got the clean clip off on Coffins, the round was over there as well. But, okay. And so with the 2 kills and the saves, there's some incentive for Nekis to go hunting a little bit, but they have to worry about their money first. Huge. Cello probably should have prioritized delaying, but, you know, sometimes it's just too tasty. You see a bad smoke like that, you want a piece.
Just got that ump, you know, ready to go. You want vengeance. Instead, you get ventilated.
You got an air fryer?
No.
Okay.
I have an Instant Pot though.
Also great.
And a rice cooker.
That's an appliance that revolutionized India, actually.
Instant Pots?
Yeah.
Ah. You got a juicer?
I just got 2 strong hands.
Big Uzera. Ooh. Thought he was gonna get this going towards A, but guess what, Joda? Other ideas. Oh, and he gets in just around the hay cart for a second. It looked like he was gonna get caught. Comes back, and Joda doing it all. 5 kills on the A site.
What a monster, man. That was who is the guy who got the clip? Was it Masuda? Who's the guy that got a clip that looked almost exactly like that? Might have been Dupree. Was it Masuda? I don't know. But this was a callback to another, you know, all-time hold right here. Beautiful stuff from Jota. His teammates didn't even really get to see it, but when they watched that VOD.
Yeah, right. They're all clapping. They don't know how nice that really was. Sometimes you just feel the good plays, and they know. And think about how close that was to getting denied just when he got around the hay cart. Clean. Ooh, that could also be momentous if paiN... The economy on the line here with this one. Little B contact into an immediate fadeaway towards A. Just trying to pick up the pace in their rotation. Looking to creep out through brackets. We also get movement here from Imperial, but Flashes caught the rotate, and we've got Smokes very much making a pocket around Joda. Can he thrive? Can he shine in back-to-back rounds with Fallen just far off? Oh, they're splitting the smoke. They push right in. Bolts' MP9 swapped out to the off. They know there's another one in there. And Joda took that chance to just fall back to the site. Bolts catches Nekis through the smoke. Looked like it was fading when the next one came up. Imperial to the 4v3.
Whoa, seeing things only grow uglier now here for paiN. That was a good opportunity. What an op kill to send him back to B. Bolts. He can now rotate to meet him halfway. That's the demise of the Arch plan, but they're still going to end in the same place. They're crossing 30 seconds. Hardzao, a smoke, a molly here on Zevi. No flashes at all.
Just going to be looking for the headshots. Cello, with that UMP, got nothing last time he was tested. Frag goes out a little early. Smoke and molly indicate the presence. Here it comes. Cello, what can you do? Swarm to the left side. Bolts takes the pressure off. 7, and Bolts not just taking the pressure off, but taking almost all of them down.
Ooh.
Easy double for Bolts.
Yeah, massive on the round there, man. That's a double plus a double over in Archway. 4 kills in total with the unlikely op. Pick that up off of his brother in Fallen, and he actually does get good info right there.
Well, Cello didn't get a chance to shine because Bolts just decided to put up a stopper.
Yeah, Fallen's got a lot of teammates today.
Just like that, paiN's economy busted. Coming in with no Kevlar, upgraded pistols, few pieces of utility, and an Imperial that is sprinting their way to Washington.
Yeah, looking to crush right now. Here's going to be a faster explode via short and Halls. Vinny in the pit. He's up to the plate. Time for him to shine. And Molly goes in. They actually squeeze for Arch.
Not going to be a
this
problem.
Is all covered, yeah.
Yeah, Fallen catches Hardzao, who was the furthest of the two. Zebi, wings plucked. And a big Uzero who can't even commit to the bomb plant. Then he keeps the pressure up. Nekiz with a frustrated spin of the crosshair knows his time is done. And paiN's time is getting ever closer to an end here on Inferno.
Way too many huge individual plays from Imperial. I mean, we're talking about a game where, you know, Cello and Fallen aren't even knocking on the door right now. And still, it's Vinny popping off. We've got Bolts popping off in a round right there. Jota with the ace on top of already being the top fragger. How many more levels do they really need? Already here to 13-8. Looks like the kills are frozen in place for paiN here in the second half.
It's just Skulls who's not a part of the top three as he usually is. Nekiz and Hardzao not able to bring up the floor of paiN's play on map 1. Of course, don't forget, not long ago, this is a map where Imperial absolutely dogpiled the likes of Complexity. A reminder as to what they can do here versus domestic competition. And seeing as paiN haven't locked horns with Imperial on Inferno before, it's a delicious first serving for the old boys.
I'm sure they feel like if this idea doesn't pan out, they're going to call the map mentally. Oh, Hardzao. Info, actually. Jumps over, takes a bullet, but spots the op pushing up. But look who just comes farther forward. Fallen. So good at disrespecting that pressure. However, the pit player goes down. One spotted in sight. Jota again.
Oh, just locking it in from the pillar. Took a bit of damage, so he couldn't go bigger. Not like Big Uzera. He gets two inside of the sight. Cello yet to really have his highlight moment. And banking on Big Uzera's 2K, that's why this site crumbled. He gets himself over towards pit, jiggling with the idea. He's coming out for a peek.
He's got some extra change in his pocket. I mean, you know, again, it's always tempting to wait the bomb out because you can get multiple frags, and destroying the economy of paiN is his #1 priority here. But wait, hold on.
Come back.
Too far from this.
He does have the kit.
Yeah, it's open to Hall, so Big Uzera in the perfect spot as he was exiting. And here we go. It's paiN back in the game. Again, if it was 14-8, I'm sure they feel like, okay, let's just try it on the try to go for the next map. This one makes it feel a little bit more alive. Jota with 3 would have been that sign.
That nail in the coffin, but relying on Big Uzera, as paiN have been as of late, constantly topping boards for them. Critical round, he offers up an entry. Multiplies it. Trying to stabilize it. This T side will not lose all its money yet.
They've denied Nekiz every single time he's tried to get up in the halls right away. Met him with a grenade earlier on. 2 mollies in 2 different spots this time. In the previous rounds, Imperial were not even starting halls, but they're in a position to check on it now.
Bolts and Cello Same formula. Bolts won't have that op though. Remember, that's where he got the clothesline on the last 3-man B hit.
That pressure works.
He dives new box and they both fallen over.
Yeah, and here's Fallen going over towards the B site. An incorrect read from him. A couple of good players still here on A, however.
Oh, Vinny gets one for free. A flash to pop on short side, but that arch play, it's being held by Fallen at the moment. Biguzera can't cross. They lose the pit player, but here comes Joda, gets away, and doesn't get a double as Biguzera wins the duel versus Fallen's op-posted arch. Down to the final 10 seconds again, down to the clean entries of paiN on A again.
Yeah, with solid fundamentals across the map as well. I mean, they influenced Fallen to come over towards the B site early. They took lane with 2 people sitting there on A in a 5v5. They had Imperial believing it was going to be the B side after their banana presence, but it was all a farce. It was all a lie. That brings paiN to 10. I do get the feeling that paiN don't really check out that easily. Like they crawl back into maps all the time. They sometimes lead. They don't seem to simply choke. They just don't look like they ever get rocked one way or the other.
We kind of had that conversation during paiN versus MIBR, where I think MIBR is the kind of team that'll start hooting and hollering when they are up, and then fall obviously quiet in comparison when they're down. paiN is very stable, level-headed guys.
Yeah. That was the conversation and the big problem when Zach was actually coaching Henny and Lucas and that Immortals team. Going too high up, going too far down. Everyone operates a little bit differently, but paiN like to move in silence. Real G's like Lasagne.
I was thinking the same joke. Exactly. I'm like, how can I crowbar this in? A little boost on CT, huh? Something different. 2 M4s. One here in the hands of Bolts. Just enough of a gimmick to maybe catch one off. But can he really streamline shots into all 5?
Uh-oh.
Probably not. Spams through. Joda finishes it with the USP. That's 1 kill.
Still only 1 gun.
Until Cello gets here, then there's 2. But no kit. 1 smoke. And no armor on the pistols. Zelavi does take more damage. Biguzera is also really low. Vinny gets his hands onto the M4. Oh, the fadeaway from Cello.
Call that the rush.
And now Joda's going to stick around just to try and get another with either the bomb or this USP. There we go. Gets Biguzera's op down to the ground.
Ooh, he's got to go.
Nekaz will get the op. Extracts all the way back. He'll make it. All is good. paiN closing that gap, folks, with another B hit. But as expected, when the only 1 M4 lost its boost the moment they came around the corner.
That was perfectly played for economic damage from Imperial. Stayed around just enough, regressed just in time, made that extremely annoying. And of course, caught a couple of fortunate shots through the smoke. These kills could absolutely matter, even if they aren't talked about later on. paiN's money for the meanwhile is okay. Yeah, would have appreciated being able to save more in that last round, but still enough money. And paiN looked to keep it very simple here. The totality of the team here, getting to the top of Banana. Oh, this gets dangerous for Cello with that Hobbit Molly. They're not gonna, oh, they are gonna swing, but there's a perfect counter flash.
Beauty of an assist there from Joda. Cello wants a little more. Fire on his feet, though. That's a CT Molly. CT Molly burns Cello back.
Yeah, that's tough.
Maybe losing communication there between the util and where he had repositioned.
I think he just, you know, he makes an executive choice to go up to that. It's not something you really communicate, and they just had two ideas going at once. But that definitely is the reason he dies, so...
Too many cooks in the kitchen. Still a couple of defenders very comfortably in sight. Not just banking on cross spam.
You seem very comfortable with the thought that Imperial aren't going to like big flank or anything like that, and they're right about it. Still a good amount of help here for Imperial, but enough utility for this exact. Let's see where that molly goes. That's for quad, actually.
Joda up above it, standing still, not a problem. Again, a spread that doesn't end up unraveling the defense. Skulls will catch bolts. They know Joda's still back here. They're looking for the kill. Vinny's here to help when needed, and he does get that bomb down into the dirt. Skulls can pick it up, but he can't get it down, and so Imperial find 14.
Ooh, are they going to run at him? It looks like not.
Let him go.
Of course, after time here for Skulls, but he'll save the gun forward. That's a great round from Imperial. It's a great round from Jota.
Yes, sir.
It's had classy moment after classy moment.
And that's after the little fumble between the Incendiary and Cello. Would have been a heartbreaking way for them to unravel an advantage against themselves. And the buy is not fantastic here for paiN. Neck is relegated to a gloss. Surely there's something else around. No? Nobody wanted to, like, maybe drop him a P250?
Skulls is penny pinching.
They know about Hard Zao. Woo. Put the fire out, but the frags will still find you.
It's a nice upgrade for them.
Smoke to boiler. Fallen peels back.
They'll go get the better gun, retain banana control. This slows things down towards A. You can't simply push in with this much map control here on the CT side.
I think it's a real saving grace that as Fallen posts his worst map so far at the Showdown, and Cello has been relatively absent compared to what he's been doing in the last couple days, we get a really good showing here out of Bolts and Vinny. You know, Jota couldn't do this on his own, and it's those other two that are trying to make the biggest difference. Cello could still very well be given a chance to shine towards the tail end of this. Maybe round 26 is his. It's a big dog pile coming out of paiN. They are not wasting a moment, and Cello dies empty-handed again. It's some damage, and it's Bolts on a similar angle. Double already, a third right there, but Big Uzera gets by with 14 health. And while there is man advantage, and certainly health advantage, it's a retake needed for Imperial. CT smoke fades, Big Uzera doubles back to Banana, no flank coming through. It's 2 deep CT, 1 already construction, and Skulls is staying hyper-focused back towards Coffins. Big Uzera peeks, decides that's his chance. Skulls strikes them down, 2v3 in the post.
Damn, they lock it up, and that's off Nexus's entry into the B site, and then as Bolts clips their wings, 1 player, 2 players down, it looks like Imperial are set to take match point on the retake, but Skulls plays a great angle considering his health, and Big Uzera gets right into the mix. If one of those two dies, that 1v3 is so much more unlikely, but with both of them contributing a little bit, that right amount of aggression, you can see how they made it happen. Beautiful timing here for Big Uzera, just as they're trying to scale, understanding that the clock is not on their side, almost halfway tick, they've got to get going.
Yeah.
He's not seeing them, so he says, I'm gonna peek.
Absolutely love that peek too, right?
Wow, and that's with all the money for Imperial, man. That's actually, could be a round-defining play here.
Don't forget about it anytime soon. Round 26, the 2v3. Where Big Uzera with rubber arms just sticks that op around the corner. Zeus on Banana and 4 pistols stacked up A site. Desperate attempt to keep paiN off 13.
Uh-oh.
The double Zeus.
I think we've seen a Zeus win a map today. Well, we see 2. Vinny's good at making weird things happen sometimes.
Yeah, but unless that thing has 4 charges. It's good for the first. Neck is gonna have to laugh it off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. USP and Hearts out is 10 health. Skull's down to 59. Bolts is starting to activate this flank. They can't push out. There are too many bodies on the site. If Imperial rob a 15th like this, starting it with nothing but that Zeus. Bigger Zero on the recovery. Cello with other ideas. And Hartzau down to 10 already. They're swarming him. What a way to take back paiN's hopes. Then they just go quiet. And Hartzau doesn't want to die like this. All the pressure on his shoulders. USP shots left, right, and center. 12 seconds to that clock, and it's a robbery from Imperial.
Oh, that's with nothing. Nothing but a goddamn Zeus on top of the balcony. That 5v4 into taking their attention into Fallen's USP kill, and they fall like a house of cards.
And we usually flame Imperial for falling to stuff like this.
Yeah, struggling on anti-ecos. That is a nice setup, though. They had the stack correct, and it just goes to show you how much that 5v4 can matter, no matter how many guns you have behind it.
And it's not like the AK got thrown back to somebody. It was just the Zeus to kick it off. And pistols to push it over the line. Oh, that's a gut. And no pause. Nothing. paiN just right back with the only things they can force up into. paiN will be feeling that all the way to the RMR. Lesser weapons. A chance to chase down Fallen. A golden opportunity here for Imperial. Cello's in the corner. Oh, Nekis! What goes around comes around.
No way.
A force buy that's already gotten them AKs. They had way more than Imperial had to work with. But this is both teams with rounds they shouldn't win.
Jesus. I mean, you know, who needs a plan when you've got entries like that? They do it again on B and keep this game alive. They keep the ember burning. That's unreal. I mean, that looked like a layup here for Imperial. And now a dubious position as paiN will get money back and another chance on T side. And they've got very threatening B entries, right? I mean, first of all, this is crazy. It's just kind of an instant double dink and good awareness from Nekis. Oh, he saw it. Wow. Oh.
Silver lining Imperial, 3 can buy 2. paiN looking like they're gonna let this one slide. Ooh. The lifeline right back.
Such a close match. Both teams taking it one round at a time. And I would say usually it's the T-side anti-ecos where I'm most worried about the calls from Imperial, where they'll go too fast into a round. This one, of course, they're subject to this rampage on Banana because they don't keep it smoked. They don't have anyone jumping through the utility. They get outgunned from a long distance by a $500 pistol. It's gonna happen sometimes, and at least they got that pistol round themselves to create some padding, but it is a 2-round game. Only OT guaranteed here for Imperial.
This Deagle, dude.
Yeah.
He sees him, looks, and the brain just registers.
Mm-hmm.
Robotic snapback for the headshot.
He was the only guy to give it a check.
5 rounds, back and forth now.
Wow.
As we get into the final 2 of Inferno.
Oh, they're going right through this.
Nah, they're not going to let off at all. Joda has to give up all the space. It's Vinny from the graveyard stairs. Comes up, gets some damage, just wants to try and stay alive, but Joda's already dead and Vinny's right there with him.
Oh, wow, what a call.
Another save, surely.
Insane that they do this. You know, they could potentially lose the whole map. They go for the fast play up through middle. That's the most unlikely rush. Everybody and their grandmama has a B play that they do quickly. But that one right through the smoke, and they don't even lose a single player. Oh, Zevi will get another. And now we've got a, much more of a high likelihood of OT and a huge reason to chase here for paiN with 5 players up. The only reason they leave one of the sites to make sure there's no tricky defuse that could happen. But Cello with max pressure, refusing to move. And he goes down.
Damn, if they clean this,
they're going to be broke.
Absolutely. I mean, they had to spend everything just to get everybody armed. Fallen going to be fighting all the way to the end here. Didn't throw the molly. They are still very much coming at him. 2 more right in front. Fallen almost.
Oh.
Almost, but no cigar.
No cigar, and that's all that matters is that he got every single kill because he just lost that op. It's round 30. paiN can buy again. They just won a round with Tech9s. They're feeling just fine. So what's the call? How do they make a little bit go a long way? How do they pull off that Zeus pistol combination pistol round with armor this time, with a few bits more utility? A 3rd timeout called with only OT guaranteed. It'll have to be a very special round here for Imperial because I think as far as paiN are concerned, they're already planning for post-regulation. Let's see what they can afford first. Ooh, well, that's not too pretty, is it?
Ooh.
Not a single kit here available. Bolts on the 1 gun.
But if you can believe in the power of one Zeus.
Differences on this round, they haven't gone forward with any kind of stack. So, we'd like to see how they're trying to use this M4, I think, primarily. And I think for the moment, they're also trying to make it seem like they have a little bit more than they have. Throwing some default utility.
Yeah, letting those nades go early.
Yeah. That's actually an interesting way to try to influence a stack. And Fallen, that was the idea, actually, to run it back towards the A site. I think he's correct. He's got paiN coming forward into him.
Leave that M4 and instead go into the apartments. Remember, last time Vinny kicked it off right here with the Zeus. 4 pistols in position. Fallen dies first.
That's a huge clip off from Skulls. I bet that was just a shoulder peek from Fallen.
And he loses his head. How many more players do they want to add to the apartments? Vinny's just going to play out on Balk. Overtime on the line here. Clock starting to get down to the 35 seconds. We get 2 smokes over towards Banana.
Oh my God,
and they threw out their other one close here. Joda's just going to tuck. Vinny now inside apps.
Could come down to this kill right here.
Takes a ton of damage over towards that A site. Bolts is starting to reel back. He's just going to tuck away behind second orange.
Whoa, this is taking too long. They got 15 seconds. They have to go now.
This could come down to the bomb not getting planted. Smokes over top. Balcony could be huge, but they're just going to play the corners, and that 5-7's dead. No, it's not. Still fighting back. They
can't
clear out
plant.
them all. No time. No time in the end. 16 to Imperial. The CZ dies. The 5-7 pops off, and paiN dried out. A game that comes down to the wire. And the wires of a defuse never needed because that plant can't happen. Time decides all.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's older? Okay, simple.
Come on, Colter. No, it cannot be Colter because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Colter was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Poland.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Which way would it go? Well, it did finally go the way of Imperial, but that was incomprehensible. That was just confusing. That was madness. There was rounds you should never win.
There was pure chaos. This was way too polite. May you please have this round? Oh no, please have this round. Oh, please have this round. And it starts all here with that full USP into the Zeus play, but then the stack from Imperial is going to pay off. And even though there's enough seconds on the clock for paiN to play with, they realize way too late that they are boxed in. Bolt is behind towards mid. He's blocked their way out of it, and they are just all funneling into this stack. Great shots being found by the USP, and then the 3v1 is unwinnable. And you would think, Jacob, you would think this is it. You think it's the end of the game.
Nah.
Surely, right?
That should have been it. That should have been. Round 28, we see the same scenario right here. 15-12, a force buy coming in. Everything they got, the Tech9s, the Deagles, and look at the shot from Neck is coming in. Absolutely dirty. He's turning around, removing Cello from the round, and that's going to be a save for Imperial. A round that never should have gone the way of paiN. The game should have ended right here, but it didn't.
And that's not the end of the madness. For 15 seconds left on the clock, a mismanagement of time running into the stack of 3 players. And all you need to do when the time is up is to get that bomb down. And even though the trade comes in as he picks up the bomb for our friend Obzevi, there's no more time. There's been massive mistakes on both ends in the last 3 rounds that we have shown. There was no reason for Imperial to peak that straight round 28 against Deagles. There was no reason for paiN to wait 15 seconds without a way out to commit to the A side. These are the reason why we've seen this madness.
Look at that round distribution, right? paiN is off to a horrible start in both half. Imperial going 4-0, Imperial going 5-1 in the second half. Imperial were not the better team in this game. They just had the better starts, to say the least, right? You win the pistol, you convert. Second half, you win the pistol, you convert. Then paiN gets 1 round, and then Imperial wins 3 more. If you take straight up buy rounds, if you take straight up rifle rounds, paiN game were the better team. And that's why I'm a little bit sad to see the very last round play out the way it did. I think Big Ozero played one hell of a game from an individual standpoint. I think he called a good T side as well. But at the end of the day, that last round, that's all we remember, because paiN Gaming, they ended up losing.
I like that you mentioned the calling, because I agree. I think when it comes to the T side, paiN had so many correct assumptions and correct read on what Imperial were doing. And they knew they had a couple of these very quick, fast executes towards the very end as well. It was noted by Connor at the cast, a full A rush straight from a timeout, catching Imperial off guard. But I will give Imperial the following. They were very good at maximizing or cutting their losses in the rounds that they've lost. So many times we have seen them just cut loss, save, stay alive with 3 weapons, 3 rifles, 2 again, and they never really completely conceded. They always had a little bit of money to make it a bit more competitive. Turns out all they needed was USPs. So
Well, let's go for some more positives here on the desk from Imperial to more with Danny.
Yeah, that's right. So Imperial did have a decent T side as well, but I saw much more of a measured approach. So I want to break down this one round here. So right here, we're going to see initially is Fallen. He's going to go for this fast mid pick. And this fast mid pick, it looks really aggressive, but it's really off the back of this one flash that gets used. So Joda, he actually throws this flash that pops just above the roof right here. And what this flash does is essentially any CT who's basically peeking down this mid angle for that alt mid position, he's going to be forced to the left. And what that does is it gives timing for Fallen to basically push all the way up and to be able to catch the fallback. You'll see that Big Uzera, as he falls back, by the time he can re-peek, Fallen's already posted. That's what that flash allows him to do. Next, you'll see that after that flash happens, he's going to throw these smokes here, so the arch and library smoke right here. And what this does is essentially puts pressure on paiN. And with this presence here from Imperial, they're basically pressuring the A site, influencing potentially a rotate towards the side. Now, this is really key right here. What you see that Joda is doing, he's throwing nades from this apartment's position. He's throwing it towards pit. Now, typically, whenever a team throws or has their apartments player throw these nades towards pit, it kind of sets the expectation that it could be some sort of A-sided wrap. You'll see right here on the radar that this player from B, he's rotating over towards A. Imperial understand this, though. They know they put a lot of pressure towards A. So what do? They decide to start falling back. They leave the A site, understanding that the A site is very likely stacked. They run all the way back and take a look at this flash that Bolts throws right here for Cello. Bounces off the window, and what that does is it blinds Nekids here, who's peeking from the spools, and it allows Cello to basically move all the way up towards the site. Once Nekids gets pushed back, these two players here, they go towards that water position, and they set up a double peek to ensure that this player towards spools cannot ruin their day. Bolts gets that kill, and he's able to get the bomb down. And just like that, Imperial are able to convert this round. So very measured approach by Imperial, but I really just see a constant move, or rather some adapting from both teams. So we'll have to really see what the next game has in store for us.
The next game will surely have more madness, I would say. And when it comes to this, because of how we've just seen this go down, because of what happens when two Brazilian teams clash, should we even pay attention to stats, numbers, previous results, or how does it work?
Obviously, paiN Gaming is having a great record right now on Mirage. They're playing the map to a high level. They win the vast majority of the games on the map. So yes, a little bit, you can take that into consideration. It's not like Imperial is not a good Mirage team, but as you said, domestic matchup is almost like you would be the perfect stand-in right here, James. It's a fist fight. It goes back and forth, right? These two teams, they want to fight. They want to use their nerves right here. And I think coming into a map like Mirage that is so open, that has so much pace to it, it can be one of those games that gets, as we saw it on Inferno, a bit ugly. I don't think we're going to see the best quality Counter-Strike right here from neither Imperial or paiN, because it's going to be one of those fights that's just going back and forth at all times.
So we're just throwing all kind of tactics, all normal common sense
all of it
out of there?
Nah, not all of it. Well, first of all, last time I saw Imperial on Mirage was a very long time, so I'm not going to be any expert or fake expert on them. But what I have seen on Inferno is mental fortitude in tight situations. And that is something that you can apply on all the maps. It doesn't really matter. The fact that they were able to hold their nerves in some of these stacks towards the very end, not over-rotating, not over-calling. The fact that Fallen was having a horrifying game individually, but still had a couple of good reads. That in itself is something valuable that we can apply to Mirage. And let's not forget, the pressure is on paiN now. Their backs against the wall.
Yeah, it must be weird for paiN, right? You come into this one as the actual favourites, you come into this one as the team on the upwards, and then you're going up against the Imperial who you know have all this experience, but you're just like, yeah, we should be beating these.
Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure in the paiN camp right now, they're discussing that, hey, guys, we lost their map pick 16-14. We came close pushing it into overtime. Now we go into our playing ground. It's Mirage. We know we're good at it. We've only lost it once the last 3 months. So if you're paiN Gaming right now, you're still relatively comfortable if you're comfortable in your own map pick. And I think they are. Mirage has been a stronghold for them, so I wouldn't worry for paiN as of right now.
Well, let's see if they are worried or not. Let's see what happens when we get on the server. Will there be more mistakes? Will it be more madness? Will it be more chaos? Pimp thinks it's going to be a fist fight. Maniac's ready for a fist fight, and I'm ready for the next game.
Welcome back, folks. We've got a map advantage for Imperial over paiN. The Unicorn odds now the way of Imperial. Youngest player on Imperial. Go.
Fallen.
Try again.
Bolts.
Wrong.
Vinny.
Yes. It's
Oh,
Vinny.
wait, is it?
Vinny's 23.
I was trying to go actually oldest to youngest there. I thought Vinny was...
Cello's 24.
Okay.
Bolts and Jota, 25.
25, wow.
And Fallen?
26. No, Tony's 26.
31.
31, baby.
31! Fallen 31 years old and calling a master plan on Inferno that led us to this crazy, wild situation where paiN don't have enough time to plant bomb. They're getting kills with Zeus's 2 rounds prior.
That was
I think
the first time I saw them get really nervous.
Real nervous.
Yeah, which
paiN
is fair. I mean, that was
kind of choked it.
Yeah, they got worried because they got Zeused by Vinny and they lost that last round and then another. And man, Fallen did a lot with that utility in that final round too. He made it really tricky. And that, yeah, again, you don't really see paiN get nervous. I think that was one where they got locked up. I think I called that they're not the type of team to run out of time when Imperial had that issue in the first half. And then boom, they did. So they're feeling the pressure.
And honestly, I wanted to give a shout out to Maniac and Pimp and James because I think that what really started off the conversation before this series and the reason that Maniac specifically picked Imperial in this head-to-head is he said when it comes down to those 2v2s, those crazy clutches, those tight, intense moments, he expects the experience of Imperial to carry them over just by that slightest of margins. Well, that first map was decided by the slightest of margins. So dead on in that regard. By the way, Imperial have disappeared.
Yeah. Hope they're okay.
They're just
they haven't.
They're kind of just gone.
Completely gone.
Like the whole team.
Maybe they thought they won.
Like really
I
just
get
gone.
it. They win a lot, so.
Yeah.
But not a single person is in here.
paiN are ready to go.
Might be talking Mirage right now.
What'd you do today?
Had a 5-hour lunch with Maui Snake.
5 hours?
Yeah.
Were you eating the whole time?
Well, for an hour, we had a bunch of seafood.
Ooh.
Some very meaty oysters.
Some crab?
We had langoustine, eel. We had eel.
Damn!
We had eel with a shiso leaf. What else did we have? A few other things. And honest, I mean, it was actually so hot today that we were sitting outside and somebody took their shirt off.
Maui took his shirt off?
Not Maui.
Maui took his shirt off.
Another guy sitting near us.
Whoa.
So.
Sign me up.
I mean, it's not that hot.
Right? Yeah, so we are still in Denmark.
But if you're, but I think if you're Danish, this counted as pretty damn hot.
I think the beauty of Denmark is you start to feel it in Copenhagen when summer even just gets. And as somebody from Montreal, I completely understand. Our winters are so miserable and depressing, and seasonal depression is so real in these places that here in Copenhagen, the moment there's sun, shirts off, shorts on. Everybody's sitting outside. The amount of tables that I've seen put up outside of restaurants and bars in just the last day and a half, immense.
Yeah.
And that's because it is the coming of summer. And when summer comes in Copenhagen, it's a grand old time.
It is. It is one of the best summers in the world.
Facts.
It's my favorite summer in the world, actually, right here in Copenhagen.
You know, you just rent a kayak. Oh no.
So the hotel that they were in thought they were checking out and canceled their keys. Maybe they were thinking paiN was going to eliminate them and do it in record time. So they had to go downstairs, get a new key card.
I feel like anybody who lives enough of their life in hotels knows the pain.
Of
getting back.
Oh.
Like I'm just going to make up an example, like finishing broadcast around 5 in the morning and then getting back to the hotel and getting up all 4 flights of elevator and then walking down the hallway to the second to last room, pulling out your card saying goodnight Launders, putting it against the door, and it just turns red.
Goddamn demagnetization.
Then you walk back downstairs, got to take that elevator down. You just want to get in bed. There's nobody at the front desk because it's 5 in the morning. You get another key, you take, you know, we've been there.
Yeah. If you're Freya, it happens every day, actually.
Well, no, that's Freya just for getting her key in her room.
That's true.
I've never met someone who needs more hotel keys.
More,
Every day.
Yeah. Here's the reason we don't get plastic straws anymore. Because
Freya is actually killing the planet.
Yeah.
Freya is global warming. And it's getting hot in here.
It is.
paiN and Imperial. Map 2. Mirage.
Readying that instant window smoke. We got something quick. So pressure could dictate the outcome of this match, even if paiN are, I would say, definitely favored on Mirage.
Yeah, you were right about the quickness. paiN leading the charge into connector. Berettas at that range, not where they tend to shine. And yet we got a second set trying to do the exact same thing. A flurry of success here from paiN. Easy upgrade for Nekkes. Better clear that corner. Oh, twice. A little look away into the snapback, just like when he pushed up Banana.
Yeah, he's so fast, he doesn't have to clear it properly the first time.
So no kills unless, and there's no unless. paiN with a superb T-side pistol.
Yeah, big one there from Nekkes. Flying across connector. Really putting a lot of pressure on playing top balcony, of course. Would have been a great spot if they were going to do a Hall's execution, but instead, you know, weren't prepared. That's a lesser played pistol strat for sure, with the instant window smoke into fast connector split. Something you would even do on a full rifle. Good move from paiN. I like how they have these pocket strats. I mean, I feel like they actually work a lot of the time. Some people throw them in just to get them over with and go back to their really, you know, thorough
Yeah, like they don't really believe
defaults.
in them.
Yeah.
It's like they know they're supposed to do something, so they just kind of throw a smoke towards mid.
Yeah, but paiN's entry back is fierce.
That's actually the same sound that I hear every time Pimp opens his mouth.
Could you make it again?
Scouts spamming smoke. Nothing. A site completely clear for the taking here, so paiN with an easy conversion. You have high expectations for Imperial's Mirage, or you think we're going 3?
No, I think we're going 3 if like the stats mean anything. I think if this was like a I think this is if this was a better map for Imperial, you know, I think going back to Maniac's point about how like the calls were really good, the clutch was a little bit better, and I even talked about Fall, you know, not peeing his pants in these situations, and that's why he's picked up some big wins. Those things can all be very legitimate towards the end of a game. I just I'm not sure if the game will be. I really think this game will be heavily in favor of paiN for most of it. So if it does end up being real close, the dogfight that Pimp told us it would be, and of course Inferno showed that, then if it's like a 15-14 situation, maybe even a 15-12, I think Imperial could probably mount the pressure high enough, but I'm not sure we'll get there. That's not how I feel personally. I'm feeling pretty good about paiN's Mirage. And then we have to break out the record books and see how many teams have won 2 showdowns or more, because, you know, if paiN...
It's been a long time. I actually looked that up earlier. Yeah, this would be 2 of the last 3, because Fluxo actually grabbed the one at fall season to end 2022. paiN won the spring season of last year. They'd be the only team in the last 3 years to win 2 showdowns.
Very impressive.
So kind of making a name for themselves here. And becoming a mainstay of the Blast circuit. Which is really cool, right? Because we talk about showdowns as the opportunity for non-partnered teams to break through. They don't get the 2 chances that Groups offers, and the very comfortable chance that Groups is in reality. Cloud9 sees their chance. I'll return to that point when the scouts are done shooting. We've got T's crossing to the A site. Ooh, there it is.
Well, they gave Fallen one too many shots there.
He was trying to find a home for that scout, couldn't until it finally does connect. And
moving a little slow here.
Yeah, they're still being a little timidness with it. It's just Big Uzera's Mac 10 that's found anything here for paiN, and that gets shut out by Bolt. 2 scouts still up. Zevi turns it. The AK for 2 and a 3rd queued up. Cello, your time to shine.
The damage is in, so I think, let's see if Cello play. He's got the B rotation cut off.
Surely he's scoped on this.
Shots missed, but now Zevi, of course, can plant.
Easily.
Cello has to respect this for a second, but as soon as that plant comes in, Cello can start making progress. Zevi can go anywhere, but how far will he go is the question.
Chooses to stick around, using the coverage to his right to block it all off, but Cello's starting to jiggle. Looks like he's got his pistol out. Yeah, trying to finish off the 28 health here of Zevi. The drop could be a cue for Zevi to go for a peek.
He sees him, I think.
Wants a bit more skin. Trying to fake it out by jumping. Now here he comes, ever closer. Zevi pressured. Cello low. Zevi swings it round. And a 1v3 clutch for paiN.
Wow, another 1v3 for Zevi. Is that how he put Liquid to bed the other day? On Mirage as well. That was a beautiful round, man. Definitely a career highlight from him. And another fantastic play to save the day. But honestly, man, this looked a little nervous. I didn't like how, I mean, Fallen, for instance, they're taking the A site. Fallen's the only player in CT spawn. You know, you normally have somebody playing in CT spawn because they can stay alive the longest, but they oftentimes don't get many opportunities to shoot back. They usually get flashed off, smoked out, and pushed back. But instead, Fallen was just standing there, you know, like he was basically at the carnival and taking as many tries as he wanted. So that looked a little nervous again from paiN, if I'm going to be honest. Fallen, same spot now, better gun. Similar attack starting to take shape here from paiN as they congregate on the A ramp.
Flash before anybody shows skin. Vinny tucked in. Hearts out, clears before the molly even pops. Opera goes over. Fallen. Lots of players here. Look at that. He just slipped between Joda and Fallen, but Fallen's had enough. He drops two. Bomb plant's safe because the cover comes out from Palace, and we've got a late lurk, and that lurk ends bolts. Cello tasked to clutch again, but this time very much outgunned, very much outnumbered. His position may not be known, but now it is. He'll finish off Skulls, take a chance to leave. Big Uzera's still by the underpass, but that is paiN 4 straight.
Yeah, that's 4 straight with fall. That pathing was so interesting because obviously you play around the rim of the smoke, but instead of going around the outside from paiN, he just ran through the middle of it. And Fallen hits a great shot. You know, the no scope adjustment to trade his teammate could have been totally unprepared and just been a victim of the 2K spray down. But yeah, if not for that, I think they completely get overrun. I mean, there's an underbalk molly with proper player scaling at the exact right time, and oh, right there I see Jota runs in front of Fallen, and Fallen tries his damnedest here, but this is a lot more fearsome, a lot more comprehensive, and a lot more explosive from paiN. paiN are comfortable taking down Liquid on Mirage. You better believe they're comfortable attempting to take out Imperial as well. It's a very solid map choice.
Posturing here out of Big Uzera. Oh, Fallen. Dies to hearts out. Can't get back from that one, but bolts from the corner. And no trade potential here for the T's, so an upgrade that comes with it. Now we've got Joda and the Deagle right with him. And he gets away. 2 layers of support there. Vinny's distraction, and then Cello to make sure he can truly retreat. But now Big Uzera sees that as a chance to close the gap, and before he even comes around the corner, Cello's dead.
Yeah, well, Skulls had him preoccupied.
And they know Joda was here, right? He's the one that got the kill inside Connector. So they should be on high alert that he has fallen back. Oh, if Bolts gets that kill, maybe something happens, but this is looking smooth.
Yeah, super smooth. Yeah, there was some good presence there from players who didn't have much to work with. It was a decent setup on CT side, some ingenuity, but it was much better overall in the attack from paiN. keeping it simple, going off of the information that they have in front of them, and taking speed when they get the kills. 5 straight, paiN are on fire. It's cool how when Big Uzera calls T-side rounds that sometimes he's the hard lurker inside of those calls, but he's not always. So I think that's good because you haven't seen too many times where a lurker makes a really solid IGL, and we haven't seen since like, you know, Happy. I can't even think. There's probably another big name that I forget about that's been like a really strong lurk IGL. There's people who play back like Jane, but they're in the pack usually as the opper. And the reason is, I think, is because you get the least amount of information as the lurker. But it's cool that he can call good rounds around that, and then also on other rounds be part of the pack.
When Blame F would call on Mirage for Astralis.
Oh yeah, that's a good example.
It's kind of like the only other one, and even then it's map specific. So
yeah, and also limited success in that role.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
very true. This is the 14th best of 3 played at this Showdowns this week. 10 of those 13 have gone all 3 maps.
It's in the cards.
Just saying. However, to counter that, you and I have cast all 3 2-map series.
Or good luck or bad luck, depending on which team you like.
Right, exactly. And good luck for Fallen there that there's nobody actually else in middle other than Big Uzera. It's all on this B-pop. They're going to try to dive sight. Hardzal regains vision. Thought for sure he was dead, but he manages one at least. We get the push up from the CT's close smoke. Zevi, though, 1v4, like a Cyclops, one eye, and can't find anything to shoot at. Imperial's first in round 6.
So that's the first full-on B attack, I think, that we see from paiN, and it doesn't go well. Very good hold, and Hardzal made it look like they're going to topple everything after this initial trade, but then once Bolt stops it, he's imbued with some confidence and starts moving forward into a next and final kill. No sweat for paiN, though. Everything else has looked good.
Yeah, just chalk that up to the B site. Definitely not the end of the world. Double T smoke. But with this little gap, I feel like Jota's comfortable. And if Nekaz was ready to fight that gap, it'd be one thing, but...
This was the Antwerp meta smoke that people started throwing so they could fight window over top of it. And it was like, oh, one way, like, you're not going to want to peek window. And I think Jota just sees an opportunity right there on the fly. People don't really use it anymore because it just didn't do much, since you rarely get dry window fights anyways. And there we see a very clear counter as well.
Yeah, the fact that little gap exists. It's a risk, of course, for Jota to go out there without underpass control, but that wasn't a part of the equation for paiN. So their equation's now 4v5. Yeah, that's a bomb delivery, huh? Huge pickup. Flashes, fantastic. Wow. And a weapon swap just into the cover. Zevi tries to get him with the op. Second try is there.
Not bad.
Here comes the cat control, though.
Head of the molly.
Yeah. Cello able to strike him down. Big Uzera still hasn't even grabbed the bomb, and now they know about him. So many sets of eyes preying on him as he's stranded out towards jungle. Quick swarm on connector, but really Jota just pouncing on that chance at the multi-kill.
So well played. I mean, fast. It's always so impressive to see when player gets a kill, the flash just goes out as if he throws it for himself, instantly into the swing. The turn away here from Jota into the second kill. That's beautiful CS. And the 2 straight means no money now for paiN. Okay.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. Zevy's ahead of that. Bah! Bolts dies. Nope. Okay. Climbs down. We've seen some crazy rounds of Counter-Strike in this series, so I'm ready for anything. Flash on Nekes. The last pop before the burst. Is it a bang or a bust? To get past Fallen. Bolts is already here to clean it up. And he takes a little liberty here, fighting into the apartments. Joda's going to help him out. Just Fallen dead and the ops retrieve. So no real losses as Imperial's little comeback, or rather start to the CT side, really, has begun.
Very neat and tidy B setup right there with a nice pre-fire from Bolts as well, just understanding like where the next fight will come from, but just ready for about anything, and fences. Just a solid position, obviously. Punishing low utility with the op support. paiN, what's going to be the move? Tried that cheeky tactic in the mid and gave up the 5v4. The second round in a row. But now, again, fast presence, man. That's ladder room quick. Under the cover of a lot of audibles. I mean, I don't think Imperial are ready for the speed, but they've traded for some positional compensation. Fall in the side of the halls. Like a lighthouse, just going back and forth here, waiting for somebody to make a mistake. They're lodged in a B as well, so it's a little bit nerve-wracking for the players on site when you don't have connector. Oh, Skull shoots a little early, but you know what? That might be to his benefit. Could have still died, and this forces the CTs to do something new.
I think it also kind of preoccupies them over on that side of the map. Skull's not going to stick around at all. But just by shooting, we still get those 3 A defenders. CT Molly in apartments to make sure there's no commitment yet.
There's a deep smoke.
It is very much inbound. Does Bolts have more util? A frag and a flash.
30 seconds. That should be damning, but we'll see.
Yeah, but this smoke could just tell them that he is here. And now they start shooting, so he doesn't want to fall back. In case he dies, that nade could be massive. Tags all 4 remaining players as Joda gets a very clean first one.
They're gonna cancel. They can't go through that smoke.
Oh.
Wow, they get called out. Wow, paiN running out of time twice so far in this series.
And like you were saying, uncharacteristic from what we've seen.
Yeah, they look like cold killers, but you know, the pressure is on. There have been some very good reads from Fallen, some good call-outs. And even though they had 3 locked up over on the B site, I mean, that deep re-smoke and Bolts pressure, and they just had a clear understanding of what paiN were going to try to do. And when paiN qualified to Lisbon, was Big Uzera calling?
Yes.
He was still? And he's been calling for quite some time, because I've kind of been, in my mind, characterizing him as like, you know, a new caller, but I don't remember who could have been calling otherwise.
When was that? It's like June 2022.
It's the only other player on the team was Nython, right?
Surely.
Don't know.
Nython and PKL back then.
Okay.
But I don't think either would
PKL
call.
would have been calling.
No.
But what the hell do we know?
Yeah, I'm just a play-by-play. I just, you know, you tell me. This round happened pretty swiftly, getting these players all into their positions. We got Nekes up on ladder. We got Big Uzera inside connector. But he puts out the fire, so they're going to be a little worried about that. They chuck a nade in just to soften him up even more so. And now we've got 2 of the 5 of paiN's players down by half or less. Fallen floating around default. Again, it's this like
same
triangulated positioning between the A setup.
It's the one molly and you're screwed setup. paiN always trusts his flicks.
God damn. That's a clean one.
Yeah, he said class is in session. But this is a huge find, actually. No pressure on Cat. Shut down immediately from Bolts. That's huge because Nekes was about to reach a checkpoint. Crossing into get right, being able to slow down a little bit. Skull's on the lurk, but he is a lurk, and they know that. I think they immediately start rotating B here.
Bolt's still tucked in. Won't be able to survive Zevi's challenge. Joda can just stop bomb. Nope.
Whoa.
Covered by Hard Zao. Looked like he was coming out like between the two fights. So he didn't stop either. This is a 2 versus 4 turned into 2v2. Zevi deep, fallen, caught off. And Cello's got the trade right back. Hard Zao walking forward. Cello has to jump. He turned. What? He looked the wrong way. And Hard Zao still looks back in time to save it.
Jeez, he didn't think Hard Zao would try to make that move.
Oh, that's tight.
That was very close.
That's timing.
My goodness. Brave play to make, but yeah, hard one to read if he gets away with it. So Hard Zao, he'll reap the benefits. Insane shot to kick things off from paiN. I thought the rotation was quite slow, and because Skulls is the one who dies here, I thought it would have been a little bit more obvious that that was a lurk because he was the guy in Hall's last round. He's been pretty much their permanent A holder. So, yeah, but Skulls' kill scares them enough that they lock up into position, and then they just didn't demand too much of a performance there from Bolts. He already gets a really hard kill. Nekes swinging off of Cat. That was nice, but then the coverage on the bomb plan is solid too, so paiN still fight.
Yeah, that really was the turning point, covering bomb. Because even Bolts' distraction, it all sets it up for the market push. That's that tough decision, right? Do you go for the bomb plant? You know the cover's there.
It's so tempting. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I would eat the apple too.
And even after that, it really is just two players looking the wrong way, and one of them checks before the other.
You're right.
So that is paiN with a 6th. This T-side not going to fizzle out just yet. Definitely Imperial on a little bounce back, but 4 straight. That's where the streak comes to a current close. We'll see if they can rebound immediately. Definitely anybody's half. Limitation here for Nekes, Mac 10. What you got, Joda? What you got?
Jota knew all on Mirage. He had, or on Inferno. He had the 8-ball for sure. See what he's shaking up. And also, watching Fallen just shows you so much about what Imperial want in the round. He sets himself up nicely here. Oh, man. Right on time, baby. Right on time. Another good play from him.
How much further does Bolts go?
Now it's going to take multiple mechanical failures to, lose the sight here. But paiN are attacking potentially from window delayed. 2 in CT. It's not like they have guaranteed spots to hold this. We'll see. 3 over here. Oh my God.
Man, they're so
they're
clumped up, and Bolts will get caught. He was trying to flank underpass. Oh, Vinny! Blink and you miss it. 4 kills in an instant.
Damn. They were ready to explode right there.
And Big Uzera, they know about him middle. Cello's going to keep it clean.
Brutal.
Contrast that to when the 3 players on the front side of the site were in the struggle. This was just damage output in an instant.
Fallen calling great around himself, getting a lot of good info there. The reason that looks so one-sided is, yes, Fallen gets a kill over the smoke. These sprays are just going fantastic. But they also know it's going to be A, and that's the reason there's 3 guys in CT ready for that to happen.
Sure.
If paiN could see that map, they would have absolutely been trying to hit the B site. But instead, they get out-red again. And maybe not even out-red. It's Imperial take a risk of re-clearing the B site. They taking a risk of peeking into Palace. They're just taking the right map control gambles, and that's obviously what defines Fallen game.
Oh, it leaves paiN back in a worse state. Feels like that jumble up on ticket could have also gone worse if there was any kind of like A ramp presence, but there was nobody fighting back. Everybody's coming in from con, coming in from mid. Imperial just shave off the flank. Thin slice. Rare. Oh, Joda not going to respect that smoke. The Big Uzera, the solo AK here for paiN, brings it back, losing half his health. Little frag for Big Uzera. Goodbye.
Ooh.
Bada boom.
Off the dome.
Cello dumps it on him.
No
Ball
backboard needed.
In the watchtower. Allows Vinny to press up against that A-ramp smoke, so it's still paiN floating around middle with a little cat control sprinkled in. They'll go for the boost on Zevi.
Yeah, it looks like the grate is open. So, you know, Fallen can at least tell his teammates they don't have to worry about the lurk. But that does leave A open to be walked into.
Mm-hmm. But Vinny's over on ramp, tucked in.
Vinny's
so
safe, yeah. But
I feel like this is kind of like a triple ticket where you let him have con, you let him get sight.
Yeah.
At least you still have a pinch from both sides.
I actually like the timing of this lurk from Skulls, but at the same time, he's not finding anything to shoot at.
Molotov tells him, bomb is planted here for Vinny. He peeks out. Little awkward. Still alive. Skulls picks up bolts. That makes things interesting because now he's got a gun. But it gets brought back by Cello. Patience inside window. They do not know about Zevi. And Zevi loves a clutch. Oh, does he love a 1v3? But you can't think without a head. And Zevi just gets smashed. Another successful one here for Imperial. Guess what, folks? Tied game.
Yeah. Wow. Nice clean shots from Cello. Good awareness across the board. They had every right to like let that plant go down, as you pointed out, and play it slow. Vinny came in right when they would have forgotten about him. And it started off with this great nade as well from Cello to trade out after Jota got killed inside of Connector. Overall, some very solid rounds here from Imperial. I mean, to me, they're playing... It's not that they're playing better than I expected, but they're keeping up with paiN in a way that I didn't expect. I thought they'd both be good. paiN would be just so good on this T side, but yeah, this has just been a solid performance from Imperial from a few different angles.
The buys keep on coming for paiN, so the half's still very much alive. Ballin's been clean, though. Oh, collateral. Yeah. Neck is lucky to be alive. Maybe only just to get swept away. Vinny peeks off the side of default. Zevi gonna try to burn him out. Palace peek is perfect. We get the comeback here. Fighting for it. 3v3 is equal. Cello trying to find his fight. And Zevi takes his head off. 10 health left on that one. Bolts comes in off of the catwalk. This is going to leave bomb over towards the ticket. Fire down beneath Zevi, but patience is key. And he waits that out. Now he can plant for his teammates. They still don't know about bolts, but they've done an excellent job of bringing this back from a 3v5.
Yeah, that was beast mode from Zevi. The way that he entried out of Palace. And even the spray transfer pushed Fallen to peek the other side of triple, where he ended up dying. Second shot was missed from him. Trade came out from default, but that's what elicited the peek from Zevi in the first place. Bolts, can he really do this? I don't think he's... It's just hard to suss out 3 players in the spot. Especially just a smoke and a flash, and HE could take Zevi out, no problem, but... Wow, solid comeback into the round. I thought this was too disjointed from paiN, right? One player... Actually, there's the collateral out of the ramp from the first shot from Fallen.
Yes.
And no one peeking from Palace at that point, so... It felt like they mistimed when they were going to push out, or Palace got smoke and then they wanted to cancel, but still went forward with it. Either way, Zevi decided he was going to take things into his own hands.
That's the difference maker. I would say it was a bit disjointed. It should not have been able to come through, but Zevi goes above and beyond. That molly on ticket as well, just ahead of him, sitting around, waiting for his chance to strike down yet another. You know, not panicking, not planting right away. Just seeing what more he could do. He's 11-6 on the half. Clear top fragger for paiN yet again. 2 more rounds to play out. Anybody's lead. Chair play. Oh. Perfect. Nekiz catches Vinny floating in the bottom of middle.
There's going to use that smoke, actually.
He's going to crank this up. Already left side con. Joda's going to press out towards ramp. Skulls is not far off. Look how deep Nekiz gets, already on jungle.
Well, they're lost about this. Now, Vinny, obviously, it's not his first cameo inside of the A ramp. But Nekiz, like, this is for free. Oh, he could even milk this.
Yeah, don't play too many games. things can still go south.
Well, why are they entering towards
Hey!
the B site, actually? Running back now and getting caught by Joe. Oh, it was Jota inside the ramp.
Uh-huh. And he found a bomb.
Whoa, they really messed this position up. They had really good A attack going on and then just tried to go forward with a lurk.
And now what? The other two CTs over from B want to come join Jota, but for now it's all Jota. This is one of those plays that don't happen often. Oh, and Hard Zhao insta-clears the corner before the other Imperial players can get close enough to help. So a recovery that had to happen in a certain window of time, they nail it. If Jota gets that first one, he can dodge the guys from CT. Not a problem. Hard Zhao bails them out of a tough spot. Important kill in that moment.
It'll be interesting to see if they try this, right? 2v3, but they're getting the big flank in place. The bomb has not been planted yet. And as it does, Cello gets into a good position.
Slides out.
Comes out early. That's
Love
good.
that. Taking a huge risk there with the fire, but worth the 8 HP he loses. It's all about finding these last two Ts. One in Palace, one in Con. Bolts is down beneath. He could make things real weird, right? He's got the kit, he's got the smoke. Smoke goes too far. He's worried about Ticket. They kill Cello first. Bolts can't get the response. Hard Zhao's gonna clear out the last two players. That's 3 kills from Hard Zhao in a 3v3 where they recover bomb control and rob another round.
Yeah, he was in jeopardy of dying from the A ramp flank if he had played it by going to Tetris first. Here's how the round started again, and to put on display how that smoke's intended to be used. Looks like it has got the added benefit of fighting into underpass and allowing you to cross, you know, deep through mid a little bit more safely, so that's cool. 10 years deep on Mirage, finding new things.
Pressure here, though. They're going to gun down the man on B, Hard Zhao. Good distraction. When in reality, they're going to go clear the A site, but the bomb still remains disjointed. Zevi's trying to bring it over through middle. Vinny doesn't want to get into jungle. Biguzera's going to take that deep CT peek. But Cello's in Palace this whole entire time. They can't get him on the second attempt either. Cello, I mean, this is a freebie. He stops the bomb plant, still a ton of time on that clock, and Cello's gonna go for the huge reposition by the looks of it, doubling back towards ramp, or not. He waits.
Oh, they got a cross from default, and he can stay up there. Biguzera still low.
It's a chance.
Oh, what a shot from Nekiz.
And it's very real now, and Cello didn't go for that ramp reposition. Nekiz, chance to shine. He's got triple box cover towards the Palace, an eventual peek behind him from Vinny, but that's only 14 health. He goes for Vinny first, snaps it back around, and with a continuation spray from the heavens that could have been, but is not. Imperial keep it close. A 7 on the retake, an incredibly tight half on map 2.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Lisbon, make some noise! Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Siwu peeks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
The Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice! taking on Vitality. Sundar Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundar Young and Sundar again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Another nail-biter offered up by Imperial and paiN as both teams hope to fight their way to Washington. The American capital awaits its last attendee, Cloud9 locking in their tickets earlier today. And the last time that the roster of Cloud9, then Gambit, played from a showdown, they went from the showdown to the spring finals, won the spring finals, went to the world finals off of that, and then came second. Now it's 2021.
They had so many points that year.
So welcome back. It's nice to have you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we've learned at this point, both teams are very capable of winning this map. It's very hard to say who is the better team coming out of half one, 15 rounds, 7-8, close as it can be. It could very much come down to this one pistol. We already saw 16-14 Inferno. Oh, man. That's a big one from Jota.
Out on the back site. Gets cleared out. Jota going to keep this one rolling.
Doesn't stop on these pistols.
Nah, he's just one of those specialists. You know, some people just be pistol players. Like Twists.
I'm a scout specialist.
Scout abuser.
What's your favorite? What do you abuse?
Like a weapon that
Yeah, what's your favorite? What's the weapon that what's your guilty pleasure? What are you spending too much money on rounds that you can't afford it?
MP7.
MP7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Do love, or it's just like specialist in the sense that like I feel like no one else really buys them.
Yeah.
But I can really make work with an MP7. Love a Galil. And also 5.7s as often as possible.
Right.
You know, when I shouldn't buy a pistol, but I do, you got to get that 5.7. Right. I think it's the most powerful pistol in the game right now.
Yeah, besides dualies or?
No, even better. Even better. It's got better long-range tap accuracy, I swear.
They're both so crazy that you actually have to pull down the spray.
Mm-hmm.
But then why aren't people buying the 5.7s on these pistol rounds, man?
Well, because they're $500, not $400.
Are dualies 400?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I thought dualies were 500. Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't buy dualies. Yeah, because I think one person can drop 2 sets.
I'm going to call shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Here comes the hit. All 5. Man, it's a quiet map. They're going to send Cello through underpass just to make sure mid's not preoccupied. Him feigning any kind of presence could keep Nekaz too busy with Catwalk to help Hardzao on the hold. And he does see the nades, but Nekaz does just draw that pistol back. Bolts doesn't want to press out blind. He's just jumping around, getting crazy, getting wild, and getting cleaned up by Skulls. Oh, 2 with the 5.7. Burns in the back sight. Fallen makes the difference there. His Molotov gets one, And then he takes Zevi's head off. Big Uzera was the furthest player. Really nice scramble there from paiN. I think they jumped into that bomb site really quick when the nades came over top.
It was like no noise whatsoever.
From Hardzao to 4 players from paiN.
Yeah, that was like a Sicario build-up into Michael Bay Transformers. Explosions everywhere type beat.
IGN's outdated, bro. They say Berettas cost $700.
IGN?
Yeah, I don't know. Big Uzera's going to find a parting gift. Fallen takes his head off. But you type in dual Beretta prices, and all it is articles about skins going crazy.
Right.
My Berettas are worth $40.
They're worth $500 in real life.
Yeah, I feel like if I Google how to buy Berettas too much here in Denmark...
I'm going to put Blast on the list.
Yeah, someone's coming knocking. Someone's coming knocking. Fallen and Imperial knocking on a lead. In fact, it's theirs. 9-8 off of the conversion from the pistol. paiN also picked up T-pistol with 3 rounds to start. Imperial mirror that. And they've got a freebie here, unless, again, in this series, 1 Zeus is enough.
And if they go slower on these anti-egos. Yeah, but the thing is, you need to have Vinny on the Zeus. Right? He's the weird gun guy. So...
You're calling Vinny weird.
Super weird. Love my baby shark Vinny, though. But he's the guy who was using the AUG and the SIG before it was nerfed, before people knew about it. Using Novas and Zeiss. He's just an innovator is what he is.
Freebie. Nobody's home. A site clear for the taking.
As long as Imperial goes slow on these ecos. Ooh, I'm scared for paiN.
Yeah, you don't think they'll thrive in that kind of environment?
I mean, I know. I just think that Imperial, like, I get worried when they just do a rush on ecos. Something about, you know, waiting a few seconds first.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
On September 21st, 2021, the dual Beretta's price was reduced to $300.
Wait, it's $300 right now?
Right now.
Man, what the hell? I haven't bought dualies.
Yeah, exactly.
In so
I'm not
long,
one of those guys.
But seeing dualies all over, I just don't buy them because I don't like how they look.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm just really shallow.
It's really a cosmetic.
I also don't have any good skins for them, but they were also $500 at some point. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. I need to know if that's the current price, though. Can you go look through every single update since then?
There's no updates since then listed here on CounterStrikeFandom.com. And that seems more trustworthy than IGN.
That's for sure. That's setting the bar very low.
All right. No Berettas here because we've got real guns. I'm talking Colts, Kalashnikovs, Ops, and Cello's MAC-10. First real test here for Imperial's T side. They've got the double digits. Do they just fly off to Washington here on this T half? Or can paiN put their foot down? Again, though, meticulous, slow, and a concentrated effort to get Fallen posted top mid first and foremost. Nice to see him back with a 14-9 score at the moment.
Absolutely no CT pressure inside of mid, and the late window smoke with the connector smoke as well will be respected. They're just chilling right now, and Imperial are just about to jump into their mid here. 3 players on the A site. Ready to receive the attack, but they're themselves starting to get nervous if anything happened in mid that they missed. Fallen makes some noise dropping onto the ramp.
Now they're starting to look at middle paiN. They just want to make sure, but you can't stop Skulls from getting burned out. More mollies come over top. There's still so many nades. Big Uzera throws himself, and look at the damage that could have been. That whole pack of T's in the center of his crosshair. 10 seconds to this clock. And we have seen time decide outcomes, but Fallen gives cover. Drops Nekes off the staircase. Zevi is pinned in. And with a non-existent aggression from paiN, Zevi reminds Cello, take a step back, bud. But Fallen will not relax. Deep through the murder hole, and Imperial squeeze a round win out of the A hit.
I think they tried to confuse Imperial by simply staying alive for that long. There was no one pushing off a cat, no one in ladder room. Big0 is barely in connector. They had not moved the off from Zevi at all. They didn't have any info. They were worried, actually, that they lost window and went back to check CT. And I think they almost did confuse Imperial. They waited until the last second, but the exec looks fine. And they're just paiN in the most vanilla spots possible, getting mollied out of sandwich. I'm not sure what was going on right there, but that was a very uninspired game plan from paiN and a good enough attack from Imperial. They organized well. Their entries look good. I mean, they look ready to win this game, and I feel like paiN are losing steam.
It was a little frantic when the flashes started coming in with Big Uzera's moment, and he got close to more than one kill.
But they were spaced nicely. Yep. They got that first frag off the molly, so...
Crazy that Zevi on Ticket that entire time wasn't able to stop a single person.
Yeah.
Until they're trying to climb over and his entire team is dead.
It looked as if they were surprised there was another team on the map. Been there the whole time.
So 3-round lead and a very likely fourth.
Definitely want to see
Imperial and paiN.
Want to see more activity from paiN. I mean, even on rounds like this, seeing people play the most usual positions, it's a little bit worrying.
Hearts out. Gonna slot back. Smoke, though, takes away his vision. Still looking for something to shoot at. Cello kills Zevi. They can just wait this out. Still plenty of time, right? But they jump. Then he decides now is the time. We got Big Uzera back by bench. Deagle looking for a home.
They respected that smoke at the end, but he's going to get cleared for sure, yeah, once that smoke comes up.
And this is what you were saying about an Imperial that play these kinds of rounds slowly.
Yeah.
They didn't charge out through the smoke too wildly. Vinny does decide to jump out halfway through, but even that had a follow-up right behind it.
I think when you call enough rounds, with Fallen probably calling some of the most rounds of any player in the world, you're not gonna want to sweat out every single one, so you hope that your team can pull off a fast eco here or there, but it looks like in a game like this, they're gonna cut no corners. Listen, we want to see ideas. I want to see Zevi used proactively here. Oh, 3-start B with a full-on potential A attack right now. And they missed the boost twice. They have to, well, they're not even going to give it up. They're just going to try it. But this is the op on the wrong side of the map.
And look at the transition that Imperial could go into. If they just follow through with a couple flashes over top of this ramp, they're going to find all these pieces moving from paiN. And it's not Zevi back on Ticket. Smoking off everybody in this situation. Fallen, why not? Go for that bomb plant. No one's going to stop you. And now we have a 5v5 retake where Cello feels confident enough to flank through Murder Hole. Imperial are so active and Cello so sharp. 20-9. Total turnaround from the struggles of Inferno. And with no struggles in sight for Imperial, 13-8 queued up.
Yeah, it feels like no one's even talking right now on paiN. Now, it's not that the setup was a wrong or bad play because they took a gamble towards the B site early. It just so happened that Imperial make the right move in hitting A as quickly as they do, but it's just the final round that we've seen in succession after a few others that have also looked this dominant from Imperial. So this looks terrible, man. Imperial 13-8, crushing paiN at the moment. Fallen calling circles around Big Uzera is not something I expected here. After some great performances from paiN, in particular on Mirage.
Beauty in this map, too, is it's not just him out-calling, it's him outperforming.
Right, yeah.
Fallen's right back up at the top of the board.
Yeah, when we talk about Zevi versus Fallen, which is a storyline, look at the CT side from Fallen. He was everywhere, and where he was where the exec was coming down. If he was going to take an aggressive move on one side of the map, it's because he believed it was coming in that direction, and he was usually right. He's got so many gamble points, if that makes sense, and I think that paiN so far, they're trying to keep this as like they don't want to look silly, it looks like. And that's the first round that they've even heavily leaned toward one side of the map in the beginning and immediately, regret it. So
it's also one of the much quicker plays we've gotten out of Imperial's T side.
Yeah.
Just when paiN decide, okay, maybe we do have to change things up. It's
why are they looking so defeated, man? This is a map they're very strong on. They've shown so much on it.
Because they feel it.
And they're so far away. You know what I mean? If it was already 14-8 or something,
Mm-hmm.
But
like it's about to be.
Yeah, like it very well may be in just a few seconds.
It's gonna take a hero moment here. Somebody from paiN's got to step it up. Big Uzera. Very rare occurrence to see him at the bottom of the board. When Skulls or Zevi have an off map and the other one of them is performing, it's Big Uzera who's supposed to be there. They go for the double palace push. It gets caught from Bolts, who is so safe from this distance that paiN can't even try to force the fight. They just immediately go back into that ace stack. They know they've been caught trying to put their hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, B-split via Cap makes a ton of sense. Even if there's a few more players here, they know that 2 are missing, so once they get control of it, it's still very hard to hold. And they look like they've been dry running a lot. Imperial's Explode so far have been super solid. Don't want to jinx anything.
Of course.
They are in jeopardy, of course, of losing rounds like this sometimes, but
it's something that they have a marked improvement in.
They look like they're getting better, so you want to give them some credit. Oh, the resmoke at 35 seconds.
That could make things weird. But Vinny will. Oh, he will jump through these for the cause.
Yeah, and there's no one behind this exactly, so...
And that CZ goes empty so quick. Is it really good for more than one? Double molly out. Vinny's gonna clear the corner. Nothing out of Nekis. Hardzao, chance to absolutely shine. But we already have Joda coming up from the catwalk. 5-7 catches Vinny's head. Fallen combat up close. Can they stop Plant? It's safely tucked in. Big Uzera will kill Cello, but then dies right after. 14 from Imperial, even with the pressure of the smoke and the CTs trying to dogpile that bomb site.
Yep.
Imperial slice right through.
Absolutely. A lot of composure, a lot of patience, and just enough time to make it look really reasonable. The entries fall into place, but it's good awareness on the first player in front of the smoke into mollying out Van so they can jump out. And you can see them trying to wait to see if they could delay those mollies to get to Van, but no, Imperial were fast enough. So extremely patient and quiet and slow before the exec comes out, and then, like madmen, running over the site within seconds. I wonder if paiN can even see victory at this point. 14-8. Most of these games have just been so close that this is,
shocking.
Yeah, it's very shocking.
We haven't had a single round out of paiN CT side.
Yeah, absolutely going to call paiN the favorites coming into the series, but now that we're watching it, it doesn't feel like that at all.
And the fact that we kind of tout paiN's Mirage is so good, maybe that means that we got a real game plan coming out of Fallen and the Imperial camp.
No doubt. They just look constricted.
Because this T-side's excellent. And even spotting the double palace play into that real mid emphasis. We see how Joda getting into catwalk last round so quickly ends up alleviating some pressure. If there was ever going to be someone to dive out market, well, that could have been a problem, except for Joda's up on cat. So lots of emergency protocols in place here from Imperial so that they can play those very sketchy 10-second situations and get away with it.
This is going to make the, RMR very interesting for Imperial, for sure. Again.
It really does prove to me that Imperial, since Rio, have focused on creating a team that can win, not just a team that's about nostalgia. This is no longer the last dance. This is something fresh and something incredibly promising. To drop paiN, who has been the Brazilian and the #1 team in the Americas after beating Liquid twice, in this fashion? Ton of smokes inside sight. Game's not over yet. Skulls, a good assist to set up Big Uzera. This is one of those rounds where Imperial get a little frantic trying to press out, but it also hinges on the connector play where Cello just gets enough damage onto Zevi. We're equaled back to 3v3. We also have Jota going back up the catwalk. What? He catches the headshot to Hartzao.
They hurt each other.
But Bomb can't go anywhere. Fallen is stuck on A. Nekiz doesn't know. paiN starting to fall for that B contact, because for all they know, that bomb is all the way back towards the site. They pause here in mid. It's been seen by Jota. Another kill that comes through, and if Nekiz doesn't 1v3, that's 15 Imperial.
Yeah, that's the first time in a while we've got paiN with the 5v4, and still they can't put up much more than that.
But a game of patience. Nekiz has not shown a thing. Fallen goes and safely plants on the other side with cover from both ends. So Nekiz clean duel. Exactly what he needed. He presses out and gets nothing more. 7 map and match points.
Yeah, Imperial looking to do this. That's a really cool, that's actually a brand new exec. I mean, we haven't seen them use that. The wall smokes within the site connecting stairs to triple. And again, losing the first kill. But look at this play from Jota. It's two players hearing each other, and Jota comes out on top expecting the re-aggression, and then he gets ahead of the next player inside a window. biguZero doesn't even leave it open in his mind that this is where he could have gone next, even though he killed his teammate inside a B. They got him lost and confused. Right where they want him. A mixed bag buy here from paiN to try to get any dignity here on the CT side.
A total collapse of a defensive half.
And it looks like Fallen says copy and paste as they go for the A site once again.
They have won 3 rounds in the last 18. That 5-0 start made us believe that paiN were going to run away with Mirage, that this was a 3-map series. If Imperial were to bring the fight tonight, this one felt like paiN's safety net.
Tried to draw out some presence, but honestly, maybe they're even trying too hard here. paiN are just now getting into spots closer within smokes as the re-exec is about to take place.
Zevi, risky business here.
They don't have enough utility to not go through with this one, so Zevi, he knows that.
Oh, he's just crossing his fingers to get away with more than that. He's alive, and Skulls has helped out already. 3v5 recovery, but they're already tagged up so low, this would be impossible, you'd think. And sure enough, they make a difference. Sure enough, they get there first.
Wow, okay, time to wake up. Things, yeah, right there, honestly, if they went forward with the first exec, that was the weakest point for the A site. paiN just start to walk in afterwards, re-smoke the ramp a couple of times, like, oh, you're giving us a second chance, that's fine. So Imperial, try this new idea. Maybe they didn't even need it. Giving paiN some credit here.
But every time Fallen takes a timeout, every time we see him talkative, Imperial come through with adaptations. They really are one of those teams that will jump on a chance to micro-adjust. Now, we've seen Imperial also throw up like that triple smoke in the middle of the site in order to get players out to Tetris, fixate in underpass, or under balk. That one had a lot of open space, and I think that's what enabled Zevi to get the help he needed. And now Zevi also goes from that MP9 to his trusty off. And give him a chance, he'll take it. No more than just the one, though. Big scalp to drop. Fallen catches biguZero. That was top con, and then Bolt strikes down the cat play. One round may be all they get. Skulls trying his damnedest to get out of here alive. He will. He falls back, but that also took a player off the B site. There are gaps in the defense here for paiN, trying to piece together a 2v4 and met by a nade as if things weren't hard enough already. The smoke fades, they fight, but there's nothing there to find.
Oh, they're not expecting a top box either. Jota is going to hear this, and they're waiting for the repush, re-clear of top mid. Right once again.
Patience, baby. Patience pays off. All the experience in the world coming together for Imperial with newfound individual firepower talent in Joda and Cello to reinvigorate the likes of the never-dying Fallen. And Hardzao, all that remains here for paiN's hope. After they knocked down Liquid, you thought they had Washington, but guess what? It's Imperial. No Team Liquid, no complexity, but Imperial. Blessed by one of the greatest to ever do it in all of the Americas. Imperial Presente in Washington.
And they presented it in style, especially on a Mirage against a paiN that had looked so dominant. We expected this to be a bit crazy, a bit wild, and there were some moments in there. But realistically, this was Imperial coming in strong from start to finish and earning their spot, a deserved spot in Washington at the spring final.
Man, what a story. Can you imagine? With the list of teams we had at the beginning of the Showdown Americas, that Imperial is the team punching the ticket to go to Washington. You say we had a couple of crazy moments. I'll agree with you at the beginning of the game, but it truly felt like 11, 12 rounds into this game, Imperial took charge and they were never going to let go. Fallen called a perfect T-Half. He had Cello by his side, fragging the hell out of the server, and now they join these fine gentlemen.
He even fragged himself, Matthew. You said he had
Cello
fragging by himself. You had Fallen on the server playing like he was in 2012 once more. It was great to see.
Not that far back. Give him a few more years. A bit better than that, 2012?
16?
We just figured out he's been playing Counter-Strike things 2005. He's older than Monacy is. That's crazy in that regard. But anyway, it's great to see Imperial. It's great to see Imperial play this level of Counter-Strike. We discussed it. It's no longer the Last Dance project. It's a new project. It's a re-innovated project. And the players on the team right now is performing. The team is performing. And yes, as we spoke about, going into the Washington finals, it's a huge step up for Imperial, but an even bigger task.
And this is the thing, Maniac, you touched on it in the pre-match, that we're looking at Cello, we're looking at Jota, but it's when Fallen was activated alongside them in different ways, right? Those were the key three to get the job done, to take it over the line.
Yeah, that was a clear difference between Inferno and Mirage. Fallen's performance was night and day. Now, we have a couple of highlights from Cello, and I guarantee you guys, this map was very illustrative of what Cello brings to the server when he is inside. You can see his ability to know when to push, when to be a little bit aggressive, push the envelope just a tad, grab the kill, come back. He had a few moments where after picking the +1, he goes for the +2 because he feels. It's a player that feels a lot. That right here is a great example. He knows that his position is known, still goes for the kill. He was extremely proficient on that map of Mirage.
He's an in-your-face player, and just to look at it, right, he went 14 for 18 on the first map and then bounces back like this. Then Fallen himself, right, we've got him on the screen now, he went 10 for 16 in the first map, comes back like this. This is what you were looking from the experience. This is what you're looking for, the confidence. And also I'll say they believed.
They believed, yeah, and as you said, all the players chimed in this victory. Fallen and Cello didn't have the best of the best first map. They were the two coming in on Mirage, absolutely destroying paiN. I really like what you were saying, Matthew, as well, when it comes to the calling of Fallen. Not only on the server does he deliver in terms of productivity, in terms of the AWP kills, but the calling on the T side was so sufficient. It was so clean. It looked like it was so easy at times for Imperial to just completely shut down paiN, who up until this point had been playing very well at the tournament.
They had an incredibly well-drilled management of time and rhythm that I thought was superb, honestly. To know when to chill out, when to execute, when to take space and when not. There is a moment where there is a force buy from paiN with a relative stack on the B side, and Imperial just executes on it, and then suddenly they mark a pause. They realize, hold on a second, there's a smoke in front of us. If we go through that smoke, we're dead. They pause for a few seconds. That gives time for Cello to kill the flank who's coming in behind. Fallen punishes into kitchen, and what could have been a very dicey 5v5 with a stack turns into a 5v3. Smokes evaporate, you handle the situation. That's Vista, that's lucidity, and they had that throughout the T side. They were 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of their opponents.
Well, let's see how the Imperial squad is feeling, and let's see how Bolts is feeling as he was able to catch up with Heccu.
Bolts, congratulations. We're gonna see you in Washington, D.C. And also, you are getting the title of the Maersk MVP. It was our viewers that actually chose you. So are you in any way surprised that you are the MVP?
Yeah, for me, I don't... I prefer to win to the tournaments, the matches. I don't mind too much about individual prizes, but it's a good thing to show I'm playing better, I'm performing, and yeah, helping my team. That's it.
Yeah, it's always nice to get something extra, and there's no doubt that you do deserve this title. But you guys showed just amazing things on your T side of Mirage. Like paiN, they just could not get those rounds. Did you like work on your T side on Mirage recently?
I think our T side is very good in almost every map. So Fallen is coming very good. We're playing confident as T side. We're just struggling a little bit as CT side. So we are confident in every map on T side, and we are just the same.
You are the only Brazilian team that we are going to see in Washington, D.C. Do you think there's a chance that some of the fans will actually go from Brazil to US just to support you?
Yeah, not only that. I think in United States have a lot of Brazilians living there, so for sure you will be a lot of Brazilian people cheering for us. Maybe more from the United States than traveling to Washington from Brazil.
Well, we have this stream being broadcasted on multiple platforms, and one of them is blast.tv. And on that platform, our viewers actually can vote for a question, and they do want to know, Bolt, since you qualified to Washington, D.C., is there anything in particular you would like to see there?
We talked a little bit about visiting some stuff like Pentagonal, like White House, something like that, and we hope to play a good CS, play confident, play our game, and do a good tournament.
So it's not going to be a lot of visiting; it's going to be a lot of CSGO.
Yeah, I hope for a good match for us.
And there we have it. Bolt's talking to Heccu, giving us a lowdown. He's very reserved in his responses with it all, you know, but we'll have a look at our MVP stats from here. And just for everyone who might be going crazy in chat or something, this is the fan-voted MVP, so you all had a say. You should have been on Twitter choosing it out there, but it wasn't too bad for
No, I was going to say, you're right to mention it. This is a Twitter poll, right? The fans have voiced their opinion. But if you look at the numbers, these aren't bad numbers at all. In fact, he's ranked number 6th at the entire event. That's a 1.20 rating. Above him from his team is only Cello with 1.24 and Joda with 26. So I wouldn't say that he was miles behind them. They would have been great candidates, but this isn't exactly a daylight robbery. Is something you want to add, James?
No, not at all, mate. Nothing at all. Just not who I would have gone for. I would have given one to Joe. Bolt's probably had many in his career, you know. Give Joe a chance.
To be fair, Bolt has been rock solid. I feel like he's one of those roles, you know, that
Both
is
against me.
a bit undervalued, James. So I think it's fair enough that he gets a credit for being that rock solid player.
Well, we definitely have to give him some credit. We have to give the whole team some credit for doing better than anyone expected in this, as this is how the bracket panned out. And the matchups that we saw, right, this was actually more one-sided than we could have ever expected it from Imperial versus paiN, right? When we got over to Mirage, we were all expecting to be a third and final map.
I think that Inferno and the last few rounds of Inferno might have had a bigger impact in this grand final than we thought. Would have paiN beat Imperial on Inferno, stolen their map pick, moving into Mirage, who knows, maybe play with a little bit more courage, a bit more bravery, a bit more vista. I don't think that if you replay this game 10 times, I don't think Imperial beats paiN 7 times on Mirage. I think Fallen had a beautiful calling. This was really out of this world, but it looked almost too good to be true. But for now, who cares? Who gives a damn? They won. They have the tickets. They're going to Washington.
Let's see if they can do it again going forward. And let's also take a look at our Unicorn predictions and see how we did. I think this desk looked pretty smart today.
Easy. You guys have any questions? You can DM me if you want to know about predictions and who's about to win.
Imagine celebrating predictions in 2023.
Well, you wouldn't know because you haven't won a prediction since 2019, so...
That's factually not true.
I'll be a humble winner.
No, you're never
the worst winner, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely... I think he's actually now taking the crown for worse than you.
Actually, hey, bye.
Yeah, get on camera, do your job rather than gloating in this.
It can be tough winning sometimes.
How would you know?
Help you.
I remember winning all the time in the Na'Vi generation, so I'm still waiting for that to come back into fruition.
As if you're a player of Na'Vi.
Of course, Bags, 6 player.
You guys were here with me on the desk when we did the whole...
Should we get this ship going on sea again?
You shut up.
Oh my God.
I'll just wait a bit. What was it? Oh, yeah, that's it. CS Money Player of the Day. Let's do it.
CS Money! see what we got going on here. First option is going to be that of Hyped on Inferno with the AWP. That was a fantastic round here, punishing the aggression from Cloud9. Great read onto the rotation, and he adds even another one onto the side.
We got our man Hobbit, who also booked a spot in Washington. Played a fantastic tournament, and he also did that in this exact round. With the AK-47, he's spraying down everyone, and look at this little 380, 360, that is, to turn it around and get the ace.
And finally, who else but Joda, who had a fantastic series once again. And in this round of Inferno, ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you, he saved the ass of all of his teammates combined with that ace. He was caught out of position, brought back very cleverly, and a beautiful spray a la Dupree. That's Dupree that Londres was trying to find. Dupree did that exact move a few months back with Vitality. That was the reference.
Good memory. Who are you voting for on that one?
Ooh, I'll go with Hobbit for the 360 spin.
Oh, okay, yeah. You said?
Joda.
Joda.
The move is insane. The move is insane. The ace is beautiful, and it's taken to edge scoreline, and it sends paiN into an eco round. So close the poll.
So now we've got the all-important major coming up, the Blast TV major we're waiting for, but we also have to have a look at our spring final teams, which is the next Blast Premier event going down. And look at this list. Imperial, Cloud9 rounding it out. But that is a mighty stacked set of teams coming into this one.
It doesn't get much better, to be completely honest. Obviously, we don't know what's going to transpire. We don't know how these teams are going to perform at the major leading up to the spring finals in Washington. But based on the level of Counter-Strike these teams will be able to produce, it's going to be very, very tough for Imperial. It's going to be very tough for Astralis, for that matter, to get any results, because 6 of those teams are 6 of the best teams in the entire world.
Well, that is all from us. The teams have been discovered. We know how it's going down when we finally get to Washington. So if you are thinking about it, make sure you get your tickets now and bring him in. Come on.
I also wanted to be honest.
There we go. We'll end together as a little family, saying goodbye one last time. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for partying with us all day long in Upset City. Goodbye.
Goodbye.